actually the better blocks in America. I'm just saying.
Okay. It's hard to be the worst class.
Well, I mean, you have the original black guys who came over by ships.
That's right.
Those are definitely the worst blocks.
Are y'all ready to stop believing in God, though?
I already do believe in God.
Nice. You're smarter than most of the population. Congratulations, brother.
That's right.
Who's this fight?
It doesn't really take that much. That's not really not really an uphill thing.
Everything came from nothing. That's like reparations. That's all paid for.
What?
Yeah, so Simon
Contradiction.
hold on. Simon came from nothing when he died. Oh my god, I'm gonna keep crucifying it.
Check the black person, please. We don't like black people in this room. Thank you.
Simon came from nothing, and when he dies, he goes to nothing. Does that mean that he is meeting his creator?
Okay, we've seen the video. It wasn't funny when you said it.
I don't have to acknowledge that it's a contradiction, but you choose to ignore it, and you're so confident in saying that God doesn't exist.
What? When do I choose to ignore that existence?
Well, you're acknowledging. No, I'm not saying that.
So how am I saying? If I acknowledge it exists, how can I say that nothing came from something? Something came from nothing. That's a contradiction.
Right, it is a contradiction, but that's your contradiction. You believe that.
No, that's not a contradiction. I just told you I believe in existence as a primary.
Yeah, that's a bullshit answer. That's a bullshit answer to say something exists because it exists. You don't want
Something exists because it exists.
Yeah, exactly.
That's literally A is A.
Okay.
That is logic.
You exist because you exist, right? So have you existed forever?
Well, I am because I am.
Have you existed forever?
He's doing
I think therefore I am.
Okay, so then existence.
No, that's nonsense. Descartes was wrong.
My God. If existence exists because it exists, and that applies to you and the universe, but you haven't lived forever, why do you assume the universe has been around forever?
I don't have to assume. It's a logical
You
necessity for
do
anything to
assume that,
exist.
though. Will you acknowledge that?
I don't assume it. It's the precondition for literally anything to exist.
Okay, so it's irrelevant then.
It's not irrelevant. It's the precondition. I don't have to assume something. I can't even.
This guy.
Super low IQ stupid people wasting all the time hypnotizing themselves on nice ESL room for non-native English speakers. To vote for John for Congress in the 16th Illinois district. Let's roast them all because they're wasting our time and they are energy vampires. Let's free ourselves from these stupid people once and for all.
Atheism is a religion of putting your faith in nothing. That's what Zenimini just said in the chat. Come on up.
We're now going to play a musical instrument instead of listening to Simon and Lou draw our brain powers into dust particles. This is called the Santor. It comes from Iran. Anything is better than listening to Simon and Lou go on forever.
I like Simon's keyboard.
The one who's playing some fucking keyboard nonsense.
Yours is worse.
No, I like it. I like him, Simon.
It's soothing.
Yeah, I like it. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Super Clubhouse Friends, hosted by Isa Guatemala Watermelon, who had to run away from being murdered as a child. Now she is a high executive living in Switzerland and in charge of robust marketing communications in the sports entertainment technology field.
I'm not marketing communication. What are
She
you
is
talking
well
about?
trained in the latest of AI scams and AI business plans to push on people to get command prompts to create content.
That's right.
That's right. I mean, that's wrong with that.
We also have our local Ayn Rand atheist and overall super boring guy, Simon.
It's actually pronounced Ayn Rand, but okay.
That's fine.
We also have David, our resident alcoholic and financier, David Bobadi, as well as a transgender studies student and former basket weaver, my friend, Zach Kitover.
Why is David an alcoholic? I don't get it.
What?
Hey, why are you doing God? David
Also,
Alcoholic.
Luigi, because of
David Alcoholic.
and so
Why you call him David Alcoholic? No, David Alcoholic.
Yeah, so the one day we heard him talk.
Why you call him David Alcoholic?
welcome to a show where people like to talk intellectually, but it's actually a comedy show. Most people on Conhouse take themselves so seriously, but they don't know what they're doing is either really good comedy or really shitty comedy. Also, don't forget to fortune over. Phone job.
Did John leave again?
No,
John.
you're missing him.
Not in the slightest. Man, this show's pissing me off. Jesus Christ.
I mean, let's be honest. You've wasted countless years talking to Roberto, aka the laundromat Bitcoin scammer.
Who are you talking to?
Can't take 10 minutes of my campaign rhetoric? Jeez, how do you ever expect to take that beautiful girl to that Italian restaurant?
Because listening
No, Simon.
bearing on whether I can take my
Using the
girlfriend.
word objective, subjective.
When's the last time I said objectives?
You just said it.
Okay, before that?
I don't know. When was the last time you said subject?
Why are you saying I said it?
Just asking a question. Can't
No,
some of the
asking you
clubhouse
to be
friends
serious.
just be friendly? I mean, why is some abstract concept called Israel causing you personal emotional problems? Is it a you problem?
It's literally not pro-Israel.
Isn't that just subjective?
So wait, what are they doing to piss you off?
Nothing.
You said Israel is pissing you off.
I know, because John says a bunch of nonsense. Like, is that, like, out of the
So
ordinary?
Israel gets blamed for John's
Yeah, of
nonsense?
course he does. Of course they do. We blame everything on them.
I mean, like Israelis tell me I'm radical when it comes to defending their country.
Who says that?
Makes you a cunt.
Daniel and a few other people have said that I was extreme
For what?
when it comes to defending the freedoms.
What do you mean? Why? Can you elaborate?
Well, like when I see stuff like like there is no number like that's like unjustifiable when it comes to defending your state, and like you morally sanction your government to take care of like, protecting your rights. Like as long as the government is not just like blatantly like just murdering children for the sake of murdering children.
But that's what they're
Like,
doing.
no, they're not doing that.
No, they're seeking out children to murder.
No, but the thing is, like the and I know you're not saying this obviously, but like people people have a massive like misconception of what indiscriminate means, and that's why they have the understanding of like, well, when Israel lobs a bomb and civilians die, that's technically indiscriminate in their eyes. When I'm saying like that would be a massive like, you know, like misunderstanding of what indiscriminate would actually mean. So yeah, like if a military says there's a person of interest, we bomb the shit out of the building, 10 people die, like that's not indiscriminate. That's literally like we have a military target, we go, we execute. Whoever dies, the moral responsibility is on the people who for the reason why we have to lob a bomb over there. That's it. And people don't have that understanding, and that's just tough on them. But I mean, you know,
I think you guys know the Hamas playbook, so their idea. We have a military objective, as people die, no big deal.
well then there's the actual reality where like
Okay, well, that wasn't the reality.
no, Hamas had legitimate military targets. No. That's why they murdered a bunch of. Okay, so why did they murder a bunch of people who went to a?
You can say the same thing about Israel. I'm just saying.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Okay, so who's trying the people who indiscriminately killed the people at the festival? Who's trying the
Well, I think
soldiers?
most of them are dead, hopefully.
Well, if they weren't dead, then shouldn't.
Wait, hold on. Why are you saying hopefully?
Because I think they're terrorist scumbags.
Right, then they're not going
How do you consider them terrorists? If they had legitimate military targets.
He did have legitimate military targets. They did fucking take over military base. I'm just using your logic. I'm not saying I agree with it.
Well then, no, because like my thing is they're the ones who initiated the force. Therefore, you can't initiate
Okay, so
force and say we have
then you can justify anything, but initiates force. This is why I said I would defeat you very easily if we ever went to war. Because I would just fucking, because I would wear my Simon flag, I would go, kill a bunch of people and be like, oh, you initiated force, then I'd kill your whole family. And I'd be morally justified to do so.
That doesn't make any sense.
that makes no sense. Like this is where people they divorce the reality from like the actual words. Like the whole point is that Hamas is the legit like government. These people went and initiated force on a sovereign country. They initiated force. They went in, murdered like 1,200 people, and as a result, a country declared war on them.
Okay, so what's the difference between what I'm saying about you? I could do the same thing, I'm just saying.
Well, because you and I are not at war.
Yes, we are now, officially.
No, you can't declare war on a citizen within your own country. Well, I'm saying if I was, so you're gonna go to war with me in a sovereign country. Well, good luck, because you're just one person. That would just be not just be considered murder.
That's right.
Don't expect my $30. We are
Respect
war,
my name,
guys.
nigga. We are war, dog.
That's it.
Actually, aren't you both Sicilian?
No, he's not Sicilian.
I think I found out I am.
Oh, well.
There you go.
What up, player?
You guys are brothers.
We're paisanos.
Paisano. We at war.
We are war, dog.
You on the wrong side of the hood, nigga. See, now you don't you feel bad for being mean to son?
I never mean to my motherfucking dog.
Shit. Shoot, you just acting stupid.
Welcome back to Simon's World. Simon's World of Fantastic Imagination.
Can you just at least not saying? I don't even care if you say the other shit. Just don't say.
It's just a projection.
A projection of
Only in Simon's world. Simon's awesome, super cool world. Object, subject, subject, object, object, subject, subject, object. In Simon's world.
It's funny because he said like it's like a really low IQ stuff, but like the reality is like there's so much like disagreement on like just that one like on those two concepts alone. So it's like yeah, it's not low IQ. There's massive disagreements on that lead to a bunch of other problems, logically speaking.
There's more anonymous people in the audience than there was real people in the audience.
That's right.
Welcome back to Simon's subjective world where he will talk for hours while his girlfriend to that Italian restaurant. But go to johnforcongress.com. John Kitover. Fork it over. Illinois 16. Go to johnforcongress.com.
I don't think I've taken my girlfriend to an Italian restaurant in France, to be honest.
Welcome back to Camp County Roast of Simon the Wizard here on Clownhouse, and he says itty bitty titty committee. This is
Why do we have right
John
now
Kitover
to
here to
vote?
roast Simon. The
John
wise
is a
atheist who lost his atheism when he was like in the 8th grade or something like that.
John, are you
Second
putting on?
grade.
John, are you putting on your mom?
Second grade actually, because I had
He's
some
putting us
brain.
with his anons. Are all of
Are you flooding me with your announced?
Why did you just sound like Indian? Are you flooding us with your announcements? Like, what the fuck?
You only have one foreign accent and they all blend together.
5 anons in a room. Not in such a small room, though.
Not even in such a small room.
Not even in this small shop have we had so many announced.
Don't you dare talk to me like that. Well, don't forget to vote for John Kitover. Yeah, we fucking get it, bro. I mean, like, this is exactly why I wouldn't vote for someone like that.
Right now, as we super roast Simon, the intellectual Anne Randis, who believes that everything is miserable. What?
Who believes that? I have an affinity to living life.
You got an affinity.
Yeah.
You want to stay alive?
Yes. Love that.
Where do you go to that Italian restaurant for
No, French. I'm gonna buy her a €400 duck.
Okay, Simon, go ahead and read to me what's in my PTR. Tell me if you agree.
I can't read it.
For you. It says, if you love yourself, you love others. If you hate yourself, you hate others. In relationships with others, it is only you mirrored.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I hate communists, and I hate socialists, and I hate fascists. You know, that has no bearing on... And it's because I love myself that I hate these people. No, it's because I love life so much that these people literally want me dead. So I hate them, and I would never sanction them.
That's a lot of hate in your heart. Lou, can you send
that's actually a
it?
Christian view.
Can you send, and I know you, so I'm gonna say shut up all the time. Can you send me Diogenes' telegram? I don't find it.
Yeah.
Are you gonna send the money?
Yeah, I told you, I have his fucking gift card. But I have been keeping it because he's been very obnoxious and he was annoying me and I just hated it.
Well, he got some bad news, so he needs photo love 50 faces.
What about news?
I don't want to say.
Oh, then you should shut up. What, that's the bad news?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's good that you're giving him something because it makes him feel better.
But what happened to him?
No, there's no answers. Questions at the end.
the end, please. This is such a woman thing. Women just can't accept that.
I just want. I mean, if he didn't want to say it, then he shouldn't have said it.
But it's okay if he did. We don't have to know.
Just a little thing, because right now I am on it, and if not, I'm just gonna leave it until.
David, feel free to just back tell me what happened.
Yeah, I'll text me.
That's awesome, buddy.
That is without a doubt one of the funniest PTRs I've read in a while. You suck.
Oh, mine? You like it? You wanna be sub?
Why is that funny? That's just like the truth.
Because I'm gonna make you a sub. You don't get it? You don't get it?
I get it.
I don't get it.
Submissive. He doesn't get it. He doesn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you a submissive.
He wants to get it. He just can't ask for it. He's that submissive.
I know, that's usually the men need a date.
Oh.
She makes him a sub.
They got subbed.
That's right. When Yakov says, "Oh," I love that.
Making fun of me?
No, I genuinely like when you say, "Oh," it's like right out like that, like perfect time.
Oh, I always think of Andrew Dice Clay, when he was, remember when he was, what do you call it, sampled for that EMF song? Unbelievable. Oh. That was a great song.
I don't remember that.
Oh, come on, really? It's unbelievable. It's like a British punk rock band. They sampled him saying, unbelievable. How's it going?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Oh yeah, and like the way they even said it is like super. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, right. With that sort of like Cockney accent, you know.
Yeah.
The New York accent, it's great.
Oh. There's a guy who went on Kill Tony.
What's Kill Tony?
It's like Joe Rogan's like comedy show. Or like part, yeah, I think he's like part owner. With like Tony Hinchcliffe or whatever his name is, and like they just have like a bunch of comedians go on all the time, and there's like one new guy, he's from like Jersey, just comes on and does like his whole bit, and he's like, and like Tony's like, yeah, basically like you're the embodiment of like of Andrew Dice Clay.
I saw him recently. I released a video of him. Like the better, older version of himself, still wearing the same leather. You know? I think some people don't age gracefully. They should just like switch gears. You know, what works at 25 doesn't work at 50.
I'll send you the video of the guy I was referring to. His name's Timmy No Breaks. I said, bitch, I got fucking bills to pay. I said, bitch. Why can't I find you, Jakob? Oh, by the way, like, do you have a digital camera by any chance?
Like, how many digital cameras? The question is, how many digital cameras?
Yeah, which one? Which ones do you have?
I have
An Nikon.
a Canon 1DX. digital camera.
Oh,
I have some smaller street photography kind of cameras.
what do you use for like your editing software? Lightroom.
Lightroom Classic. Because they
Lightroom Classic's the best.
Yeah, and I got this new console for it. It's called a I don't memorize the name of it. You forget this thing. It works for video editing software. It's like a little small. Here, look this up. It's called.
What is the Logitech?
No, it's much better. It's called Loopdex CT.
Oh, I don't like the Loopdex.
Really? They're really nice compared to Logitech. It's garbage. This thing is made out of metal.
Yeah, I have. It's the thing is like I don't need a loop deck because I have a like a whatever it is, like 15% keyboard or whatever, and I have like 20 keys. I have the Razer Tartarus.
It's not a keyboard replacement.
No, I know. It's just because I don't need like a loop deck, but it's also because like the I don't use Lightroom. I actually really don't like it. I use Raw Therapy. It's completely free.
Like the, Lightroom for
Editing photos.
No. Mostly I edit in Photoshop, but for like some simple clean editing, like cropping and stuff, I use Lightroom. But it's really a database. It's a database of photos.
Oh, okay.
You can tag them and label them, and
Yeah. It is good for cataloging and stuff.
Yeah, that's all I use it for, to be honest. So Looptech is nice because when you're in the OS, the keys are OS related. The moment you go into LightTech, it changes the keys to be LightTech related, and they're haptics. When you touch them, they vibrate. I think it's very well thought out.
Okay, cool. Well, listen, the reason I ask is because I'm actually coming out with my film emulation LUT. So, I mean, if you'd like to try it out, I'd love to send it over.
Yeah.
Do you ever shoot in colored stock?
Film?
Yeah.
No, the only film that I shoot, and I just shot a roll yesterday, is black and white. 400. I use HP5, no for HP5.
Hey, what is it? HP5?
Yeah, H, as you guys say over there. HP5, Hotel Papa 5. It's their 400 grain. It's the same as Triumph. So I scan it if I want to get it digital, I scan it.
Who's the? Oh my God, this is Kitover, yeah.
It's British company.
Is there a print to this?
Or what?
Is there a print?
What does that mean?
Like, well, because like you're shooting a negative, right?
Right.
So like to develop a print.
Yeah. Then you put it in an enlarger and you print it on paper.
No, but like, no, not like
Is there a
paper.
positive version of it?
Yeah, is there a positive version?
No, that's only color, and that's Kodachrome.
Really?
Yeah, Kodachrome has been out forever. It hasn't.
No, I'm saying like I didn't think that it would only be for color. I'm saying.
No, there's no positive version of black and white film. That I know.
Because I'm looking specifically for like film stocks that have a positive print.
I think there's color that do it, but I don't know of a black and white film that has a black and white positive film.
Because I'm going to be doing all of the Kodak ones. I'm going to be doing like Kodak Gold, Kodak Ultramax, Kodak.
Those are negative films. Those aren't positive films.
Yeah, no, but you can. There is a positive print to all of them. Because the whole thing is I can emulate the negatives.
A positive print to any negative film. It's called an enlarger or a contact print.
What do you mean a contact print?
1-to-1. You can either take the negative and print it 1-to-1, or you can raise the negative up and put a light source behind it, and then it will become larger, so you can print.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. Because the print is usually like the positive to the negative. which gives it like the actual characteristics. Like the the negative only measures density. You would need the actual positive to that negative to actually make like any sort of like contrast adjustment or like a saturation adjustment or whatever. So without the actual positive, you don't have any of the actual characteristics come out. You just have like the density of all the colors within the negative.
I thought you could play it without. See, look, I don't do this for living. I thought I only do film. I thought you could do that all electronically.
No, you can. You can. Absolutely, you can. My thing is that, like, because, for example, like, I'm trying to emulate the entire process. So, like, for example, like, if I were to, like, right now, what I'm doing, what I'm developing right now. I mean, I don't really care, to be honest. Like, we had John Kitover fucking talking about how he wanted to get voted in, fucking whatever bullshit that he's talking about.
That's the background investigation.
Yeah, and plus, look, Mike's a photographer. He would get my.
That's fine. I'm sensitive to geeking out on people. So.
Oh no, I'll geek out anywhere. I don't care.
Okay.
Mike, I'll be able to send you a film emulation you can test out. I'll try and do Fuji just for you. If you have a specific film stock in mind, I'll send it to you.
So then why don't you just scan a print from?
Wait, what are you asking? I missed it, Simon. What are you saying?
Just scan a print.
Well, I am going to scan a print, but I actually need the characteristics from the negative in order for the print to actually match the digital.
So what do you need?
Basically, I've developed a system where I can profile film, like basically like one-to-one scientifically. And I know you said you love those Fuji colors, and if there was a particular, I just bought like 2 Aperture Nova 300s, and I'm buying the Seaconic C7000 so I can like scientifically map the digital response of the sensors to film.
Yeah, I think Fuji Provia is the one that I like the best. That's the one that I use the most.
Fuji Provia.
Yeah, that's
Provia, yeah, P-R-O-V-I-A.
Is there a print to that?
Is there a print to it? What do you mean?
That's the you're hitting the same wall in talking to Simon that I just did.
Basically, okay, look. For example, let's say in motion picture, okay, in motion picture, so in motion picture, you realize, like, let's say Quentin Tarantino shoots a movie in, like, Kodak 500T, 35 millimeter, 5219. That's the negative, right? That's the thing that gets processed in the film. Then, if you were to finish that negative and go to a positive print, you would need the actual stock, which is the 2383 stock. That basically they take the film, they shine a light through the negative, and print it. Yeah, and then they print it onto a new stock called the 2383 that has all of the.
Wait, is that for a still for one frame?
That they do that for every frame of the movie. They print it onto the 2383. So you have
that's like old film printing where you use a projector and you have a paper come to the
negative. Wait, that doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Why not?
Because I used to work in a movie theater. In the movie theater is a negative on a huge roll. It's just a continuous negative. It's frames, right? And it runs at a
the film. No, they would actually have the print. They would have to have the print. Otherwise, if you're just getting like a very flat image in the from the negative.
Well, welcome to the world of big screen movie theaters.
But they have the prints. That's what I'm saying. No. They like if you look at all the movies.
You hold the print up to light, can you see through it?
What?
If you took what you call this print, if you held it up to the light, is it opaque or can you see through it?
You can see through it.
That's a negative.
No, that's the print. The
print in the sense that they.
No, the print is what goes through. Is what gets.
Using a film terminology for photographic purposes. We have to print a negative is something different in the film industry than it is in the photographic world.
No, in the photographic world, they have actually, I'll give you the actual because I forgot the name because I just learned it.
That's the problem we're running into. I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah, like I know you know what I'm talking about. It's just like a regular. It looks like a regular sheet. Yeah, it looks like a regular sheet that you just develop, but it has all of like the characteristics. It's not like a normal like piece of paper. It's like the paper that has like the contrast and all that stuff that you develop.
It still ends up on this huge reel that's like 70 miles long, and by 70 meter or 75. Is it 35 millimeter or 70 millimeters wide? So, like, why are you talking about paper?
I'm talking about for still photography now. It'd be Kodak Endura, that's it.
The Velvia is much brighter. Go with the Velvia. Velvia, or Velvia, however you pronounce it. Some people do it one way, some people say it the other way.
Kodak Endura. Yeah, that's it. RA4 color paper, that's it. Yeah, so if you look this up, Kodak Endura RA4.
Right, RA4 is just the paper that you print the negatives on.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the print.
But the richness of it doesn't come from.
No, it does. No?
Not that I'm aware of. I've never understood. The paper usually has a speed associated with it, but it has a grain structure. So there's that. If you're talking about the grain structure.
Well, it also has like a contrast and saturation, though. No?
Yeah, there are elements of
different papers produce different results. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like I'm basically like
what the characteristics of the paper in terms of speed, in terms of contrast, in terms of saturation, right?
Yeah. Well, not speed, because I mean you can't emulate the speed once it's it's digitally taken. But like the contrast and saturation are the characteristics.
In a darkroom paper has speed. It's a question of how much light gets.
Oh, exactly. But that's more of like the development process because this is a digital emulation. That goes right out the window.
Right. Exactly. It's instantaneous.
But my process, I have to make sure, like basically like my ISO sensitivity on my digital camera was 640, and because the stock that I was using was a Kodak 500T, I had to match the sensitivities. So I had to basically shoot 640 because the native ISO of my Sony camera is 640, and I had to use 1/15 of a shutter on my film camera.
What do you mean by the native?
Well, because like
whatever you want it to be.
No. Because it's a distribution of light, and the native ISO with basically like the middle point between how much how sensitive your sensor is between in the shadows versus in the highlights. 640 is where you get an even distribution of both. But if you're shooting at, let's say, like 1,000 ISO over like 640, well, then you're losing information in the shadows to preserve information in the highlights. Or if you want more shadow,
dynamic range.
then you lose.
Yeah, it's dynamic range, Simon. To maximize dynamic range, you have to shoot within the native ISO.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that. That makes more sense.
Sorry, I'm just very technical in these explanations, but basically that's what it is. So I shoot at 640, and then I have to shoot at f8 because I have to go. I'm doing exposure brackets going up 5 stops and down 5 stops from f8. So then I have to shoot at 1/15 on the film camera, and then I have to shoot at 1/20th on my digital camera, so that I have the exact same amount of light coming in.
Hold on,
because it's a third of a stop. appreciate what I've been developing, it would be like you and Mike. That's why I just brought this up, because I just spent the last year learning about all this shit.
Oh, so wouldn't be the person that's the number one order on the receipt, huh?
Well, I mean, like, you'll never actually have the opportunity to test it. So, like, I mean, I appreciate the support.
No, I take pictures.
Do you edit it? I mean, you wouldn't even be able to use it in Lightroom, but like if you download Raw Therapy, you can try it for
His
sure.
pictures are always out of focus, and it's not because he drinks.
I mean, Raw Therapy is actually a free download, so I actually am planning on doing one with the iPhone. So, if do you have log? Can you shoot in log on your iPhone? I don't know what iPhone you have.
Just raw.
Oh, I mean, if you shoot RAW, yeah, you can definitely use the lens for sure. Yeah.
Lou, you look at raw, right?
Yeah. This is why we're friends. Nothing wrong with liking it raw.
That's right. Duplicate time. So wait. So is Mike still there? Is there a positive print to the Fuji? What is it? Fuji Provia.
That's where you're running into problems, because for any film you can print it on different paper. It's not like a one-to-one relationship. This is a suggested one, but you can print it on a wide variety of things.
Well, I would love to. I mean, the wider,
Well done, but
the better, to be honest.
which speed? It only comes in what? Is it 200? So
The higher, the better, to be honest.
So, like, the film part of the Fuji Provia, like, the film is responsible for, like, the hue of the colors, the hue of the green, how much blue the green has in it, or how much yellow the green has in it. That's what the film does, right? And then certain films, like slide film, are more colorful than other types of film, like 35 millimeter, like regular film. But then at the same time, you have paper. The paper really just provides the silver substrate in the paper, depending on how it's created, will provide more or less contrast in the blacks and the whites and the shadows and the highlights. And then it will also provide a grain level. It can, which is different, which handles different amounts of light differently. But it's not going to change. Like, it's not going to. The paper isn't going to make blue. Isn't going to make a green color more blue. The paper's not going to do that. That's the film part. That's the difference between what the film does and what the paper is responsible for in the finished print in traditional, like, film print photography.
Oh, I thought, okay, so my understanding was that, like, negatives only provide the density required to actually print.
No. What? Oh, go ahead. No, they don't. No, they don't. The negatives have color in them. That's why you have to. That's why black and white negatives can be processed under red light, and slide film has to be processed in pitch black, because the light spectrum will affect the slide film and ruin it. The slide has the full color in it. That's why you can shine a light through a slide, a 35 millimeter slide, and you can watch you put it in a slide projector and you can watch a movie.
That's fine.
Same way film works.
Right. See, that's what when I was talking originally, Simon, I was talking about black and white, where the negative does provide the density.
Exactly, but black and white, the paper does too. In that case, black and white, they both.
Yeah, but the majority of it comes from you can't make it up if the negative doesn't have the density. Like
you can dodge and burn. Yeah, you can dodge and burn.
It's a pain.
Then it creates noise. So
yeah.
I mean, you do dodge and burn in black and white. That's what you do. As a
I know, but in general, you prefer not to.
Well, my whole thing was like,
yeah, but if you look like Man Ray, right? Like Man Ray's the master of black and white in contrast and all that. If you look at his work, he dodges and burns the fuck out of it. Like that's not shot the camera.
If you look at the picture, he actually runs those contact prints, and then he drew lines around them and said, okay, plus this, negative that.
Exactly. So he's doing that with his hand and with the little lollipop.
Little notching tools. Yeah.
My understanding of this whole process, like the way I conceptualized it, was basically like the negative is just basically like log, and then the print is like the Rec 709. That was it. That's like how I conceptualized this whole thing.
I don't know. See, it does. I'm with Yakov. I think it's confusing to think of the film side of it because I don't know the film side very well. What I think of film as, when I think of a movie, like a movie on film, the big roll, I think of that film as like individual slides, like one slide, a 35mm slide. It comes on a strip because that's the way it does in the camera, and you cut it into squares, and then you put in little paper, outlines that you can drop into the slide projector. So I picture movies just like that, except movie film is all still attached, and it just runs through.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying like because the whole process of like a movie. Like if you look at, for example, like Jurassic Park or whatever, like they always say like, oh, it's got the 2383 look. 2383 is another film stock that they print, that they shine a light through the negative to print onto this new stock. So it has all the characteristics.
Yeah, see, that's the part that I don't understand. Because that's the part I don't understand. Because a movie
film photography.
Well, it is. Plus, what you're describing to me is basically like taking film, still film, camera film, and then shining a light through it onto another piece of film, not paper. And if they're doing that, then I guess I didn't know they did that because there is no second step necessary. You process the film and it comes out with the colors on the actual film.
Well,
like,
okay, so
I'm not smoking something like.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying like that's not a process that people use. I'm just saying like the full, like the intended characteristics of like what Kodak envisions, what their customers utilize, is the whole part of like, if I'm Kodak and I say, listen, like the negative is the first step in the process, but then in order to actually maximize the development of the full characteristics, you need the positive. So you have to develop the positive on the prints.
Yeah, that's true. But the positive, the quote-unquote positive, which I've never heard it called that before, is weird, but to me. But the positive is created simply by shining a light through the negative onto a piece of paper. But in a movie, you're not shining it onto a piece of paper. So what you're describing to me sounds like you're shining it on another piece of film. Another stock film.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they're doing.
And then that's okay. I didn't know they did that. It seems weird.
It's a really complicated process, but
that's why they make a print. And I've heard that phrase. The problem is when you use that phrase, Simon, to a bunch of film photographers, we think something completely different.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had no idea because I don't know like what the process was. I just knew like I looked into it like briefly for me to figure out like which stock I should
is when he started talking about Provia. That's a slide film. It's a positive.
Right.
So
Provia is a positive. Oh, Provia is a positive.
So Provia is a positive already. It's a full color little picture. You just shine light through it. It's a slide.
Yeah. It's like from 64.
It's like slide
film. So not shoot with the Provia.
So the Provia comes out with a full color little transparent picture that you just shine a light through onto a piece of paper to print, right?
Remember those carousels, way back when you used to like watch them, you come home from a trip and you send the Kodachrome to be processed at the photomat and they come back and then you put them into the carousel.
And so you have to be really, really, really specific with your exposures when you're shooting slide film. You can't overexpose or underexpose because you can't recover that later. When you develop the film, it comes out as it is, and then you shine a light through it. So you don't have the ability, you don't have the secondary step to dodge and burn a slide when you're going to look at a screen. You have to shoot it 100%. You have to shoot 100% right exposure, or it'll be too overexposed or underexposed when you actually look at it.
I'm looking at it. It's pretty expensive, but it's also like it's gonna be very difficult to actually expose this because I have to match. What is this? 2, 4?
I would look at
like 2.5 stops difference or 3 stop difference.
I would look at I think it's called Mastic. There's a company that does what you're talking about. But they do it. They make profiles that affect raw files. Let me see if it's called. Hang on one second. What's it called? There's a company that does what you're talking about for like Lightroom and stuff like that.
I think you're reinventing a wheel that's already been optimized.
No, trust
on the
me.
digital photography side,
Nobody's doing it.
Wait,
So
Mike, are you agreeing with me or with him?
he's agreeing with you.
I'm kind of in the middle of both of you, actually. I'm not sure that. See, my problem is I'm not familiar enough with the film, with the movie part of it, to like comment on what Simon's saying. I'm just not sure Simon knows
Did
exactly
I
what
just
he's
hear that during a Simon and Jackal sandwich?
Wait, what?
I kind of am stuck there.
Wait, what did you say?
The
Wait, what did you say?
only thing she can offer is a comment.
Kobe is using a sandwich.
Oh.
Wait, which
I want you to see something. Hang on. I want you to see something. I'm trying to find it. Hold on a second. It's called, what the fuck is this? What are these things at? Fuji profile for Sony camera. Fuji profile for Sony cameras.
the thing is that like I'm sure that they have like some profiles. I don't know if it's to the extent that like how accurate it is. Like I'm talking about almost a 1-to-1 scientific replication. Like almost nobody I know is doing this, and like I've really like looked at this. Like nobody is doing this. There's maybe 5 people in the film.
Because nobody cares enough.
Oh no, I mean I know for like color grading
Your
and stuff.
intended use. Simon, let's start with that. What do you, like,
He's trying to scam me for $30.
so what's the use application of this?
It's so basically anyone in post production or in production can use this to emulate film. So if they want to make their movies look like film with this particular Kodak stock, I'll have this available. And then I'm also going to extend it to photographers.
Emulating the grain of the film, not the paper. Like, so I'm emulating me.
No, I'm emulating the negative response of how like if you were to develop a negative, you would have a 1-to-1 emulation from a digital camera to
No, you only when you 1-to-1 is a positive.
Simon, go look up
1-to-1 is a negative, and
Go look up cobalt-image.com. Cobalt-image.com. They basically do I use it. So here's what it is. It goes camera by camera specific. It's actually programmed for the camera model, meaning that if I pay for a Sony A7 III, if I pay for a Fuji emulator for a Sony A7 III through them, it won't work on a Sony A7 IV. It only works on Sony A7 III. It's applied to the raw file in Lightroom as a profile before you begin editing. So it affects the raw file in ways that are very different than like a filter does when you create like presets. It's not.
you can't get this. Yeah, you can't get this level of detail in a preset. I was about to say.
Yeah, it's like a Right, it's like a technical adjustment to the actual native Sony file, and it's created camera by camera by Cobalt, and they translate like Fuji Provia into like an A7 III raw file for a Sony can appear to be a Fuji profile. It'll automatically adjust the grain, so automatically do that, and then you bring it in Lightroom, and then you can apply presets, save presets, and stuff like that. So I've been using it in my wedding work now for like a year because I felt like the A7 III files are very kind of anemic and the skin tones are kind of pink. And I liked it for a long time, but then I wanted more depth in the colors. And so I went and bought this profile through Cobalt, and it costs it's like $150 total, or a little bit more maybe.
Holy shit! I was saw mine for like $50.
Yeah, it is $150 for just the A7 III, and I own the A7 IV as well. And I forgot, oh shit, I can't use it. Every time I open the file, it's not available to me. And
because it's camera specific to the raw file.
Yes.
What's the name of this?
It's called cobalt-image.com. And if you look at, I'll put a link to one of my recent weddings. I just edited a wedding. Well, I don't have the pictures yet. The pictures look totally.
Wait,
Cobalt-image.com.
I can't spell either word. I must have a problem with my spelling.
We provide Cobalt. It's COBALT -image.
Like I can't spell and I have 2 O's.
Combination professional videos with cobalt images, advanced color grading technology. Our LUTs are designed for seamless compatibility. Oh, I'm curious to see this.
Right, you're basically doing the same thing
You're
with Trump.
reinventing a wheel that's been invented.
But this is only for still, Yakov, and this is for Lightroom, right?
Correct.
And
You
for
have to do it
Photoshop.
for film. But haven't you done this for film?
Yeah, I mean, there's people.
Somebody done this for film?
Yeah, so there are people who have done it. I mean, like, it's a very, it's the most generic thing. Like, everybody sells a Kodak 500T 2383 LUT. The problem is it good? And I'm talking about people have used like very like non-scientific ways to actually develop this. I'm talking about one of the highest produced quality LUTs that you can use for like any situation, basically, and nobody is basically. There's only a handful of people who have been able to do the level that I'm talking about. There's a bunch of people who are like producing what I'm talking about, but at the level of like scientific endeavor that I'm talking about, maybe 5 people have done this, and I'm really excluding like some of the elite like companies, because they have like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment that I just don't have access to. But like in terms of like I have like $15,000 worth of shit, and I'm able to do this at home.
You got a lot of shit.
Yeah.
That's why your girlfriend called me complaining.
He's a professional.
That's right.
It's professional shit.
Yeah, and that's actually that is actually a very interesting thing. I might have to do the custom profile, Mike, for Lightroom customers, because I was just saying, like, I could just send people to like raw therapy, and then they can just apply all of their the LUTs over there, because Adobe is just like, I find their products like really not good, like at all. It's really like not custom friendly.
Oh no, their products they're horrible. But they really are. They've gotten bad over the years. They used to be great, now they're pretty poor. And they leak memory like crazy. Like they're really, really badly designed now. They're overcoded essentially. They're too
memory. What is that called?
So they use a tremendous amount of RAM that they don't actually need. So, and it's got an overkill though. Like when I use Lightroom and Photoshop open together now to edit a wedding, I can sometimes be using as much as like 50 to 60 gigabytes of RAM with 2 programs, which is like retarded. Like there's absolutely no reason for that. There's nothing. But it's because they become bloated, because they engineer code on top of they code on top of other code on top of other code, and now that they're decades into it, they're just getting overwhelming. And so now I don't think that it's completely by accident either. It's kind of like forced. What's the word? Forced. What's the word? Not when it's worn out. When the Apple plans it, forced obsolescence. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, forced obsolescence. They have to be in bed with hardware manufacturers to force people to get bigger.
Well, which I'm sure they are with Apple. I'm sure that Adobe is in bed with Apple in some respects for that part of it. I would think, or at least Adobe. Yeah, I would think so. I would think that Adobe's doing that. I don't know, maybe not.
Honestly, like, I don't know, like, the photography side, but I know that there's starting to be, like, a lot of alternatives to the Adobe stuff. And, like, I really started to like, raw therapy right now. It's, like, it's fully, like, you can use cube files, you can use presets, you can use whatever the fuck you want, and it has all the customizability.
Like therapy, I can understand all the stuff you've been through.
Yeah,
Therapy's good.
It's very profitable for your therapist.
That's right.
Maybe your therapist will sleep with you like Adobe slept with Apple.
That's right.
You did say he was in bed with them, right?
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm looking at like these Fuji stocks, but that's actually a really good point though. Like, I might have to go the profile route. sent me?
I was thinking about that. We were talking about it earlier that I want to say it in public.
Oh,
I mean, I think Simon the challenge, to explain it in layman's terms, the challenge you have is to distinguish why your product is more important or revolutionary than Lutzes in general. Like, I don't think that Cobalt, very few people do what Cobalt does for Lightroom. And very few people, those profiles come from the camera manufacturers usually, not from independent software companies. And so I think the challenge, and I'm speaking from a Lightroom perspective and a still print perspective because I don't do video, but same difference. I think it's to explain to somebody, listen, this is more important than this is more important than a LUTs because you all use LUTs to get kind of what you want. But this is, you have an advantage over LUTs by using this my new thing because blah, 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 blah. And to say that it's just simply more accurate in its ability to emulate traditional stocks, I think that's valid, but then you'd almost have to show what you mean because at some point those LUTs can pick up the general look of different types of film pretty well. You know what I mean?
so basically, like, I mean, just to briefly go through it, like, when I mean, like, accurate, I mean, like, how true do the colors actually, because, I mean, as you know, like, film is not the same as, like, digital motion is not the same as, like, photography in the sense that, like, there's like moving parts because like there could be like exposure differences like within the exact same scene. So like a LUT has to be able to stand, you know, to a lot higher degree of scrutiny than like a digital photo where you just, you know, shift the like up and down values and you can do whatever you want. So like a LUT is 3D as opposed to like a 2D preset in Lightroom. So basically, but like what I could absolutely do what Cobalt Image does though, because like I know like exactly how a linear image, like a raw photo, basically reacts. So I could actually emulate what Cobalt Images does, and it would be like, you know, fairly simple. I technically just did it. Basically, I just did like their entire process, but I didn't customize it directly to Lightroom, but I think that would actually be like a really cool thing though.
So when you're editing like a movie and you have different cuts and the DP has changed the lighting or maybe changed the white balance or something in between them, or just shot one take, overexposed it or underexposed it because the clouds are moving in and out and he's not very good at paying attention or whatever. When you have these things, you line them up and then you cut them back and forth between takes and they're back to back to each other and it's switching, right? It's switching brighter and darker, but it's also potentially even switching colors or something like that.
Yeah.
Does the LUTs doesn't account for that. It doesn't account for the exposure variance, right? It only accounts for the color shift.
So it maps the color. Like if it was like supposed to be like a particular like cyan color, but then the LUT reads that cyan color as like purple, for example, like just a radical change, then it's gonna read it as purple.
Right. So that's exactly how Lightroom is. So, but I was trying to understand the three-dimensional part you're talking about because you still have to custom adjust in whatever video editing app you're using. You still have to custom adjust scene by scene to make sure that the white balance feels consistent between takes and that the exposures are accurate, right?
Absolutely.
So that's pretty much exactly the same as editing pictures. Like when I'm shooting a wedding, I mean, I'm very specific the way I shoot and I'm very accurate. So I adjust my color temperature while I'm shooting. I walk into a room and I look at the lights and I judge them visually and I say, oh, these are kind of, you know, medium orange. So I'm going to say that this is 3600 Kelvin or whatever. And I put my camera on 3600 Kelvin before I even start. So I don't use auto white balance, which keeps my end result really consistent, right? If I'm in an area and I'm shooting white balance, the camera's bouncing. It's every time I turn somewhere, it's going, oh, 4000 Kelvin. Oh, wait, no, 36,000 Kelvin. Oh, this, that. You bring it back, and it's all over the fucking place. But since I shoot custom white balance by myself all day, then when I come home, I have way less post-production because my color
Yeah, well,
right? And so movies, they do that by default. Like, they don't use auto white balance and DP.
in these weddings.
Yeah, definitely shoot raw.
Yeah, around the hard drive with you.
But here's the deal, Yakov. But no, I mean, cards are cheap now. Big cards are cheap.
Yeah, I know.
Here's the deal, Yakov. What people believe is if you shoot raw, you can fix white balance later. That's not true.
No,
You can, sort of.
It's a lot harder. Let's put it out.
You can, sort of, but not really.
Losing you.
I mean, harder. You can sometimes, and yeah, it's not. I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's harder, but
It's not only just harder; it's actually impossible.
no, there's mathematical transformations for you to change white balance. I don't know like how like mathematically it is in like Lightroom or whatever, but like in DaVinci, like it's just math. Like to just like tell the camera like, okay, you read this at 5600, like now you're just gonna read this at like 3200 or whatever.
It's not true though, because it can't recover. It can't shift 100% back to what it would have been in the camera natively. Sometimes, depending how far you're off.
Well, if you're shooting in RAW, you are though, because you're shooting in linear light, so you're literally just telling the camera, like, you saw it at 6 Kelvin. That's it.
Then maybe the difference, if that's true, and
I did a whole deep dive. I'm
Okay, if that's-
fairly certain.
if that's true, then there's no reason anyone should ever be shooting auto white balance, because it literally triples your post-production workload. Like, it's the dumbest thing you can do to shoot auto white balance. Like, why do people think that's convenient and when they can switch letters? That's not true. Auto white balance definitely bakes in something into the raw file that is not exactly adjustable later.
So I'll tell you right now. So especially in RAW, you're 100% safe, because if you're working in RAW, that means you're working in linear light, and it's pre the bake-in of the camera matrix, which is where your camera actually decides what white balance you're choosing. So like 100% certain, I'm 100% certain that just telling again, like this has to be calculated math and not like some slider. Like that's why like I'll make that point very clear. So like in DaVinci Resolve, there's a tool called chromatic adaptation.
Okay, wait. I'm keying in. I believe what you're saying, but there's something I'm missing trying to explain it to you. There's color of light and there's quality of light, right? Yeah. So the color of light is the Kelvin. The quality of the light is how much of the light spectrum the light source emits, right?
Yeah.
So when you're shooting, when you're picking your temperature and you're under a less than 100% CRI value light source, say that the light source is traditional 3200 Kelvin light bulb, right? And the fire inside there is lacking magenta. So when you're in there and you're setting your white balance to 3200, thinking that you can adjust it later and make it look better, it's completely missing magenta in the first place. So when you come back later and you go to try to pull in the magenta because it's missing, because the picture's too orange, there's no magenta in the raw file to recover. It doesn't exist.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So those are just values that you're. So hold on. Let me just make the distinction. So I'm saying, let's say for example, you have no control over the scene, like you're just using the sun as a key. You know, you fuck up your white balance like in camera. Like I'm saying, 100% certain you can change it.
Right, but the sun's 100% CRI value. No,
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, it would be
not at sunset, but
yeah, it'd be like 5600 Kelvin, for example. Let's say I shoot at like 2000 Kelvin, you have like a super blue image. Okay, just
yes,
as an example. Okay.
Yes.
So now, let's say you're like, fuck, like you know, what do I do? You, with 100% certainty, you can actually change that, no problem. There's math to fix that. Now, the difference is if, for example,
if you're shooting in a less than quality, if you're shooting in a less than ideal light quality setting, say like again under 3200 Kelvin bulb that's missing magenta, it's like 70% CRI value, right?
Yeah.
If you're shooting already in that, and you vastly screw up your white balance in customs, so you're there and you shoot it at 5600, and you should be at 32, right? Later, when you go back from that file in the raw file and you adjust it back to 32, my belief from doing it, from living with it, has been that you're not going to get the same quality as if you would have set 32 in the first place under those less than ideal lighting quality conditions.
It's funny, if you want, I can show you, because I actually just, like, this whole chart thing, like, basically I just took a file and I shot with my Sony camera. I can show you exactly what the raw file looks like out of camera. Have you ever imported a raw photo in raw therapy? Have you ever done that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, if you're ever curious, okay, I was shocked by doing this because I thought that the image was completely underexposed, like I'd never seen an underexposure before. Okay, but apparently Sony does something with their matrix. So, like, for example, let's say you shoot actually maybe it does this you're on Mac, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if it does this on Mac. If you ever click a raw photo, okay, like let's say it's just still in the file, in the SD card, and you click on it to view it, does it ever show you like a dark image and then it pops up into like a bright image, or it goes like bright to dark? Like, does it ever do that?
No, but I can picture what you're talking about. I can definitely.
Okay. The reason that it does do that is because of that underexposure that I was showing you. So, like, I'm not saying that the image is underexposed, but the way that the actual camera processes the image, if you ever take any of your raw photos and you just put it into raw therapy, you're going to see, and you put it into the neutral setting, not like some camera profile thing. You just put neutral setting in raw therapy, you're going to see like almost a black image. And the reason like the camera captures that is because like before your manufacturer, I think you said you use Sony, right? Before Sony applies its matrix into the camera, or Adobe does it in post actually, there's an entire process being done before you actually see your processed image. And basically that's just like math being applied to the image to basically take it out of like that dark image. So I could send you an image on Facebook right now that's just 100% raw sensor data. Like, this is untouched data, and I just manually white balance it myself. So like you can 100% like white balance any shot just using math.
I mean, it makes sense because that's what RAW is versus JPEG. You're not baking in the decisions, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess the part that had me confused from experience is that I was confusing that with the incredible benefit of avoiding auto white balance in order to reduce the lack of consistency later in the editing process. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was because that's true, because that's a true thing, but it's not necessarily correlated to that reason. It has a different reason. The different reason is that your camera otherwise, under auto white balance conditions in the same lighting scenario, is sometimes bouncing around on its own because it's making decisions shot by shot and not always stay consistent. And that is a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you say like, listen, like the quality of light, or the white point is going to be like 5600, then you know, okay, like all like X shots are going to be 5600. If you know like the lighting changes and like you're at like 4500, then you know, okay, X amount of shots at 4500. You can just change all of that later, and you never have to worry about that.
Right, because if you go in another white balance situation, you're shooting like a reception, and there's windows, and you're moving around, and the camera's flipping around. Later, you have to go through hundreds of photos, and you have to basically recalibrate. You gotta custom tune the white balance on every single photo independently. There's no cut and paste representatives. post-production, every hour you spend in post is losing money as a photographer. You've already earned your money behind the camera, and now you go home and you're losing money while you're doing it. You're basically making $300 an hour, and now it's $280 an hour because I worked a little longer, or it's $200 an hour. Like you're losing money as you post-production. And setting custom white balance while you work, and you don't need a fucking gray card like a bunch of weirdos running around with that thing. That's a pain in the ass. You literally just eyeball it and go, okay, well, I figured this out, right? High noon, sun is always 50, 600.
Yeah.
Like, just knowing that is like the best thing you can do for your workflow in the entire fucking world. There's nothing that will save you more time, and it's crazy that people don't pay attention.
Yeah. I mean, look. If you want, if you're interested, I just sent you basically like 2 photos on Messenger. One of them is the actual raw file straight out of my camera. Like there's no processing done to the image. And then the second image is basically the processed white balanced version.
Oh yeah, that's weird. It's kind of like it's
super dark.
It's like if the camera has like that black file is full of numbers on the pixel level, but the camera hasn't interpreted the numbers for the human eye to see them yet.
Correct. And if you look at raw therapy, this is like where kind of like the concept clicked in my head. Basically, like before the matrix, it looks like this, and then in the not the matrix, the post processing, Adobe applies its own curve to bring this image back out, and raw therapy actually provides you with a custom curves depending on like what type of look you're trying to go for. So like they have like a film curve, they have a digital curve, they have a Sony curve, whatever the hell curve you want to bring this image back out. So then it applies its own profile. So it's really
that's what Cobalt's doing, right? With the food.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Cobalt's doing. That's why like when you brought this Cobalt thing up, that really like, put a little light bulb in my head that I can be hyper specific to any camera, and I can charge whatever the hell I want because it is specific to a camera. And I can do all of these because I have these charts. Because basically, like, if you see the chart on the left, I can actually invert the camera matrix. So like there is no processing in any stage. And then I can have like the most custom contrast curve because I have the chart in the middle for all the little grayscales, and then I can basically copy any camera that I want. So if you want to make it look like, if you want your Sony to look like a Canon, I can do that. If I want to make it look like a Fuji stock, if I want to make it look like a Kodak stock, I can do all of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I just took
and Cobalt's.
Sorry, what were we saying? Cobalt's version?
Cobalt's version of Fuji for the Sony A7 III is very well done. Like at some point you need a human. Like I have an exceptional eye for color. I don't know. I just do it nowadays. I've done it so many fucking thousands of hours, just what it is. And so if I was to look at a picture, if I want to say, I want my picture like this, how do I do it? I can say, oh, you need to increase the blues and the greens. You need to remove some saturation from the orange. You need to do this, you need to do that. And boom, it will just appear that. You up your curve and in this spot and lower here or whatever. Like I can just visually look at two pictures and tell the difference between them in that respect. At some point, the people at Cobalt have to be able to do that too. At some point, they have the engineers that are responsible for the color number adjustments might not be the same people that are responsible for deciding that blue number has to be increased at a certain ratio for this color hue.
Yeah.
They're two different things. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And basically, yeah, you actually just put a fucking crazy idea in my head. Oh my god. I think I will do this.
Well, this is like the nerdiest thing for me. Like this is when you and I talk about color like this. This is what I get excited about. Like I don't know. It's just it's so funny how we can be so geeky about it. Other people are like, what the fuck? But like
$88 for this lot. That is insane.
That's pretty cheap for a slot. How much are you paying per slots?
I don't even think it's that great, to be honest.
Well, I mean, think of presets are even not even real. Presets are bullshit, complete bullshit. And those things sell for $50, $60 each sometimes. I mean, and they're nothing. I mean, at least a profile is legitimately something. I mean,
I know, but like the presets just don't look that good. I mean, the profiles don't even look that good. That's what I'm saying.
well, and that's what I'm going with this. But Simon, that's what I'm going with this. That's because the expert color eye guy, the guy that decides how to line up those two things, isn't the same guy as the guy punching the numbers to change how the camera program interprets the colors. And so if they have a bad matchup, but then they program it the way they intend to, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to accurately represent what was there. It's still up to interpretation. So.
It's because I'm looking at cobalt images like Porsche LUTs. Like these are just don't look good to me. Like none of their products actually look very good to me. I don't know if it's just in the.
Well, even the Fuji Provia, I changed the hues on the greens. I add more blue to the greens by default. As soon as I apply it, I go right in immediately and change the greens to my preset that I want, because it's not an exact match. But what it does is it alters mostly what it does for the Sony files is it increases the saturation at a rate that's very reminiscent of Fuji, and it shifts the pinks to orange a little bit by default, but at a granular level that can then be further tweaked with presets. That's what I like about it. It's the closest I can get to a starting point, and I can never get to where I end up with it without it. I can't just go in color-wise and manipulate everything.
It's because of the special type of contrast that it has. Exactly. The way it hits the I mean,
so it kind of like opens up a parameter for me that I can play with. It's inaccessible in the raw file by default, which is why even though one might critique the Cobalt to say, oh, this isn't a very good example, Provia. Look, I mean, I don't like this one. It doesn't look that much like this, whatever. That's not even relevant to me. It's that it extends the dynamic range of the color variables that I have in Lightroom under each hue that I can't otherwise do. It's almost like it turns Lightroom into Capture One Pro. Capture One Pro does that by default because Capture One Pro does exactly what you're talking about. They program their algorithm for each camera model by camera with a human eye. That's why Capture One's so good with color. But Capture One sucks with workflow. So I shoot Capture One when I'm on the table, tethered, and I use Lightroom for weddings. Capture One sucks for large volume files like weddings. So it's kind of like I get the best of both worlds with that Cobalt profile.
Mike, you're honestly, Cobalt are about to hate the shit out of you because I'm gonna undercut the shit out of them. I'll sell mine for like $75.
There's another person that does it too, by the way.
Camera.
There's another guy that does this. I think his name is Fred Mira or something. You can Google it. If you Google like Fuji profile for Sony, I think it's Fred Mira or something like that. I think he does the same thing. He's not just selling presets. He's actually gone deeper into the emulation part of it, of the profiles.
Okay, well, I mean, what is this, Fred? No, that's not.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on a second. There's only two that I know that even do it, to be honest.
Yeah, these guys are gonna fucking hate me because I'm about to start looking into like because I cannot believe people would actually buy this. $188 for a fucking LUT for only one camera.
Right. Right. But now you get a bunch of Fuji profiles. You don't just get Provia. Like I can pick from like 15 different Fuji emulators per camera model.
So you get multiple emulation.
Camera, yeah. It's all the film from the one camera type, basically. All the most popular films.
Okay.
So, and you have to pay two things. You have to pay. I don't know. There's two files. You got to pay. One is the actual I own a Sony. I want it to look like Fuji. That's one file. And the other file is this file that runs that file, and you have to buy both of them. So together, it's like $160.
Stock. I have to look at the different stocks because, I'm not even joking. I think I will go in this direction. I'll profile the shit out of I'll rent all the Sony cameras, I'll rent all the Canon cameras, the fucking Fuji cameras, the Panasonic cameras, anything that anybody shoots, like street photography, weddings, fucking portraits, whatever the hell. And because this is like really.
You should do it and target. If you target weddings, I'll give you my wedding work, and we can use it as the examples, and you can show them under different profiles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Target wedding photographers, because there's lots of those guys.
I mean, I can also. Oh, you know what? You shoot. No, but you don't have a 10-bit camera though. Oh wait, no, but if you shoot in RAW. No, I don't have the contrast curve to get you out of RAW though.
No, but I could shoot a wedding on a different camera each time. Like you could get at least all the Sony versions because I got the lenses sharp. If I rendered Mark IV.
It says the thing is like I have to rent the cameras and shoot under all of the lighting conditions.
That's what I'm talking about. But I do that at a wedding. So if I shot a full wedding under on a Sony.
Oh no, it wouldn't have to be you though. It would have to be me that profiles the charts that I just sent you under different lighting conditions, so then I can match those to the profile, to the stock of my choice, and then I have to match those and then input that profile into.
You could just take 3,000 wedding shots, and then that this batch of them was shot under 3,200 kilograms. That didn't work out.
No, it's because the point of the charts is because I have the type of colors in real life, the most used colors in real life, and then I have this AI thing that.
Interesting.
Automatically maps from the 0 point of the camera from D65, the white point, all the way up until the most saturated color in that specific hue.
So it's like bracketing under
exactly. And I also have exposure brackets so that that specific color under 1 stop difference, 2 stop difference, 3, 4, 5 under, and then I have another exposure bracket that goes to +5. So I have under the same lighting condition, I have 11 exposure brackets from -5 to 0, then to 0 to +5, and then you have that one hue, luminance value, saturation under all of those lighting conditions, and then you just move on to whatever. You can start at 3,200, 2,000. 2856, 5600 Kelvin, 4000 Kelvin, 5000 Kelvin, and then you do the red hue at 25% saturation, 50% saturation, 75.
Oh, you know what? You know where I see what you remind me of when we used to have to code or calibrate monitors. I don't have to do that anymore with Mac because they're so good. But you see these spiders, you hang a spider on there, and that's what it was doing.
Exactly.
It flips through all of their screens.
Exactly. It's exactly that. And I'm just doing that with cameras so that I can have an interpretation of the digital, how digital captures the color, and then I do the exact same thing with the film, and then I have the way the film responds to those charts under the exact same lighting, under the exact same conditions, and then I just basically map 1 to 1.
Oh, that's really interesting. Now my brain's starting to understand it, because I'm starting to connect what the spider did first. That's interesting. Versus the different camera model.
Yeah, the spider just looks at the deviation of what it knows to be the objective value of red versus what the red patch is on your screen is emitting, and then it just changes that deviation from whatever the red hue on your monitor is to what it knows to be red.
Right, and then it saves it as an ICC profile, which is what they find.
Correct. And then you have the ICC profile based off of the interpretations of all of the hues that it sends under the different saturations and luminance values, etc.
Alright. What's interesting is that in print world we work under CMYK conditions. If you're on a regular monitor and you open a CMYK file, it looks like dog shit. And then you switch it to RGB and it looks beautiful. But under printing conditions, the CMYK looks better than the RGB.
Yeah.
That always threw me off. Like, it sucks when you're working on CMYK.
Yeah, it's just an interpretation thing, though. It's just like whatever, like how, like whatever reads it. Like if it's reading CMYK, then like under CMYK, then like you have to just do the conversion, and if you're an RGB, then you do the conversion, and it looks good.
Well, but when you're working in CMYK, you're staring at pictures that are essentially kind of ugly by default, knowing that they'll look good later, and working with them at that state, which is like a really weird. It's kind of like videos like that too. Sometimes you're filming movies and you look at the camera and it looks like total crap. Looks like the DP did a horrible job, and it's like, oh yeah, but that's because this is just a raw file. Like later it'll be like dusted. So yeah.
Like that's it. Like for me, I really did conceptualize it for like the film negatives as just like a raw, like that desaturated, no contrast type of look, and then the print, the positive is like the Rex 709, like the thing that just gives it a bit more life. But then you have to if you want to push and pull, if you want to expose it a little longer, whatever it might be, then that's the quote unquote post processing that's the image would require.
See, these are the kind of conversations you have to have in a photography room. The photographers on Clubhouse, they're a bunch of idiots. They just sit here and talk about their personal lives. They never talk about photography, technical. They never get technical.
It's because I honestly the last like 6 months, I've just been like doing a massive deep dive into like color science. So like this shit just fascinates me. Like the shit that goes up, like the engineers that have to come up with these systems and like these like curves and all this shit is like it really mind blowing. It's really really impressive. Because do you know who Steve Yedlin is?
No.
The cinematographer who did like Star Wars. Which one? The Last Jedi, or he shot Knives Out, Glass Onion, and Knives Out, like just the Knives Out franchise, basically.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen any of those movies. I keep seeing them on the thumbnails and I keep avoiding them.
Yeah. Well, anyways, he's the cinematographer for that, and he's basically like one of the biggest like tech nerds in terms of like cameras, and like all of my work is basically like just modeled after him.
Do you know who's the opposite of that? Do you know who's famous and the actually opposite of that? He's actually horrendous with color and cameras and doesn't give a fuck, and he acts as his own DP because he's got a giant ego and he's a bag of shit.
Who's this?
Steven Soderbergh. He is the absolute worst with color. He is garbage, and he operates as a director and a DP for himself. He does it both. But there's two types of DPs. When I used to work for Discovery Channel, I used to do shows for them. And when I would do his stills, I would work for different directors. And sometimes I'd have a director who's a framing DP, so he sits in the back, and he's a DP, but he acts like a director of sorts. He only cares about the framing when he's behind the monitor. He very little cares about the camera, about the grips. He doesn't give a shit about the lighting guys. Like he's like, just throw a light up. We need more light here. They go do it. He has no feedback for him. Basically, his best boy is doing all the lighting as a freaking DP because he doesn't give a fuck, even though he's a DP because he's a framing DP. But then they have lighting DPs who are people like me who are obsessed with light, and they're trying to get beautiful shadows, and they're placing individual lights. Like we did a scene where like one of the actors opening a fridge and he's putting little tiny lights around the inside of the fridge in certain spots so that it will look a certain way when you open the fridge. Like Soderbergh would never do that. Soderbergh blows out windows and mixes kelvins to look like absolute garbage, like total dog shit garbage. And he has some of the worst I've ever seen. It's really embarrassing sometimes.
The only movies that I've seen are like realistically from him are like just ocean movies. And
what?
The only movies that I've seen from Soderbergh are like Aaron Brockovich and like the Ocean 11 movies.
Okay, yeah. If you want to see the worst one ever, Sharon Stone's in it. It's a show. I'll not Google it. Dude, you literally have just watch the first episode of this and pay attention to what I'm talking about. He's got scenes where she's in her house. It's like in a ski lodge, so the windows are real. Everything outside is white snow, so he's shooting in a house. And he's shooting at like 3,200 Kelvin with windows behind her. And she's blown out and they're blue and they're like halo affected blue bad. And she's like washed out. And he doesn't give a fuck. And he does entire scenes with it. And I literally want to throw up. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. And he's not even doing it on purpose. He's doing it by default because he doesn't give a fuck. It's called
We're just tracking us, not the loss.
Oh, it's horrendous. I actually really want to talk to you about this. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on a second. Sharon Stone. Because I really want you to see how bad this is. He's only respected by directors. He's not respected by DPs. Mosaic. It's called Mosaic. Yeah. Look at this. Oh my God. Google Mosaic. Google Sharon Stone Soderbergh. And look at the second photo on Google that shows up. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. This is how the movie looks. Do you see the shot that comes up, the second photo where she's like got her hands in her face, over her mouth? Oh my God, it's such an example. You see that? The guy's on the right, she's on the left, she's got her hand over her mouth, there's a window behind him.
Yeah.
You see how horrendous that is?
Well, it just looks like very digital. It doesn't look very good. It looks horrendous.
No, I'm not talking about digital. I don't know. Are you looking at the same way I am? Hang on. Let me continue.
Yeah, the guy's on the right side. She's got her hands on her right over her mouth.
Yeah, look at the blue halo over his hair. Look at how he's blowing out. Look at the overexposure and the loss of CRI value on his face, on his skin tones. Look at how disgusting it looks. It looks like I shot on idle white balance and I had no fucking idea what I was doing. Remember, this is a guy that has access to lighting equipment. And he's the DP. Who the fuck would do that? You would never do that even on purpose. It's horrendous. It's not even judgment. Well, he's a director and a DP. He does it himself. He doesn't value DPs. That's my point. He DPs his own shit while he's directing. And it's all over the fucking place. Look at you, there's two scenes in there you can see in Google. One of them's indoors. It doesn't have the window behind him, and it looks a little more traditional. It has an edge light on it. But that's a natural edge light, too. That's the other thing. That entire scene was shot. She's dark, and like most of it, you can't even see her face in half of that scene. Like, the whole thing is all... It looks like... Here's what it looks like. It looks like it was never processed by a color guy like you before it went to freaking publish. It literally looks like it was shot raw on a camera, and he just fucking went with it. And his name is... Dude, I hate it. It's like I want to punch Steven Soderbergh in the fucking throat. Because he's so disrespectful.
Like, very good, to be honest. Like, especially for, like, high-end...
He's one of the most famous directors in the world. He's one of the top, like, 10 directors in the world.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, the ocean movies, like, I wouldn't say that there was anything, like, stylistic in terms of color. I mean, it was really just, like... Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry, I have to get the font right over. Hold on 1 second.
So,
this thing.
So we got, there's multiple reasons, right? He kept the passport with Saudi address.
Yeah.
And listed his nationality as Saudi, while this was an Israeli. It led to speculation about intelligence ties due to the use of alias and multiple IDs. So,
Yeah, here it is. So this was about 3 hours ago. The former Prime Minister trying to claim that the allegations of were false. However, then there's another article that says that Tucker Carlson suggests that Jeffrey Epstein was working with the CIA, and CIA informant claims that Epstein was working for Mossad and the CIA. Here it says FBI information reveals that I don't know how to say this name, but he had worked with the FBI, suggesting to indict many people, and was suspected to working with a foreign agency with Mossad. So you can go ahead and follow the former PM of Israel and say like, oh yeah, he definitely wasn't a CIA, a Mossad agent or a CIA agent or whatever, but everywhere else is saying he is.
yeah, and so the Ehud Barak, right? He admitted that meeting him, visiting his properties, receiving investments from him for tech venture. Ehud Barak has visited him about 30 times, right? So I don't know what else did they talk about except for investment and he visited his properties and they say it.
Bro, are you in the toilet?
I'm outside, out for walk. Yeah.
You're walking around the village in Somalia?
Nah, bro. I'm walking outside in the park. I think you're talking about the water, Sam. The water was on the gardening. They were watering the garden.
Bro, it sounded like someone flushed the toilet.
It's a lot of noise outside. But you guys feel ice cream truck as well. Watch the ice cream truck will be here as well.
You know, I heard something, Amir. I heard that Iran is planning an attack inside the continental United States. They're saying that it's not going to be like they're not sending, ballistic missiles over. They're just going to have people walk across the border with dirty bombs. Have you heard?
So I actually heard that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I haven't heard about that.
Okay, so yeah, I heard about it. The problem is that there's a lot of conflicting problems with that report, and if that was the case, then Iran would have done a quote-unquote terrorist attack well before. The reason being is Iran had warned Trump and the United States of an Israeli terrorist attack that was going to be carried out after this whole peace treaty or whatever ceasefire that happened between Israel and Iran. So that makes no sense. If they wanted to harm the United States, then why did they warn them about this terrorist attack that got swept under the rug? The second thing is that this follows the same kind of reporting to the T of what was claimed about this terrorist attack that would have happened in 9/11, and then they blamed it on Iraq. But then all of a sudden it wasn't Iraq, and there was no evidence of it, right? So this is just like a bunch of churning the pot to make sure that we go to war with Iran when no one wants to go to war with Iran.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was interesting. I had heard it a couple of days ago, but I heard it again yesterday. And I just thought it was interesting, man, because I think as of right now, the U.S. The borders, I think all the U.S. borders are damn near military installations right now. They got the National Guard. The
there could be several ways that this quote-unquote terrorist attack could happen, but I do believe that a terrorist attack will happen. But whether I believe it's Iran or not is subject to change depending on the evidence that is presented. But like you said, all of the border patrols, anyway getting into a country, especially through the airports, it's like its own military operation at this point, right? They just won't let anyone by. But then I'm just wondering, will they go ahead and claim from, all this entire thing that, we need to strengthen our borders and stuff, and we need to go to war with Iran, if somehow they quote-unquote let slip a terrorist, which, again, I highly doubt. But the second thing is that I feel like they will be smuggled, and the way they get smuggled is going to be very indicative to say who did what. Again, it was pretty obvious, again, when after the war with Iraq, we found out that there was no WMDs, that no terrorists came from Iraq or whatever, and then, all of a sudden, Osama bin Laden's found in Pakistan, but did we go to war with Pakistan over Osama bin Laden? No, we didn't, right? So there's a whole bunch of bullshit that happened that, that made no sense the last time. This quote-unquote terrorist attack that's going to happen this time is also going to involve the same pattern of not making sense, random accusations and claim, and then there's going to be no supporting evidence whatsoever.
I agree, man. That's just something that I see that was interesting. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, I hope our government, has things in place, to try to help prevent it as much as they can.
The thing in place we're going to have is Trump's going to say we need to send more billions to Israel because we got attacked.
Is Modi on the list? Narendra Modi. Is he on this list?
Which list?
Epstein list?
Bro, I wouldn't doubt it, especially with the fact that he's a bit rapey. I'm going to be very honest.
Yo, Sam, what if that list got released and there was a couple of people that come to this room that was on it? How would that make you feel?
Wait, if that list got released in what?
Let's just say, 13 people that frequent this space was on that list. How would that make you feel?
If Black Rabbi was on it, I'd be surprised, but then I'd be horrified as well. Because I didn't know his fat folds could actually, be used in any kind of sexual way against kids. As for anyone else of the 13, I mean, look, you harm kids, you're off my list. Deuces, I hope you burn in hell kind of thing.
So we can agree that fat cats are on this list.
I don't even know who that is, but if he is, then yeah.
Yeah, Black Rabbis name was on that list. Homo, that'd be crazy.
Wait, who's the other guy that you said?
El Homo.
El Normal. I'm pretty sure El Normal has molested one of the kids. Because the way he, again, talks about, other kids and shit like that, especially in the rooms or whatever, I don't see how you get away with that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's despicable.
Wait, who's that other Israeli dude that's banned from Israel and is on the sex offender list? Forgetting who his name is. I think it started with that S. Huh? Check your stats now.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell is already rotting in prison, so I'm not worried about that. But no,
She's locked up. I wonder if she's going to commit suicide as well.
No, she won't. She got locked up a long time ago. But even when she was indicted and it was proven that she had connections or whatever, the Clintons still Clintons and her can go burn in hell.
Yeah, but look, here's the deal, Sam. So, this Maxwell, right? Can somebody approach her and get the list from her? Because I'm sure she remembers the name on the list from Epstein. She was like sidekick to Jeffrey Epstein.
So the thing is that certainly they could, but the problem then becomes it becomes a problem in a legal sense, because on one end they will argue this list to the bitter end until it's released, but the second thing is they would say it's circumstantial evidence coming out of her mouth. She doesn't have anything direct to say. If they bring her on as a witness to all of this, they have to have other substantial evidence to claim what she's saying is absolutely true. And again, if I was a lawyer and I was arguing against someone who brought Ghislaine Maxwell, I'd easily go ahead and say that her statements are coerced. One, because of her prison sentence, but two, I'd also claim that she's just doing this to appease a population, or someone paid her off or something like that. And again, I don't have to prove really anything in court by saying that. I could just be stricken from the record, but the jury could hear that and they would, they might believe my sentiment on it. But yeah, it's just using her is not strong enough. You need the list. And then if you use her later on as a witness, then it's just an open and shut case.
No, I think if she was to come out, she might get assassinated as well. If she was to come out of the list, I think maybe that's why she's on silent mode, and they probably told her to shut the fuck up, don't say anything.
Probably.
And she's locked up, so I don't even think if anybody's allowed to visit her. Wonder about that.
Honestly, I think the Clintons would be behind whoever tries to threaten her and stuff like that, because the Clintons have the most to lose, as she was who's close to them.
Yeah, because she would probably remember everybody's name on the list. And if she was to release the names, that could sort of destroy the reputation of these people.
Yeah.
That's another thing, though.
Yeah.
Yep. The Harvard University says that there was more than 200,000 people dead in Palestine, by the way. So,
Didn't they say it's going to be even more than that now?
yeah, I mean, it says, so there's 400,000, and then he said, Israeli says 100K dead in Gaza. So, Haaretz, are they acknowledging the numbers, by the way, Palestine? Do you know about this? If anybody want to come on up, just unmute and come on up.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the numbers right now.
Because he posted a Haaretz article. Let me see.
You mean Haaretz?
Haaretz. Let me open up the paywall. Okay, paywall. Save.
Oh, let me make sure the link is safe before you post it, alright?
They just say it's from Haaretz.
Oh no, Haaretz, they say it's anti-Semitic.
I know. They call him pro-Hamas.
Yeah, they say Hamas is the biggest supporter.
So I'm gonna put this. I removed the payroll. You guys can look up on it right here. You can go check it out. I removed the paywall for you guys. On Monday, Ministry Gaza Strip published an update. Okay, 1,227 paid charge. Okay, so Okay, so they're denying the data, by the way. Palestine, if you read the whole article, brother, if you scroll down, Haaretz is reporting the data coming from Gaza Health Ministry, and they deny it by saying it's they're disgusting, whatever, it's wrong. I have opened up removed the paywall so you guys can check it out. I wish they would acknowledge the numbers, man. I'll get it. But
Yeah, it's crazy.
it will take them a while to acknowledge any numbers, bro. It's just a piece of shit. And even the idea of kill count. The idea of kill count, right? It's still at 800,000 numbers. From 7th of October up till now. It's been more than a year and a half. What a bullshit data.
But
Big made up numbers.
But do you think, Amir, that they're doing this, on purpose, or do you think it's because maybe, the educational system in Israel isn't that great? Maybe they can't count, higher than 10. Do you think that might be the case?
Anything's possible. Look at Amos. Amos is here. What's up, Amos? Coexistence.
Grandpa Amos.
Chucky.
Yes.
It's not Shuki, it's Chucky. It's Chucky. Shuki.
Chucky, what's the time now? You have a watch
What's
on
the time right now?
Chucky, you have a watch on your hand? What's the time?
It's 4:40 in the morning.
4:40 in the morning? You're not sleeping?
No, I gotta go to work.
Yeah, you need to change some diapers.
So how can you come to my room now?
Come to my room.
Did you open?
No, if I'm here, how can I open the room?
Nah, if you open, I'll be against the honor on your stage if you open up.
I guess on the phone. Okay. That's like you're quiet all the time. I can speak. It's okay.
Alright, so I'll be against the
You can speak right now if you want to speak, Amos. Amos, do you think IDF is lying about the numbers?
No, I'm looking about the people in the room. Who can I kidnap to my room now?
Amos, I got a question. Do you think the IDF is lying? IDF is lying?
Palestina, it's not the right place. You mistake in the room, Palestina. You make
What
a
is
mistake.
Palestina?
He's not on the stage. He and Nika are down there. You see?
Which one?
You're mistaking. Him and Nika.
You see that Canaan with the poop emoji? That motherfucker is recording, that bitch.
He will come to record in my room now.
The son of a bitch records all the rooms.
Yeah, there are people.
You know what, Mayor? When I retire, right, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to go get like 40 phones and make 40 different Clubhouse accounts and just record everybody's room.
Just go get it.
Then I'm going to, open up a YouTube channel and do naked yoga while I'm listening to Yeah.
And that's what I don't get. Like, what do you get out of recording, man? Walaikum assalam. Fucking low life. Gee, what do you think? Is Iran gonna do the attack? Because I think their leader got attacked. Did they get attacked by? Did the leader get attacked by Israel or by America?
It was the president and the group that they had a meeting. These terror groups of the Libya and the American, they tried to kill all from the top to the bottom. And luckily enough, and sadly for them, it didn't happen. But that gives an Iran all together, unitedly, they're making a good decision now. So I would say they are stronger, more united than ever I have seen in at least in the last 47 years that this government, they've been all together pretty much. So I think there's serious plans has been in the place and serious thought is being on, and now it shows the true face of the American and the BP, that these terror groups, they want to stop killing the
people, they're trying to kill and terror from the top to the bottom. So this is called a government after another government killing machine. That's unlawful, and it's been prohibited from the most at least countries to do that. So that will bring a true serious decision to the government of Iran, and I'm sure plan has been placed, and they're not going to take this lightly. And I think this is why the rest of these Bibi and the Bibi's assets, they're going to from now on sleep and live under the like mice, living under the ground from now on, because they know they're also targeted from now on. Also, if the decision I think has been made, and not sure when it's gonna go through, it just depends. But this is something that came out, and it shows that they have no mercy. Nobody is safe in Iran. So that will backfire on them. And as the plan, total plan of American and Israeli terrorists, it failed. They planned this for the last 10, 15 years. They had one good shot, and unfortunate for them, unfortunate for Iran, Iran survived, and that shows how capable Iran is on the ganging up on all these terrorist groups on Iran, and Iran came out, and they were begging from the behind to stop this and for the ceasefire. That happened according to Iran officials. They're begging to stop this. Right at the third or fourth days, was one of the inside the parliament members that yesterday gave us a little bit behind the scene speech, and he said that on the third day of these 12 days, phone calls, many from the Arab countries, bringing basically a request from U.S. and their ally to stop this and come to the peace. And Iran says, no, U.S. started, we're going to continue this. So finally, it went on all the way to the 12 days after the Qatar American base got lit up. And when I said that, some they were laughing at me. But now it shows that American got lit up, and the proof of that was the most expensive of one of their eye over there that receives early warning, gives or any fly, any missile coming, going, and all that information. I'm sure you guys have seen and heard what I'm talking about. That shows clearly that Iran has hit a nice and very priceless target in Qatar. So I think they came to the sense this is no longer it's benefit them, and it's continue on. This is very good for them.
So when did the assassination attack happen? Was it yesterday? 2 days ago?
No. During that 12 days.
Oh, during the 12 days, okay.
Yes.
Now, are they going to attack Israel or America?
They from the every interest and the exit door, the bomb, they send what kind of, how heavy, that I'm not sure. But basically, they hit the interest and the exit door, anything that they thought that is going to make them suffocate inside. So this is well thought, and this is why Iran takes this very, very serious right now. And the right and left side of the Iran, both sides of the group were inside that meeting. That luckily they survived it, and that's why they brought them all united. And for the
I'm asking you, are they going to attack Israel or America?
Well, American directly to the America, it will be something when the full war happens down here. But in a 12 days like that, that's obviously American were involved in this. American asset is all around the region. They can get hit. Basically, if you hit an American Iran soldier on the Al-Adid in the Qatar base? Sure enough, there was. Did anybody injured or got killed? Yes, of course there was. But the numbers, they will never reveal that part. It will always there are silence. Just like Al-Assad base in Iraq. It's very obvious. Or in the base in
I think they emptied the base. I think they emptied the base before you guys.
No, Amir. The military, what they have is not a true military over there. They have some airplane, yes, but the rest of them is for spying. Those early is like a ball shape, the white color ball shape is super, very high, sophisticated and expensive. I'm sure Edward knows about that one. That gives the early warning. That's over there is always military. They're on top of that. They're not for leading that. That's for such a days like that to be used by operating by America. It's not like an airplane you can fly him and get him out of there. No, it's not like that. They're operational 24 hours, 7 days a week on the heaviest bombard or any war. That's what designed for. So you should know there was American. And if you ask me, of course there was dead and injured for sure.
What's up, Edward?
Hello, assalamu alaikum. I think it's the 360 phased array radar, which is what Trump called, or who called it? It was an article. Communications array is what they refer to it as, but it's an early detection radar system that covers probably a couple of thousand miles in radius around the base. That's what was suspected was it, and definitely were soldiers in the bases. The embassies were emptied out, and the families, the non-essential personnel for the.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's an empty base. They knew about it. That's why they did. But G's arguing that no, there's people got injured.
Well, the base itself would never be emptied out of soldiers.
Amir, that's military. That early warning needs operational personnel inside. It's not for living. I didn't say there was a lot of soldiers. I said for those machines, those early system to be operational, it's need employee, it's need soldier, it's need technicians on top of it. It's not like I didn't mention there was hundreds or no. At least 40 to 50 or 100 operators was inside the military to operate these huge systems. It's not one or two personnel's job out here. That's what I meant.
Most people were emptied out from the Middle East, but when it comes to the bases, I mean, they're not going to leave the fighter jets and all the technology not secured, so I'm sure there were people there. And they were probably on high alert anyway, so I think the bases themselves. Now, Trump did say that Iran gave a warning, so they were able to evacuate that area of the base. Who knows? I would think Iran gave a warning because Iran gives a warning the U.S. gives warnings to Iran. I don't think they want to break that cooperation or understanding.
What kind of war is this cooperation?
No, not cooperation, like understanding. When America is going to
this is Iranian. This is Iranian. The parliament and on high end. He said that this is how he said it. He said the American sent a message through some of the friendly countries around the region. He didn't mention who. That we coming to hit Iran. This is the place we're going to hit. That's what. And you guys welcome to hit this base in ours too. But Iran says no, we're not gonna hit that one that you choose, we're gonna hit the one that is in the Qatar. He says, no, we can't do it. And Qataris got very angry, Americans got very angry because they knew what they have over there. And Iran said, well, you're coming for that, I'm coming for that one. Tit for tat. They did it, and Iran did it too. It's that simple. The early was from the America. Was this a set together? Yes. This is why I said, don't believe none of the American Israel what they did.
Amir asked, I think Amir, you were trying to ask, what's the next, what is Iran saying is going to be next? Is Iran going to take this?
Nobody's going to say, even if they have plan, even if they have plan.
Well, the GPS in Iran was scrambling GPS signals in the area.
Yes. A lot because they're on the alert. Both sides are on alert. Iran is not gonna sit over there just follow for the negotiation, talking, trying to.
Are they negotiating?
Calm down. If you listen to the media is saying that yes, Iran wants to negotiate America. That's media. But Iran, in a reality, there's nothing to negotiate. Yes, Iran is going to come to the media and say, we're ready for negotiation. Why? Iran has always been peaceful. But what's for the negotiation? There's nothing to negotiate. We were at the negotiation. And you guys, 3 days prior to the negotiation, attacking. So it's meaningless. Iran has already given this. My enriched uranium has to get approved as I am part of the NPT. Number 2, there is nothing talked about my missile capability because so far they thought the Iranian missiles are a bunch of copies, bunch of paper, this and that. It's a non-functioning this system and not bullshitting it. It's not working. It's not going to damage anything. They didn't believe what Iran has. During that 12 days, their eyes got wide open. What really is devastating damages can bring this missile with a pinpoint accuracy, any target that Iran wants. Therefore, they wanted from the enriched uranium, now they're after the Iranian missile capability. You should think about Iran will never negotiate.
But the big question again, look, you're not answering the question. The big question is, are they going to attack America or Israel? Hey, what's up, Leila?
Nobody knows that. I mean, I said that nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Plan, not exactly. If there's a plan, they're not going to come and announce that. I mean, that's
because look, it happened during the 12-day war, so-called war. So I don't think they're gonna attack anybody. I don't think it's gonna happen.
No, if you ask
they attack Israel,
yes,
because it's gonna go back to war, and that's what the Iran and they want to get involved in. And America, same thing. I don't think they're gonna attack anybody because if they do, then they're gonna attack back.
If they suspect that Israelis are trying up to something, they don't have to do the preemptive attack, just like they do all the time. Israel all the time does that. What's wrong with Iran?
Look, the best way for Iran to do it is hire spies. You can hire spies inside Israel for $25 or $50. It was posted.
Well, you got the how much too?
Yeah, you didn't know the word. They was posted in the newspaper. $25 for a fucking spy in Israel, right? For hang on, one second. So the spy, one of them was $25. The other one was paid, I think, $1,500 or something, or $2,000.
That's really cheap. I mean, what's going on in Israel when somebody has to pick up a side gig that, I guess spying could be a side gig for so low amount of money. I mean, there must be, people aren't living as good as they say they're living over there. To be able, because they're arresting spies like crazy in Israel. Like crazy Iranian spies. Every week. Multiple people.
There's a news in Haaretz, this was a couple of days ago. This Israeli chick, she actually moved to Manila, Philippines. She said, my salary that I make inside Israel is not enough to pay for my rent inside Israel. it's expensive to live. It's like what living in
Oh, it's very expensive. They've been having a housing crisis since the 2010s. I remember reading, and I'm thinking, why don't they just build new houses? I don't know what the problem is. But I didn't know about Smotrich. As a finance minister, I didn't really read much about him until after October 7th, and realized that he really doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to the finances of the country. But these are issues even today, like when it comes to housing. I think maybe they might be doing it on purpose to force people to move into the settlements because they're cheaper and they're subsidized. But Israel's always been expensive. It's never been cheap.
I don't know why it looks like it's outdated.
Okay, hold on. Let me go Google it. Hold on, I'll be.
Well, that's I guess.
I think gay males have a pacifying effect on women. I just kind of noticed that.
No, Pepe, this is just what male energy is supposed to be. You just have female energy.
All right,
so
fuck you, homo.
You get people from. You kind of have like a femininity to you that is like interesting to watch. You love drama. You love conflict. Like men don't act. Laura, can I have your?
Well, that's not cute at all.
Laura, can I have your daughter, the brunette one? Labubus are kind of cute.
Just like Polly, a little monster. That's horrible. Alright, what is this whole thing? Like, why do people get so offended when they're not, like, people are generalized? Like, I don't get offended when people talk about what laws are dumb or...
Shit talking women, so because you're an attention whore. You wanted to jump on the bandwagon.
You know my friend! What is wrong with you?
You asked a question, I'm answering it. You came in here where men are bashing a bunch of women, and you decided to jump on the bandwagon because you lack fucking attention. You're an attention whore. You're like, I'm just gonna come in this room with all these men and talk shit about women like all these men are doing. So that you thought you were relevant. Guess what? You made a complete fucking fool of yourself.
We all know how you fool. So can I get a Labubu from someone in the room?
I have a bunch of them coming in stock, just so you know. Because you guys may laugh at them, they're the whole like the baby pranks. Like they smell like
I think they're so. You want a mother-in-law like that? You fucking nuts. So, Alyssa, you said, did I have an orgasm if when it happened to me? I think if a woman, if I was like taking a jog and then some woman pulled over and put a bag over my face and put me in the back of her van and tied me, and then she's like, oh, it's gonna happen. Oh yeah, and then she sat on top of me and raped me. I'd be like, oh my god, stop. So I'd probably have an orgasm. Just gonna keep it real. Probably not much.
I thought you were an incel. How about you not had sex with my son?
But also, that doesn't mean that you weren't still raped. Children can still actually have orgasms and things.
Okay, that's just gross. I don't want to go there.
But that's the whole point. So that's because you got
Something.
You wasn't raped.
I'm still trying to figure this shit out, Rolling. What? That was for a mother-in-law.
Oh, she's gone. That's not a good fit for this room.
All right, so I'm sorry. So we had some drama in here. So, we did have a Muslim in here, and I agreed with everything he said. The families keep their daughters in check. They know what men have. They know how men are. Well, they know how men are. Men are eager to stick their dick in a hole and use their daughters or their sisters as a sexual release doll, and you got to protect your daughters and your sisters and so forth. And and women, they kind of know they have a role, and if they get too testy, you can hit them with a stick or something, which is I think is fucking amazing.
So
No, you passport bros need to go out. Dude, I don't understand why you passport bros don't go to like fucking Jordan or something like that. Like, dude, or Pakistan. Like, holy shit, you get the most submissive, old-fashioned women you've ever met, probably.
The women stink in Pakistan.
But here's my question. So what you're saying is because men can't control themselves, women have to wear clothes up to their eyeballs. So it's actually not
No, it's because you guys can't control yourselves. No, it's
because you guys can't control yourself.
No, it's because you guys can't control yourselves. You will be dirty sluts, and you'll make money on OnlyFans. You'll go out and get drunk at the nightclubs and twerk your bum and then try, have sex with men and be dirty little sluts. And then he's like, oh my God, women's liberation. And when really, no, you guys are just being dirty whores.
And who are they having sex with?
Men, but men are doing what they're naturally put on this earth to do. Women can't control themselves. They just can't do it.
That's a dang learning to have that you know it, but okay. It's that women can't control themselves.
Boss lady, you're talking to people, okay, who, quite frankly, are agreeing with Islamic terrorism. And what's crazy is these same men that are covering these women up to their ankles. When they do end up fucking their wives, okay, it's usually right behind after having their dick put in a goat. So it's very crazy to me how people want to use that as a point of reference as to how men should behave. Like it's crazy.
What are you gonna say, Gene?
Yeah, let's say there's tropes and stereotypes. Come on, man. No, the thing is that when I go back to men and women are wired differently. Right? We have the standards of modesty has evolved over the decades, particularly in the U.S. Take the U.S. for example. Women covered their hair in the early 1900s, 1800s, late 1800s, around that time. They wore dresses. It was taboo to even show part of your leg. All right, they wore bonnets, dresses. They wouldn't wear Lululemons and tight clothes and so forth. And then, when it came to like Marilyn Monroe and a few others before that, her time pushing the envelope, Marilyn wore a one-piece bikini, and that was seen as rebellious. Women were in uproar, men were in uproar. And those who were supporting her, those who were against her. But it was very controversial that she just showed, a one-piece bikini or a dress with like the wind blowing up her skirt. Then it gets to like soft. I'll finish up. Then it gets soft pornography and so forth. The first kiss on a movie screen was in 1896, I believe, in Quebec, Canada, and that was they were deep heretics. It was causing so much controversy in society. And the kiss was, I believe, a peck on the lips, not like a full thing. They were fully dressed or whatnot. But it got to the point where you get softcore porn like Playboy and whatever. And that was illegal. And now porn is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and people can paint themselves with body paint. That's not considered nudity. There's a law in New York City I read about. I didn't believe it, but women can walk around bare-breasted.
Yes, it's over here. And across the way, bestiality.
And look at what happened. When you go that radical as a society, it overcorrects, and now New York is about to turn into an Islamic republic.
He's more like a fake socialist, if anything.
And Pepe, I want to say something though. I wouldn't use Muslim woman as a good example of what a woman should be like. Like, yeah, they
Muslim men are what are good. In other words, they keep their women in check.
They don't even check. No, they don't. The woman wants to pull back.
Women are all the same. It's just how you control them. That's all.
They fuck up. Muslim women fuck the pull back. You got it all wrong.
Well, I do have a woman from another part of the world. I'm guessing she's Indian, maybe she's Sri Lankan. I don't know the fucking difference, but hi, DT. Hi, Aditi.
Oh, hi. I was just listening.
So tell me, tell me, how worthless do you think women are?
You can't trigger me. I'm just here to listen.
Do you cook with your feet?
Excuse me?
I said, do you cook with your feet?
Oh, stop it, man. Stop it.
Please don't
That's
even
the
try.
Chinese and the
Oh
Chinese.
wait, Aditi is a Muslim. Aditi's a Muslim. That means she probably has good. Caretakers.
A Muslim
for her
foot
family.
cooking Indian. That's crazy.
Shut up. So she probably has brothers and a dad that won't allow her to be. Oh, you have a husband. See?
I have 4 husbands because I'm a Muslim.
How many wives your husband has?
What?
Does he fuck
All
you
of them are broke. All of them are broke. I have to make all the money, and yeah, they can fuck me enough. Like, yeah, I get enough sex.
Wow, that does not sound like a modest woman.
Aditi's not a Muslim.
No, but it's
Yeah, a Muslim woman. Muslim woman wouldn't talk like that.
Islam allows polygamy, actually.
How many ghosts are in your relationship?
Oh, well, no, I don't allow that because I make all the money.
Yeah, she's obviously.
I make all the money, so I don't allow goats in our relationship.
She's obviously not a Muslim, guys. So let's just.
She's a Muslim. She's a Muslim.
I am a Muslim. Come on. Come on.
She's a Hindu.
There
She
are
can now do.
I'm back, guys. I'm back.
One ayah for them so they know you're Muslim.
Oh, yeah. Muhammad Rasulullah. Inshallah. Yeah.
Muhammad was a child molester.
Alright, we don't need to do this.
I don't recall any.
We're keeping it on the hose. We're keeping it on the hose today. Shout out Adams. We're not doing the. We're keeping it on women, okay? Because quite frankly, women's hardwiring does not change like according to where they are in the world. And women have very consistent behavior. It's seriously the culture that they're in and what society allows them to do. That's the only thing that matters.
He's right. To be honest, all women are naturally whores. It's just in the Muslim nation we have them under control. If we let them do what they want, free will, they would also become whores as well. So you have to control these women. You have to tell them what to do, how to act.
Men, they all take it in the house. What are you talking about, bro, man?
Can I finish, bro? Even sometimes you might have to use violence in extreme cases. If your intimidations don't work, then you have to physically abuse them to show them what they're doing is wrong. Because this is the only way you can tame a woman. Women needs to be tamed, okay? They're like sheep.
They don't rape children.
Bro, are you talking about American women,
American men, they don't rape children.
like what are you talking
Don't
about?
mix yourself in this.
It's really sad.
There's nothing sad about it. There's nothing sad. See, what's very unfortunate is we have adult women on the stage, okay, that grew up thinking that they are, I don't know, somehow equal to men, that they somehow can live on this planet the same way men did. No, God gave you guys vaginas and wombs for a fucking reason. They made you guys sensitive and emotional for a fucking reason. You guys it kind of helps you be a better mother. But other than that, you guys should not be in men's spaces, and that includes the civilized world outside of the home.
No, men and women are biologically different. We're actually innate.
Yeah, women don't do it. That's the woman study. There's something wrong with you, man.
We have different brain structures, our size, how they develop the corpus callosum.
You said there's something wrong with us? You let your women walk on the beach with bikinis. You say something's wrong with us?
You for some reason thought there was a such thing as a one-piece bikini. That tells you how smart you are.
Well, you wear a bikini, D-A-B-E-U. You walk on the beach with a bikini.
She never wore anything but a one piece.
That's the point. Other men are totally under women, and you don't mind it because you are a cuck by nature.
What were you saying, Aditi?
Why are you so concerned about it?
Hold on!
Since I'm not allowed to wear a bikini, I wear a burkini. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, Vegeta is passing on the knowledge from the old world about how to dress modestly, and that is fine. That is perfect.
Do you even know in the Christian tradition, Mary, Jesus' mother, she used to dress like a Muslim. She was fully covered head to toe. This is why nuns are covered as well, head to toe.
Respectfully, I don't want to hear a sermon, a Christian sermon from the 30 era.
This is actually for you to make fun of the Arab tradition, the so-called Arab. This is actually arguing against your old culture and your old tradition as well.
Do you know what the nuns? You say nuns. nuns would paddle a dirty little slut in Catholic school. You know that. You thought it was cute to give a blowjob behind the bleachers? You thought that was really cute? Well, she's gonna put soap in your fucking mouth. How does that sound? You stupid bitch. Now bend over and get a goddamn paddling. I went to Catholic school.
Exactly.
So no, I mean, that is true. They would discipline you physically, and they were covered up. And the only meat you're gonna have on Friday is none. Like they say, ask the nun, not touching them.
Yeah, you are Satan.
Shut the fuck up.
You're not a human. You are not a human. I'm not gonna say stupid crap like you.
Who are you, you dirty fucking... Hold on a second. So why did you... You hold on, motherfucker. Okay, but seriously, how did your dirty G ass get on my fucking stage and thought it would be a bright idea to just come up and talk to us when we're having a conversation about men and women? Why did you think it would be appropriate? We do not care.
I think because he used the order for the first time, he thinks he's more civilized to come on stage with.
Civilized? Like what? Name an Arab country that's not a shithole country.
Shut up, brother.
No, there's many Arab countries or Greek countries. They have.
He's a dumb monkey. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand nothing.
Yeah. Have you known several? Then Africa, the Middle East. There's a lot of wonderful countries. Yeah, economies struggle here and there, but people have their lives at homes, families, and ups and downs.
He just watches the news, bro. He believes in the Zionist propaganda that every single Muslim country is a desert. He's a fucking retard.
That's a factor, I think. For sure.
So I have a question, Max. So you're walking around barefooted with your little virgin peen, be doing whatever, masturbating into jeans, studying for your engineering degree. That's what you're doing.
Don't mind, okay? You are not mature enough. If you are mature enough, you shouldn't mention things like that, okay? Just be aware.
What should I mention?
Respect yourself, okay? You should respect yourself. You should respect people who are here, okay? What's wrong with you?
How many people got cholera in your village this year? Or do you live in this city like Mumbai?
I'm so sorry. I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you are not a real human.
Yeah, that's right.
So then get the fuck off the stage.
Sorry?
He wants virgin white women's. He wants boobs.
I'm so sorry to hear that. You are not even. You know, devil has respect, but do you know?
Are you talking about Gorilla Devil?
Yo, what's up? This guy is trying to make you He's trying to lecture us, bro.
Sorry, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore because you are not even.
Then get the fuck off our stage.
Okay, kick me out.
Yes, go back to Deltec.
No, he can talk to us. Let's just ask him.
No, I'm gonna talk in respect way.
Okay, so...
Any disrespect? I'm not.
Okay. Alright, shut up, Adams! Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, whoever that was, he was
That was the dirty Arab.
No, stop it. Okay? No, we actually need to learn from the Arabs today because they actually discipline their women and keep them in line. So we're kind of siding with them today. We have to. You got to take the good from other cultures. Then there's some bad you don't want, but you got to take the good and learn from it. Max, can you tell me how worthless do you think women are? What are women good for? I'll just ask that instead.
Listen up. As a mature man, okay, you should not concern about Muslims women.
No, not Muslims women. I said women, not Muslim women. I said women. Women, all women.
Okay. Come again?
Yeah, what are women good for?
Come again with the
Women are... Sorry?
What? No, go ahead. Guys, don't interrupt him. He's getting...
Women are good for producing. And the Arab...
Okay, you goddamn chimney sweep. I didn't fucking ask you. Why don't you go put your real picture on? Motherfucker, there's an echo.
Yeah, there is. That's your mother sucking my dick. And I'm screaming because it feels so good.
But you're about to run off on her because you can't afford that shit. wanted you to, so I just wanted you to tell me, what are women good for?
Women are part of life. Women are
part of life. I'd rather Jesus Christ.
Republican, I have to mute you down. You gotta let, because there's a bad echo. You gotta let him finish.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
Answer clearly.
Yeah.
Can I answer?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Women and men together they create life. So there is no difference between men and women. And even according to my culture, okay, we respect women. We sometimes put women up than men. Okay, so
You mean like
where we come from? We can don't disturb. Do not cut me off, please. I'm not gonna cut you off. Don't cut me off. So where are we coming from? We are coming from women who raise up. My mom, mothers, women raised up. So we respect women more than what you think. Okay? Women.
He's fine. Just let him. Yeah, that's fine. He's himself.
that they do reverse
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I say women or woman. We are talking about female, right? We are not in English class.
We don't know what the fuck you're saying.
No, I knew what he was saying. So I agree with you, Max. Women are good for raising children. They all, we all had to have mothers, and they had to raise us. And they're pretty, and you get to have sex with them. Those are all very valid things that I recognize 100%. But I would say, other than that, they're not good for anything, except for, like, I don't know, keeping your house nice.
No, I disagree.
And
because you know what? If you don't have a woman in your life, okay? So how are you going to complete your life? You have to have a woman, right? In your life. You have to have a family. How are you going to create your family alone by yourself? So you have to respect her, you have to love her, you have to treat her like your queen. According to my culture, according to Islam. So, but the black media has provided you with a lot of black things, which is not true.
Black things? What are black things?
Black things like Muslims do not, such as Muslims do not treat women like a human. Muslims treat women like slaves. Muslims treat women like they don't have a right. Muslims. It's not about Muslim or Christian. It's about man and woman.
But us Christians need to learn how to treat Christian women like Muslims treat Muslim women. Like that. One of the biggest things I hate about conservatives, like so many of you guys are cucks, you conservatives. You'll be like, and what about women's rights and gay rights? And what about women having the right to drive and go to school? I mean, it's like, dude, I get a boner when I think about like how cool that would be that I don't get to see these bitches at school or in the workplace. So that's, unless they're like a sex relief doll, that's about it.
Conservatives are the biggest liberals. If we're talking about globally, the most conservative man in America is actually a liberal. If you actually look at the global stage, actually, so you have to continue.
Yeah, I don't want to conserve. I don't want to conserve liberal values. Like that doesn't even make sense to me. I'm sorry, Q. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that the voice you just did for the imitation of emails was funny.
Thank you. Why, like, if you're a conservative, why do you think it's okay to preserve a liberal abomination like sodomy? Why? How does that make you conservative? I mean, how can you call yourself a conservative if you think that it's somehow like a human rights violation that faggots get thrown off 10-story buildings? I don't understand.
Bro, exactly. I personally believe, like I've actually witnessed back home, a public execution of an Ethiopian man who was actually a homosexual. Right, and the whole village, it was one of the best days of my life. The whole village gathered around and we actually started throwing stones at this guy until he
the tribal leader, he took the biggest one and he threw on his head and completely finished it. And everybody was celebrating after that. Like, we had a huge feast, a lot of goats, a lot of camel. It was one of the best days of my life. I actually enjoyed it. And you know what this also did? It put fear in these other so-called homosexuals to not come out publicly with their disgusting, degenerate behavior, right? So it encouraged that. It brought the community together, and it disencouraged homosexual activities, which is beautiful, and I support it. They should bring this law to America as well. Anybody who's conservative should support these type of laws. I don't know why they run away.
Women should not be allowed to drive. It's funny because my stepmom was telling me how there's this guy from Saudi Arabia, and he would say woman's too. And like when he first came to America, he saw a woman driving a car and smoking a cigarette. He's telling the taxi driver, "Follow that woman! She's smoking! Oh my God!" Like it was such a he like couldn't believe it.
It's not true. It's a story. Just a story for fun.
But no, that happened in the 70s when she was in law school. Amazing.
Okay, but it's just a story, okay?
Yeah.
They are making fun of Saudi Arabian people, okay? But if you look to other Arabs country or Muslims country, women they have a right to drive. They have their own right.
They just got it
as a human being.
They just got that right
We
within the
are
last
talking
10
about
years.
Saudi Arabia. No, I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm saying if you have a look to other Arabs country or Muslims country worldwide, okay, you're gonna see women are equal to men.
Hey! Yeah. Well, maybe then let me clarify. I like Saudi Arabia laws regarding women.
I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm saying.
I have to disagree with the brother. Is it true that in these Muslim nations, can a woman become if they have equal rights, can they become the president, the leader of these countries? Is that possible?
Yes, for sure.
In Islam, it's okay for a woman to lead a nation?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. There is no law.
You're not a Muslim. You're not a Muslim, brother.
Yeah.
How you telling me it's haram? It's haram for a woman to lead any in Islam.
Who said haram? Who said haram? No one said that.
Bro, it is haram. It's haram for a woman to lead any Muslim nation, and they never will be. What are you talking about? That's
okay. What kind of Muslim are you? Okay, wait. I want from you. I want a reference. Just the citizen. Hadith or ayah.
Basic Islamic knowledge. I'm not getting it for you.
No, it's not knowledge. When you say knowledge, you should prove it. Am I right? So just tell me the proof.
So it looks like there's no more women on the stage. Okay, so if any of you stupid whores want to come up, I know some of you have already come up. Just say what you want to say.
Actually, it's too late over here, and I gotta go. Nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Can I respond to this guy? I have the proof now, because this guy, I don't know what Muslim is not doing this. Okay, you narrated by Abu Bakr. Okay, radiyallahu. Okay, and this is Sahih al-Bukhari, Hadith 7099. Okay, this is a well-known verse that every Muslim knows. Okay, so it's hilarious that you don't know this as a Muslim. When the news reached the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that the people of Persia had made their daughter of Kisra, the Persian emperor, their queen, he said, people who make a woman their ruler will never prosper. So all the ulama decided that with this hadith, it shows that there should never ever be any woman that leads any nation. And if they ever do, that this nation will be destroyed. It will never prosper and it will never go nowhere. This is directly from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this was directly advised from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So any woman that leads a nation, the nation, it will never prosper. And this is a promise from God. You understand? This is our
Inshallah, it shall be destroyed.
So what do you have to say to that next so-called Muslim?
Okay, what about Muslim countries who are leading by women now?
Bro, did you answer? This is our religion, bro. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I'm asking you. No. I'm just asking.
Bro, listen, bro. Do you agree with this or no?
There is a Muslim country over right now.
I don't care what
if it is or if it's not. I'm saying, do you support this? Yes or no?
But it was a hard deal. For me.
Do you support this? Yes.
Yeah, but so it means it was not written in the Quran.
Hold on. I want to ask you a question. Do you believe?
He already answered you. Wait.
So you don't believe in
He already answered you.
So you don't believe in the
It's not
hadith?
about believing or not. It's not about believing or not. It's not about believing or not. It's about, okay, where we live now.
Bro, this guy's pissed. Do you believe in that? Do you believe in hadith? Yes or no, bro? As a Muslim, yes or no?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so do you? So
I have to.
Listen, okay, hold on, simple question. What this verse said, do you support it? Yes or no? This hadith verse, yes or no? That Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Wait, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I have to read the hadith, okay?
Go read it right now. Give me the reference. Go on it. It's authentic. It's Al-Bukhari.
Pepe, you want a bacon hamburger?
Go to the
that's fine. You can get a cheeseburger too, so that I don't want the Jews eating my burger either.
I will get back to you. Just 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead. No problem. Take your time, brother.
Okay.
Bacon cheeseburger.
In Indonesia, don't they tame, like if you're like not married and you act like a stupid whore, don't they cane those Indonesian sharabutas publicly in their Sharia courts to teach all the other naughty boys and girls to not be a stupid slut?
I don't think they do that. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what they do. But in general, in any Muslim country, if a woman's a whore, they're definitely highly shamed, and that woman will never get married. Like, it's hard for her to find another partner. So, like...
That's what we need to know, and that's something, like, I've, like, legitimately said. The fact that women aren't slut-shamed to death. Like, if you ever did an OnlyFans, or you're caught, like, sleeping around, being a filthy slut, like, you would be embarrassed. Like, it would be like you have leprosy. Like, you would just be so fucking ashamed of yourself. Like, we need to bring that back. Because the only way you improve female behavior is it has to be socially reinforced.
Absolutely. You know, like, even when I was saying, like, these women thought I was joking when they were speaking to me on Clubhouse, and I said, yo, where's your husband at, right? And they said, oh, I could come on top. Bro, you know, like, I go to, like, work events, right? And, like, my boss, like, like, when I used to work for a company, like, my boss, like, his wife would, like, literally stare me down like crazy. And, like, you could tell, like, she's a whore, right? And she wanted a lot of the guys that worked there. And you automatically lose all respect to that man. You know, that boss now, he lost all respect. Because how are you going to try and boss your workers around when you can't even boss your woman in your house? So all the men completely lost respect to this guy, right? So the overall point that I'm trying to say is, if you want your husband to have the ultimate respect, you as a woman have to know how to move, right? You can't be talking to other men. You can't be looking at other men. You can't even be around other men, you know? If you do that, then other men are going to disrespect your husband because of you. You know what I'm saying? And other men feeling comfortable with their wives, you know, checking out other guys, wearing bikini on the beach, talking to other men. These men are also cucks. And they're the fucking issue, bro. And that's how their daughter would be, and they're just breeding more whores and more whores and more whores. And now you live in a time where women are on OnlyFans, proud to show their body, because all these men are too scared to say anything. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you gotta bring back shame, the shame culture. And any woman that's a whore should not be even married at all. You should not even come near them. You understand? And that's how you will have a society where these women act proper, because they will be too afraid to be a whore, because some of these girls get smashed in the back of an old 200 Civic and they're screaming, I'm liberated, and they get kicked out in the back seat, bro, and they have to walk home. But in their brain, they think they're liberated.
Dude, they're not. But that's the thing. See, if I found like a woman in Afghanistan and she thought she was going to cheat on me, like her own family would just be like, oh my God, that's so dishonorable. And then they'd probably just go ahead and fucking kill her for me. And, you know, I wouldn't have to do shit, you know. It's just like, wow, it's like the how it's reinforced is so, it's perfect. So you get nice, obedient charmutas that do not act like American girls. All of you, I know a lot of you women in here, most of you are American, and you guys are largely workless. That's why I say decadence. You guys don't even try. It's just all demands. Like, I deserve. What do you do? What do any of you stupid bitches do for men? Like, probably nothing. You're like, oh, well, I'm a fun person. I have a lot to offer. What is that thing that you have to offer? Well, I'm funny. No, you're not, bitch. When's the last time you saw a funny fucking female comedian? They don't even fucking exist. You look at any podcast. How many of these bitches are women? Any political commentator, anything that men like to watch. And there's no fucking women. Why? Because we find you guys to be fucking boring. You guys are fucking stupid. Like literally, fucking hard to listen to. I mean, men just put up like they basically have to deal with you.
Bro,
it's all the same. A bunch of these simps are gonna be in rooms, you know, like, oh, why can't we be together? Why won't this work out? Like, don't even sip to these stupid sluts. They're fucking dumb bitches.
Yo, you know, back home we have a saying, right? If a woman does not have a child or a kid, they call this woman useless. Like, what good are you? And a lot of them don't have kids in the West. What good are you if you don't have any kids? You're fucking useless as a woman, bro. You're like, you shouldn't even be alive at that point. Like, what the fuck are you living for? You got nothing to show. You know what I'm saying? So at least if you're a whore, you be useful. Like, produce some type of kids. You understand? So, gotta think about it.
So, can I answer you before I go?
I hope this man's wife pulls off her hijabs and lynches him with it.
I would never allow her to. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not 100%. You know, the Hadith scientists, they did not agree 100%. 50-50, okay? Some of them, they say, in some conditions, women can lead. And others says, no, according to Hadith, women should not. So, the one who says, no, she can lead and she can become president under conditions, they have some policy or some conditions in order to allow her to become a leader. So it's not 100%.
Brother, may I guide you?
Please let me finish. Okay? As a Muslim, you know, we are not always following Al-Bukhari or Muslim, or we have 4 guidance, right? So Islam is very simple and flexible religion. So where there is a conflict of interest, you have to follow the simplest way. Okay? I think I have answered you.
No, you didn't, brother. All the scholars during the time of Prophet Muhammad agreed that no woman should lead any nation. This is an authentic hadith that Prophet Muhammad said out of his own mouth.
Yeah,
This is 100% authentic, bro. You, my brother, you are an innovator, brother. You come, you make your own opinion. I don't even know if you agree with hadiths in general because you had some issues with it in the beginning. Bro, you're an innovator. You are these men who are Muslim liberals, right? And you're trying to change the religion. Alhamdulillah, religion is what it is, bro. I know you want to defend women's honor. Don't get it twisted. I want to defend them as well. But, bro, our religion, it is what it is, bro. Women cannot lead any Muslim nation. They will not prosper. It's a very known hadith. All the ulama agrees with this. All the scholars agree with this, bro. There's no debate about this. I don't know where you're reading that shit from. This is just fact. I know it's hard for you to accept because it doesn't go with your narrative, bro. But this is the reality, man. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, inshallah, bro, don't talk to me about this no more. Just do more research, bro. Yeah, innovator.
Yeah, let's drop the Quran and the Hadith. We don't need to talk about it.
Sorry?
So we don't need to talk about Islam anymore because, like,
this is about women in general, bro. Let's move on. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't want to talk to you, but for your reference, if you know what it called Al-Mazahib al-Arba'a.
He left.
So,
he left, and we sure as hell want to hear this Islamic bullshit.
Right.
So let's get back to the topic.
Okay, no, actually, it's too late over here.
Max, would you make love to a fat woman?
Sorry?
Would you make love to a fat woman?
Fat woman?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Would you get a hard penis?
Obese woman, large woman, overweight woman. Overweight woman. Okay, what's wrong with her?
She's a human. She is still beautiful.
She's a fucking cow. That's what's wrong with her. I know you guys worship cows in India, so maybe that's a bad example.
I'm sorry. Okay. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Yes.
You know what?
Sweet curry dream.
Let's order up the whole stage bacon cheeseburgers. Fuck this shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know where I left off. Just all kinds of
So that dude said he didn't mind the big fat water buffalo.
I love her too.
What's up, Sean? How you doing?
Good. I just literally felt like I could have like created a whole Beavis and Butthead episode on, like, they could have a Jewish episode and then they could have the whole halal whatever, the fucking, I don't know, I'm not Jewish and I'm not fucking Muslim, but I think it'd be fucking hilarious to have Beavis and Butthead episodes based on this shit and they'd be all, oh, they'd be
You know, I think like Jewish women might be like we talk about like white women because they're the ones who push like the equality and feminist bullshit, but I feel like Jewish women in the West at least are kind of like white women, but you know, plus some. Like I don't know. I feel like they're way more likely to be feminist and annoying and to, you know, talk back. They're whiny
Jewish women?
whiny women. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, they're horrible, man.
They're just like white women, but worse. That's the only way I can put it.
Especially the ones that serve, they are fucking horrible.
By the way, the white liberal women who are causing all the problems in the world, a good portion of them are Jewish. So
we know.
Yeah. So it's all in the same. But you were speaking of some woman earlier that was a cow. How big are her titties? I mean, you know, I like them big.
Udders.
Oh, udders?
Yeah,
udders. I agree. Yes. Yeah. Udders.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You gotta put some sand on them. Okay.
Incel meetup with Leanne. I'm not an incel. I just don't. You see, the thing is though, is that like you think I'm being an incel, but you know what's actually funny is that when I talk about women this way, like, and actually there's like women that get turned on by it. That unironically, like they go against their best interest. Like they actually think it's hot when a guy like looks at them as you know, less than. It's you see, you women just bitch and complain and whine, but you say you want one thing, but your body wants another.
Leanne is autistic, and then Leanne is a male.
She is.
He, yes.
He. Okay. Well, I'm talking about women.
Wait,
you say no women.
That's crazy.
Well, that's fine, but no woman that respects herself. Well, I'm gonna say that I call bullshit. Because like a lot of women like to be degraded. They like it when you like grab the back of their hair and smack your dick across their face. I'm not even joking when I say that. Like a lot of women like that shit for whatever weird fucking reason.
And this is why that novel was like a huge success. That great winner fucking.
50 Shades of Grey, yeah.
Wait, let me put this to bed. I've heard Leanne speak, okay? I had to do a double take at the screen because I thought it was Sig on stage. So again, Leanne is a man. I'm not going to argue with you, Leanne. You got caught.
I don't really care. But, no, I mean, the women do like this shit. If you were to look, and like, I think it might even be a majority of women that have, like, submissive leanings. Like, they actually get turned on by that kind of shit. Well, look, there's been studies about this.
You don't even have to go that far. I mean, we can look at this reasonably and rationally. If you're in a relationship with a woman for any extended period of time, is it unreasonable to think that at some point the dick is going to go on her face, just as the pussy is going to go on the man's face, etc., etc.? Unless you are born again, devout, religious Christian who has, you know, a bedspread of Jesus and a Olympics above your dead. Something like that is going to happen. It's as simple as that.
Why do I feel like I'm touching my grandma right now?
Dude, that is shit. Like, I have like this little statue, excuse me, of Jesus, and like when I would fuck or anything like that, I'd have to like literally, it felt like a sin doing it, just like hide it. It's holy shit.
Like, I can't even understand Catholics that want to fuck on a bed with the cross, like on the wall above the fucking headboard.
Yeah, but
what the fuck is that?
Sean,
like, holy shit. Holy fuck.
Sean,
It's a holy fuck. Okay.
all of that repressed sexual energy, when it finally does come out, oh man.
Boy, does it come out. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Bruce, they will spend years going, no, I can't. And if you're the one that they decide, I will.
Speaking of Sims, Bruce, why do you have to pay for 5 or even 10 dates before you get any pussy, or still don't get any, Bruce? Why are you simp like that?
You gay, dude? How do you know what I get?
You cash app them too.
No, seriously, you are gay as hell. We can all you gay.
Yeah, it's Bruce.
What's up, Bruce? Been a long time on your
PP, you are gay, nigga. We know that. I'm just gonna call you nigga. Sorry, wetback. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Alright. You don't like that, the N-word.
No, I like it, actually.
Oh, you do?
I use it all the time, yeah.
I use it.
Hey, Bruce, I was asking about you a couple days ago. Like, has anyone seen this drunk motherfucker?
Yeah.
And here you pop up.
And here I pop up. But I'm a drunk motherfucker making money, so it's cool.
Are you spending money on
Are
hoes?
you making money? Are you a sober motherfucker that's broke? Alright, there you go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, I'm the one that doesn't use the N-word because there's so many.
Oh my God. I'm calling ICE right now, Alan. I'm calling ICE. You call ICE. Your ass, you can't speak English. Like today, I'm putting
so many good words to use if you want to insult somebody. And don't
I'm calling
history. It don't get you where
ICE is not doing their job enough. They need to do their job. Well, I want Armenians. I want PP out too.
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
I'm an anchor baby. They can't kick me out.
No, they need to get your ass up. You know, they're starting to do a thing now that they're gonna get your asses out because you're not a third generation American.
I'll swim right the fuck back over the Rio Grande.
I swear to God, I'll help you.
Send me for a free vacation back home to Mexico.
I will. And don't come back. Can you please do that for me?
No, I'll come back. Unless I don't know, maybe.
No.
Maybe I get married down there or something. I don't know.
Good. Please do. Just you know what? Help your country out. How about that? Because you're not doing anything for our country.
No, I'm doing a lot for this country.
No, you're not. You're just on Clubhouse talking shit. You're not doing anything. Period. I am as a black man. I'm doing a lot for this country because I'm doing a lot for this country.
Calling ICE on me, what else are you doing?
I'm gonna call ICE on you. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do.
He's the one to look at this story helping out his community.
Yeah.
Well,
you're not doing too much, so I'm just gonna call him.
You know, every time you go to the liquor store, it's probably some fucking Arab or Armenian or Korean that owns
like you.
Mexicans tend not to own convenience stores. They tend not to.
That's not true. In North Hollywood, y'all pretty much, you know.
My
y'all work.
My parents working for Jardineros, so they were.
What is that? What is it called?
You call them habaneros?
Oh my
Jardineros.
What the hell?
Jardineros.
He spoke Spanish. I'm gonna die. What the hell?
See?
They sound spicy.
You can speak Spanish a little bit.
Yeah, I speak poor Spanglish, so the Mexicans will make fun of me when I go down there because they're like, wow, you fucking suck, you're not one of us. You stupid
okay, you know what? We're gonna keep you there because you're not a real Mexican then.
Chingada cabrón puta.
Yeah, you're a white Mexican. You're white. So we have to keep you. You're racist as shit. You're not full Mexican, so we gotta keep you. Fuck.
Mexicans are actually pretty. They know how to put their women in place, kind of. Well, Mexican women are spicy to begin with, but
you're not Mexican anyway, dude. Shut up.
Fuck you.
You're not at all like that.
You guys have been calling me Mexican for a couple of years now. When I play into it,
so
you guys are like, yeah, you made it.
You just take that then, huh?
I'm Jewish, right?
No, you're not. Oh, dude, we gotta get the Jews out of here too. Oh my God.
Romanian, fuck it.
Oh, God.
I miss Earl.
I'm calling ICE on this room all day long.
Which is worse?
I'm calling ICE. ICE is getting called tomorrow.
If you had to get rid of Chinks, Jews, Arabs, Armenians, or Mexicans, out of those people, who would you get rid of first?
Lord, let me tell you, I'll get rid of Mexicans, Armenians. That's it. Everybody has to stay.
Man, that's a good choice.
No, seriously, everybody has to stay. Armenians and Mexicans, they look more.
No, Bruce, you're going to be the first one to get deported. You sound like you're Turkish.
Do I?
You Turk.
Wow.
Are you a closet?
No, we gotta get the Armenians. And some of the finest women on this planet.
That was a good one, John.
Wait, no.
Like KP, that's facts, KP.
No, what you just say?
Armenian women are fine as hell.
Oh my God, you're sick in your mind. You're sick. You're sick. We need to get rid of you.
Bruce.
I don't know who you are.
And I forget what poll, but Armenian women are considered the most beautiful in the world.
No, they think this.
Well, a lot of them have they're kind of exotic looking, but they're kind of
they're not.
We're not talking about the Kardashians.
Are y'all living in that life? Y'all don't live in that life.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Kardashians.
They're like white with an accent. Like for example, how a lot of Sicilian or Greek women look exotic. That's kind of like that.
Yeah.
But they got stuff done to themselves because they're rich. And their mom's not fucking Armenian. The mom is something.
Yeah, they're only half Armenian.
Yeah, there you go.
True. But the mother is. What is the mother?
She's like Scottish. She's
black. She's Italian. She's Italian.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is. Her mother's Creole. She's black.
Is she? Is she? I don't know. She's Italian or something.
No, she's like Welsh or Scottish.
Her dad is.
She's just like one of the. She's just like some people from the UK have that look like her. She's not even that dark.
No, Armenians need to go. Armenians need to go.
I would tell you, we can kick out the Albanians. We can get rid of them motherfuckers.
Why?
Them bitches roll beers real quick. Nasty motherfuckers.
No, I don't believe it. Albanians okay.
They can take their double ego wearing asses somewhere else.
Why you so damn racist like that?
Why are you so damn drunk?
Wow.
And yes, KK Somalis too. Get rid of them stinky motherfuckers.
Really?
Yeah.
Y'all just evil as hell. I just said the Armenians and Mexicans. Y'all just want to get rid of everybody.
Yeah, Bruce, I'm going to get the Armenians to form a coalition with the Koreans, and they're going to close all the liquors in your neighborhood. What are you going to do next?
I'm going to have all the black people kill their ass.
Oh, no, they can't.
No, nigga, what the count of
Koreans won't allow it.
No, Allie, you need to call the rooftop Armenians. You need to call the rooftop Armenians and have them cook with that gun when they see him stumbling up the driveway.
Armenians don't even like us. Armenians don't even
Bro,
like
so you know damn well niggas is scared of Koreans since '92. Stop it.
Oh, you talking about Koreans?
Not a single person said they want to get
I like
Adams, you're right.
I love
Not a single person. That's crazy.
Yeah, Adams, you're right. We just need the rooftop army.
I love all Asians are the best. Okay.
Allie, we saw what the rooftop Armenians did to that school. They said, we're going to teach these kids about gender transitions. And them Armenians came out and whooped everybody's ass.
They ain't whipping nobody's ass.
You know, they did. Literally brutal.
They did. This was like in Glendale or some shit. I remember them.
Yeah,
Y'all
literally.
like Armenians. So
The school
y'all
board
like Armenians.
said we're going to teach you all
You're not even Armenian, dude.
And the Armenians already got taken out. They already had a genocide once. The only ones that haven't had one.
That's why you don't
Armenians don't like anybody. Period. They don't like. Are you kidding, y'all?
I'm curious.
like everybody.
KK, you said the Koreans would never partner. Hold on, Bruce, hold on. KK, you said the Koreans would never partner with anyone. For whatever reason, they seem like the one group of chinks that come here and they assimilate the most.
Why do you even call them chinks? Just say
Because they look like it, and I can.
So I'll call you a wetback. You
Go ahead.
mad?
No, I don't care. I prefer stick instead, you know.
You white anyway, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
So I'm
I agree. Koreans handle their own shit. Armenians and Chaldeans is another two branches of people. You don't fuck with the war-torn motherfuckers.
Dude, you don't fuck with Asians. Alright. You fuck with Asians.
Asians are just straight up genocidal, dude. Like, if you look at their histories, like, they're the most, like, vicious little fuckers in the world.
Little 4'11" motherfuckers. It's crazy.
I'm telling you, they control, especially Chinese control the world. You can tell. So y'all can fuck the world. American keep fuck with them, I'm telling you.
Ain't nobody care about Chinese. Go there, go fuck over there across the pond to them
Why are you
Japs.
so
Them Japs are fucking crazy.
Hey, why you so cool?
Why what? I just told you I'm Turk. I am Turk. The fuck is wrong with you?
See, if you should get rid of the Chinese, that'd be the most popular vote of them all, because that would be like supporting like the whole entire global economy. Because there's a lot of them.
So wait, I need to post this.
That would save the earth. That would be popular from conservative to liberal. You said that one, but no one.
Really?
I need to post this faggot tree.
People are the trashiest to the earth, right? So there you go.
The
What are you gonna
Catholics.
get rid of?
The Catholics.
Minority or the majority? I think the Chinese.
The Catholics are, they're going from coast to coast, and they're demanding human rights are not a right. See, I'm sorry, I made a babe and raised, Catholic, and I was never an altar boy, and I don't really go to church, but this is bullshit.
You don't go to church.
They don't need, like, why are they going to be going down the street trying to do God's, work and, like, say we need a bunch of spics in our country and other dirty fucking people? That's bullshit.
It's spics, not spics.
It's spics.
It's not, he said spics.
¿Por qué no te calles? Yo hablando español.
You're saying it correctly.
Just say wetbacks.
All you need to know, if it wasn't for an Armenian woman, Malcolm X would have spent his life rotting in jail. Really?
How the fuck you look at this PTR and say this motherfucker's
Armenian? You know what? I'll do like
Armenian stuff. Not
so half Greek, half Italian, half Sicilian.
You know the fucking Moors took over their race though.
Which race?
I mean, you know that.
Oh God, here we go.
The Moors never took over the Armenians. They're ancient fucking people.
Actually, the Moors fucked that shit out of them motherfuckers.
They're ancient people.
Romanians are dark hair,
Oh my God. Romans are
That has to do with a bunch of y'all Alright.
Armenians are on another continent from Romania.
Just like George, he's drunk.
Well, no, George were really fucking them up.
Yeah.
So,
Romanians
the
are
Moors,
gymnastics.
the African Moors were having sex with them.
Nadia, come and eat you.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I didn't see Comanche wars. Comanche.
This is why Romans have dark hair, dark eyes, dude.
The Romans have nothing. No, we already know the genes played all out. We can fossil, they have carbon dated fossil remains, and they have zero black in them. They have zero black in them.
No, they have a lot of black in them. You're not even Romanian or anything like that. You Mexican. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my God, do you guys see the level?
You know what? This is so y'all did not shit. That's
George, he's drunk. Don't worry about it.
I'm drunk. But y'all did not shit. Y'all really deny stuff. Like, really that happened.
So we deny
me being a producer myself, I do like motherfucking research.
I deny that I ever knew your sister.
Oh my God. I deny I do know your sister. Nigga, you can't speak English. I'm calling ice on your ass. I'm calling ice on your ass.
Yeah, call ice and tell him to bring you another beer.
Good.
We're not talking about
Hey, y'all, but you know what? But
would you want Romanian or Russian?
You in Europe, dude. You don't know anything. Europeans don't really know anything. Y'all know. Europeans don't know shit about Americans. That's one thing.
That's true.
Y'all don't. I hate Europeans that come and try to tell.
Jesus Christ, you can't hear anybody.
Yes, because I'm in LA. And the whole thing.
I posted Homeland Security is dropping white nationalists.
No, they gonna drop on your ass, like my PP.
I'm loving it.
Please, I hope they grab your ass.
Well, you standing out there waiting on the bus, you got a lot of background noise.
I'm walking, retard.
Did you just say that you wanted to grab Pepe's ass?
What the fuck?
You're another European, ain't you? Like, you live in Europe, not you're European American. You're not an American, you're another European, aren't you? Fucking Europeans, dude. Y'all don't know the fuck y'all talking about.
It's 3 o'clock on a Monday.
Like, how are the whole fucking thing is how you, if you're not living in America or anything, how you can talk about America?
Bruce, I'll be back in the United States in a couple weeks.
None of y'all, half y'all ran in PP. He's the only one in America. None of y'all in America.
And I will be back in a couple weeks.
Alright.
Seriously, what's today, Monday?
At 3 p.m.
You're already drinking?
At 3 p.m.
Are you in America at 3 p.m.?
We're both in your same city, you fucking alcoholic.
So you in LA. So you in LA.
Man, I'm telling you that.
Now you shut the fuck up.
I don't think Bruce is really in LA. I think Bruce is really in Zimbabwe.
Nigga, I live in LA.
Bruce is really in Zimbabwe.
No, Bruce out there.
I'm 100%.
Quiet, Zimbabwe, Bruce. Quiet.
Adam,
go ahead, Sean.
Adam, check this out. Bruce is in Echo Park. This is actually somebody,
Actually, I need to be in Echo Park. I really do.
You need to go to Echo Park, all right. Man,
Okay, so
Bruce lives in North Hollywood. That's why he's so mad at Pep for BMX.
Lives in North Hollywood, California. That's where
What goes Bruce? Oh, that would be interesting. Bruce, why don't you meet up with George?
Who the fuck is George? Who's George?
Michael George.
Who the fuck is he?
The guy on the stage.
I'm Black Jesus.
You not black, Jesus. You're not even black.
Bruce is black.
Unless you are black, dude, y'all see my picture. You know I live in North Hollywood. So what the hell? I don't give a fuck.
Wait, we don't see no picture. What picture are you talking about?
Y'all see my picture, you dumb asses?
Oh, you want me to click on it?
Oh. Jesus.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Bruce?
Alright, advance a finger to your PTR.
Why? You know,
what do you know? He has a drink in his hand in the picture.
Thank you. You see that drink in the head? That's me. That's me.
In a red solo cup ain't just some hood shit. See, this is
the only person drinking. He couldn't even put his drink down long enough to take a picture.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
I don't know. I've got soda in that motherfucker.
That's a motherfucker right behind you.
Okay. That's
with some gumbo boots on.
Okay, you a nigga. I can already tell you a nigga.
No, I don't think that's liquor. I don't think that's liquor. I think that's that dick baby wine.
For the fifth time, I'm Turkish.
Hilarious.
Do you not understand? I'm Turkish.
No,
I'm from Turkey.
Alan, run!
No, I've been here raised.
That's a cup of in the cup you're holding. That's
Alan, he's a white boy. I can tell that.
Hey, but Bruce, when are you gonna pull up? I'm on Whittier.
Hey, you shut up.
I'm on Whittier.
Shut up.
I'm on Whittier. And fuck you, bitch. I'm on Whittier and Garfield. Tuco, what the fuck? You show up.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it.
Where are you?
Whittier and Garfield.
Montebello.
That nigga said, he said, hey,
I was born in Montebello.
Hey, they said that shit in perfect language there. He said, I'm in Whittier and Garfield. Like, god dang, nigga. I thought you was like Mexican.
What's up, Puto? Go ahead.
I went to Little Cox Elementary School for kindergarten.
Is Whittier and Garfield, that's East LA, right?
Oh my god. No, you don't even know what it is.
I don't live in Los Angeles, dumbass.
That's Bethlehem.
Oh, I thought you said it. Really, I thought you did.
Where? What's up, Bethlehem? That's a Mario. What the fuck are you talking about?
I was just picking like cross streets on Google Maps in East LA.
Why do you do that? Why?
Because I just control you.
I like the predominantly Latino community.
You know what? Stop trolling. Like you trolling.
It's the first Armenian community in LA, and then I was going down.
Soto Street. Soto.
Oh my God.
That's East LA. What's up? Hello.
Is that really you? Is that
really you?
Yes. I'm saying 18 plus people. Let's look at 18 plus.
You done found this goddamn phone out the gutter, drunk ass, and woke up. And here he goes.
Okay.
I can't tell you black or white.
I'm gonna answer.
I told you I'm Turkish for the sixth time.
No.
What's wrong with you?
No. Turkish.
I'm gonna answer.
Would you like to speak in my native tongue? Would you like to talk in my own language?
Go ahead.
No, listen.
Hey guys.
What island?
We should deport first are Canadian.
Yeah, fuck those people.
No, we should send Bruce back to Zimbabwe. Well, we'll label him a Canadian and send him to Canada. Yeah, but those.
You know, I actually want to go Canada.
These motherfuckers say connect.
No,
say
I'm gonna go to Canada. Where the hell
No,
you going?
seriously, I want to go to Canada.
You want to go up
Like
there?
Sydney.
Up here in Canada.
Canada fucking sucks.
Canada, all outdoors, eh? You come visit.
I heard Canada is a good place to go. I wonder.
What part of this would you like to visit?
Yeah, what part? Saskatchewan?
I don't know. I gotta find out.
Well, everything on the West Coast. Everything on the West is just, you don't want to go anything on the West. I'm just going to help you out.
No, but seriously, Canada is a good place, dude. They have places where you can leave your doors unlocked.
You mean what?
Leave your doors unlocked.
Montreal's real.
No, you know what he needs? He needs to be dropped off in the Somali neighborhood in fucking Toronto. That's exactly what he Bruce.
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, send him right to Toronto.
No. I mean, I'm
if you want to visit Canada as a tourist, you want to go to the east.
No, I want to.
Hey, up in Toronto, I hear that
You want to take your ass up. You don't have to just go to Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia.
Join the Eskimos up
I
in
mean,
the north, eh?
why white people are so vindictive now? Like, why are y'all so against violence? Like, seriously.
Seriously,
I want to know.
Why are we all so violent? What the hell?
It's our white people deal with that.
So you okay, let me watch y'all so violent.
If white people were so violent, there wouldn't be any black people. What are you talking about?
No, y'all can't kill us. We
say violent.
No, we're stronger than you guys. One is not.
Just go to Nova Scotia.
Hey, what the fuck? You talking
French destroyed the Dahomey Kingdom.
No, they didn't. And the whole thing got lied. You guys ain't covering the whole Africa. Y'all,
I want to say this. I just want to say this.
White people live in Africa like we still dominant.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I want to say this. I just think it's funny, like, as a mental exercise. If you were to, let's say, like, you replace white people with, I don't know, the Igbo or some Africans or some shit, they would have probably put all of the black Americans in concentration camps. So, like, I'm just being honest. They would have, like, genocided them even.
If you that person, you would No,
hold up. Listen, we always have something to say about black people. That nigga really needs to shut the fuck up.
Fuck you, nigga! What the fuck you gonna do about it now?
I'll really beat your ass.
Okay, come beat my ass!
This is Galaxy?
Don't let him.
Oh, this is Galaxy. He's just a gay Middle Eastern guy.
You gay. Spanish. When he said gay Mexican, he said
How many motherfucking ships did you see with niggas on? Middle Eastern had the biggest slave trade. What the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you.
Yeah, Chi-Chi.
What the fuck are you talking about?
hey, Chi-Chi, don't go with they're stupid.
Look here, saucy McDonald motherfucker. Look here. If you've been on Eastern,
Hey, nigga, you sound like a nigga.
Chi-Chi, I'm gonna call you Kitover.
That's so funny to me, nigga. You sound like a nigga.
how many fucking slave ships have you taken over?
Okay, shut up.
Chi-Chi, your name means
fucking $2.
hey, kitty.
I'm
not gonna fuck anybody up, Chi-Chi. I'm not gonna fuck.
Chi-Chi, quit flirting, you filthy faggot.
You just a straight bitch, nigga.
Chi-Chi, don't Don't listen to this.
What was the old appearance on television, Gigi?
Do you think I'm worried about these $2 niggas? About these $2 niggas. The fuck?
Don't worry. I can't hear you. Guys, shut up for a second.
No, talking about Gigi.
I don't know why Bruce is calling anybody again. Bruce, we all know where you at with me.
Wow, really?
No, yeah, Carmelita Incorporated. Carmelita, you want to pick Carmelita into the room?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, he saw it up quick.
No, show it.
No trannies, please. Yeah, we don't need those trannies are fucking terrorists.
Hold up.
Show it, nigga.
Show it. Really need to understand. On Clubhouse, I am undefeated, nigga. Ain't none of you niggas could ever see me, bitch. All y'all I believe it, son. Remember that. Yeah, just like that.
Destroyed over and over and over.
Y'all trying to follow the money,
I don't know about that. You always get you niggas don't start young.
You niggas want to do
White.
Y'all white shows.
You niggas
Why did you change your name to Gigi? Now, should we just call you Tits?
Do you know what the point
Hey, Pepe, I can't hear anybody. One drink in the room is enough, but if you want to, let me move them unless you don't want me to.
Oh, no. Don't move them because I'm going to get a whole comedy show out.
Hey, hold on. Chi, hold on a second.
Shut up.
You mixed breed, red bone. Okay, amazing.
Yeah, you a wetback, man.
Yeah, I am. Brown fried.
And you're a drunk chocolate, dude. But you're not brown. Nigga, I'm brown. Look at me. Look at my face. I'm brown. I'm brown pride.
You're a filthy mayate is all you are.
Bruce.
Y'all so slow, dude.
Bruce, my dick identifies as black. Does that count?
No, nigga, because you're not black.
He's like, no, give me a nigga dick in my mouth.
Watch, Bruce almost said prove it. There's a bunch of dudes in here, and y'all motherfucking like.
You're flirting, faggot. Why are you doing that?
There's no females in here.
You're being gay.
Oh, something slow.
You know what, Bruce? Bruce said you got a lot of females. There's a lot of females in the audience.
Hey, you know what? You know what?
Well, in all fairness, KP, the Muslim is the one that ran them off the stage.
Hey, to be honest with you, you black nigga or Keisa. Alright,
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. No,
but thank you, Chi.
Now, you want to sit here and crack jokes?
Nigga, all you but I stop.
You said something drinking motherfucking comment. You motherfucker, I got your back guy.
Hold on.
Hey, you liberal motherfucker, gangrene ass.
Yeah, he's like, don't want you to call my name. Why is you calling my name? Because you want.
Black dude.
No,
he's the one that's
Chi, not Chi, Bruce. So are you wearing skinny jeans?
Are you
walking? What are you doing? You walking in skinny jeans? You need some money for your next beer, huh?
Gay dude.
Gay ass, yeah, you fucking homo.
Somebody, you know what? We all just send a note inside.
You're selling your chocolate cheeks for beer money, pussy.
It's okay that you gay, dude. It's alright.
Faggot ass motherfucker, fuck you.
It's alright.
You get your ass cheeks clapped for beer? What the fuck is wrong with you?
You said what you say?
You getting your ass clapped for beer? That's what you doing.
Nigga, you black, bro. You can't even troll right. You can't even troll right. Oh my god.
Alright. So, you need to go back to the topic. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to bring order. So,
how do you bring order, dude?
Wow.
You Mexican.
So just quiet homes. Now
Homes. Oh God.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. So as far as the topic goes, who should the U.S. prioritize deporting first?
I needed to.
Shut the fuck up! I need to answer my own fucking question.
No.
Okay, you're going in the sober tank. God damn, the drunk tank that is. Jesus Christ. I would say the Chinks, the Arabs. I don't know. It's just a lot of them. No, you're okay, KK. You're okay. I mean, you look like one of the good Chinks that works in a nail salon, so you're fine.
But Pepe, if you get rid of the Asians, then the women would not have great nails. They would not have great dry cleaning, and the black one would not have wigs. So that would be a big revolt. Okay. What I would suggest, and I'm happy that you went back to the subject. I would like the U.S. to prioritize the illegals that are reliant on federal programs and dollars to be removed first. That's who I don't care what ethnic background they are in. I'm not prioritizing it. I'm looking at this as a pure monetary deficit that could go towards actually our U.S. citizens. So the ones that have been stuck in America dry, that's who I want to go.
Very nice. Anybody else? Would you guys like to? And anybody can in the audience, if you were free, you can feel free to tell us whether if you can say the gays, you can say if they're a certain racial or national origin or
not good. Just to confirm me, apologize. Usually nice. I didn't expect that.
Like whoever you want, that's fine. It's your country. You should be able
he
to
said,
say
I told him, look, I need to. I know we don't talk, and we ended on bad terms because he was being very disrespectful.
Generally speaking,
people contribute. This was like 5 to 10 years ago.
Anybody else, and that's the way
he was.
So they're really not.
He was being disrespectful. Yeah, I was trying to be, I was trying to connect with him. He was like, no, you're nuts. Nothing ever happened like you said. And I'm like, that's not true. I was there. It happened. They didn't want to own any of it, so got an after this meeting. I was like, all right, I'm leaving. We had plans to spend a weekend together. I went down there.
The immigrants
I was prideful. I was like, all right, well, I'm not dealing with that. I want to have an honest relationship with you. So
United
peace out.
And I may not be characterizing this right, but then they changed it to, well, we're just going to allow anybody to come in from any country. And that's so.
It still stands, Alan. You are supposed to be financially independent from the government. That's literally the
Well, Alan, we used to not have. No, but
I'm not describing it correctly.
We used to not have any. Entitlements.
I'm listening to that intellectual giant known as Pepe.
And so you had huge. A lot of people don't realize that. Like a lot of the Italians, for example, did go back to Italy because they couldn't make it here, and so it wasn't feasible to stay if you were not able to survive.
Can I? This is the thing. Asians, what they do, and they've been doing this for decades now, is that they have family that wants to come to the United States. They go through the whole process. It takes them years to get it done. But then when they come to the United States, they are given a home. They stay with family or relatives in a home. Yes, a crowded home, but it's a home, right? They're given a job. Why do you think you see so many Asians that they're all related to each other in one location? It's because they're a cousin or a friend or whatever. That's how it is. And they tell them, this is your job. You're starting from scratch. You can totally keep your tips, but this is how much it is, and that you have to go for your booth or pay or whatever. You work your ass off for so many years, you then become part owner in this actual store. That's what enables other Asian owners to then just open up a new nail salon, open up a new wig shop, open up a new dry cleaner, is because each time they bring someone in, they're placing them in a more subservient role so that they can develop another brick and mortar. That's basically what Asian culture does. So we don't have this whole kind of like stigma of like that. Are there Asians that are immigrants that are illegal that are on government subsidies? Absolutely, they are. But for the bigger purpose of this conversation, traditionally they have not. I don't know of any other ethnic group coming in that has been kind of just take care of their own type of people.
I don't think I can even count on one hand seeing any homeless Asians either, so I don't have any hate on that. I don't see homeless.
I found it's the Hart-Celler Act with the C, passed in 1965. Previous to that, all of the immigration laws favored European immigrants and Western European immigrants particularly, and that particular law changed it. So that's why we have it. That's why we have the makeup of the country we have today, because of that particular law. Now, Pepe, I'll leave it to you to say the bias statement about how that.
Well, the 1965 Immigration Act, the Hart-Celler Act, we had that. So at that time we had a nation of origin quota. So you had to be from northeastern Europe primarily. That's where they really wanted people to come from, and to a lesser extent southern and eastern Europe. But before that, starting with, it was in 1790, the first Immigration Act in our first Congress was, it said you had to be a free white person of good moral character, and it's relatively easy to immigrate here, but we were not open to non-white immigration, and so basically from 1790 all the way till 1965, we only allowed whites for the most part to immigrate here. We were almost 90% white country, and then when it was Robert Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson was president at the time, and they were saying how, oh no, this won't upset the demographic of makeup of America, but which was absolutely wrong. It did, and so it adds on to a lot of the drama. I guess you can see today in our changing demographics, and which kind of makes things a lot more complicated.
Also, Pepe, I think the ones that have a criminal background or history, that's what I have find problematic. It's like, oh, they got pulled over for a DUI or this or that when they were here, not even on a full work visa, or especially if they're illegal. They just seem to like, I'm like, why are all these, convicted rapists or waiting on trial for pedophilia still running around in our streets? Like, it's kind of odd. So, like, with the Asian community, if your family's sponsoring you, you don't put shame onto your family by getting in trouble. So they look at it as like, okay, if I'm coming to this country and I make a mess out of it, then that looks poorly not only to the family, but that small group that kind of sponsored you into that. So it's interesting culturally how people do it different, but I don't understand why the illegals that have been able to remain in the country that already have broken our laws beyond them coming in illegally. Like, anyone with any type of criminal findings should be taken off. I mean,
yeah, that was the most egregious thing is that you had states like California that, so if you were a foreign national, and let's say it was for something like raping of a child, it didn't matter like how severe the violent the act was. When ICE put a detainer on the prisoner, so that once they got done serving their time, they would be picked up by ICE and removed. Like California wouldn't even tell ICE what time they were going to be released or from which location, basically making it impossible to deport them. And somehow they think that this is like the humane thing to do. Like a lot of these progressive politicians, which I think is it's absolutely fucking asinine. You're gonna like protect the wolves, to slaughter the sheep.
That's the reason why immigrants that have been here that are illegal for 20 years that haven't gotten in any trouble are getting swept up. Is because the sanctuary cities did not agree to do a pass off for felons coming out of jail to be then handed over to ICE for them to be deported. So Homan made it very clear, if you close off that path, then we have to go out into your community to pluck the people up and shut them down. That's where the outrage goes. So it's almost like we need to prioritize going through the most difficult first, which would be the sanctuary cities.
Yeah, no, I mean, they should not exist. And there's not a country in this world that will like let somebody come into their country, commit an egregious act, and stay there.
Not a single one.
It's fucking stupid.
And I just learned today that even with the sanctuary city, the whatever it is, I forget what it's called in LA, that it has multiple provisions for them to cooperate with federal law enforcement and ICE if the person has broken the law, has been incarcerated, and it goes and it lists specifically what, if they're convicted of this, if they're convicted of this, all the different crimes, and yet the city refuses to cooperate with ICE in any way at all. And so they're even breaking their own law. It's really completely ridiculous, but it's simple. You know what? I will put the link in the chat. There's this, what is it? Indivisible.org. It's their website, lists all of the ways you're supposed to resist the Trump administration. It's a huge amount of fear mongering. It's pretty revealing because it shows they say specifically, well, we're just copying what the Tea Party did. and literally all of the distortions and lies that they tell people to use and all of the tactics they tell people to use, the goal of which is to simply slow down or stop any progress that the Trump administration attempts to do. So in that light, everything that like Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, is doing, or Gavin Newsom is doing, it's to slow down Trump and break the law by any means necessary.
Yep. I just think it's ridiculous they're even making like it a human rights issue when you're talking about fucking like dangerous people. It's just bizarre. Like it's like it just starts to go backwards. Like with a lot of these progressives, what they do just makes zero fucking sense. Hello, MW.
Well, it's all about retaining power. That's it.
I got into the car. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. I was on mute. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I just saw coming in on Brian. That's a strong one.
George.
I'm so sorry. I saw Conan O'Brien. I just want to let you know.
What I find interesting is that the Patriot Act requires employers to verify that the persons are in the country legally.
George, don't talk out of turn, George.
He's kind of echoing KK.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, there's an echo from KK's mic.
Yeah, KK.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was just saying, I find it interesting because according to the Patriot Act, the employer is supposed to verify, but I hear all this deportation. I hear nothing but employers being penalized, knowing that they have someone illegal working for them. I hear about I guess they deporting these persons. They are picking them up. But what's going on with the employers who are really condoning these behaviors? I hear nothing about employers being penalized.
NW, I live in a border area, and there's a governmental program, federal program. It's E-Verify, and what the employer is actually supposed to collect the information and data, and then there's a list of rules that the employer has to do. I mean, I looked them over. There was nothing like out of the wall, like too much. It would be too difficult to do, but typically, they were saying online, if you are a company and you use that program, then ICE really won't bother you, right? The problem happens is when we have what they call seasonal migrant workers, and they are also another program with the federal government, and they're with the companies that sign up for E5 or E-Verify. If they're not retained again, then they just stay. So there's no actual accountability for the person to just leave. Another issue is when employers, they, obtain people's ID, the immigrants, the illegals are giving them false information. In particular, if they've had like really bad arrests or they're, wanted in another country for some, big ass crime, they're running away and trying to hide in the U.S. So that's the problem with it. So a lot of these bigger companies, they don't care. So they would rather have just like the low, and all they have to do is claim like, well, I didn't know he was, this person or whatnot. That's why the biometrics and having everyone, all the immigrants that come in accounted for, so that way they can determine exactly who people say that who they are is actually who they are. So that's an issue that we have in Southern California.
Yeah, I know. I mean, everyone else, the system that I hear what someone said that because of sanctuary cities, they're not cooperating, and the government has no recourse, I believe, and I understand why they were going to Home Depots and other places where typically undocumented persons would show up for employment opportunity and pick them up. And now you have the situation where Trump has proposed, or Homeland Security has proposed, that restaurants, farmland, hotels, they will be exempt. So that's really condoning. I mean, I know because the employees need the people, but at the same time, the government is speaking on two sides of its lips. So someone can claim I work for a hotel.
Maybe perhaps you didn't get the updated version. So Trump was saying he was considering amnesty. So the update from that was just maybe a week and a half ago. Is what they were going to do was the farmer or the construction company's owner would then become like a quote sponsor. So they're responsible to be able to identify, this is Joe Blow, he's been working for me for 20 years, he doesn't have a criminal record, he doesn't have any problems company is then the sponsor. So the immigrant would have to leave still, but then the sponsor would prioritize them, put them on a fast track so he can come back in. But the key part is that he has to leave the country to come back in so they can get them the whole biometrics on them to be able to determine exactly yes. And the reason why this is important is because going future, if they go and do a check at a farm, at a construction site, whatever, it's easily just to look at the people, get the biometric, and to determine if, yes, that is that person, or they stolen or swapped out identification. So he's not claiming full amnesty. He's having the companies or the business owners to claim kind of a, quote, sponsorship. Yes, there was going to be a fee paid, but it was going to be the fee paid by the actual owners of the company, not by the illegals, the immigrants.
And I think the important part of that is they go back home. In other words, there is some form of punishment for you coming here illegally. And it's in line with what, I forget who's head of Homeland, Christy Noem. I've seen ads on the TV. Hi, this is Christy Noem. I got a message for you. If you're here illegally, we will find you. Go home and you have a chance to come back. And then she says, if you don't, we will find you and we will deport you. So it is what you just explained, KK, is in line with the Trump administration and Homeland Security's approach to immigration.
You know what's sad, Alan, is do you remember when Kamala was the border czar and she said, I'm not at the border, I'm going to the root of the problem, and where she went to Central America, in particular to Guatemala? Do you know what the result of that trip was? The result was giving the country $3 billion for social programming. And upon her exit, did she even get a security, a parallel agreement that they would share intel with Guatemala and the U.S.? No, she did not. So that's the reason why we knew it was never going to be fixed. All the Democrats wanted to do was throw money at them. Oh, throw money. Let's make the people in Guatemala happier so they stay there and not come to our country illegally. That's not how it works, because that $3 million runs out. And then what are we going to do? Speaking of money, I'm going to share this real quick, and then I got to be quiet because I'm walking into yoga soon. No fat girl here, Pepe. No fat girl here. Is in LA, freaking Mayor Bass is now she just signed an order that they will provide illegals that are hiding and they don't want to go to work and they can't pay their rent. LA County is going to offer them money and
my tax dollars
for them to stay in the country and hide.
My tax dollars. I'm very upset about that.
Well, no. Yeah, well, they were like, oh no, it's not going to be public city dollars. It's going to come from nonprofits. She said a majority of it's going to come from nonprofits, to include like Chirla, CHIRLA. But Doge did the paper trail research on that and found out that Chirla is basically receiving money from the federal government as an NGO from three other NGOs that trickle it. So it's like a shell game. So it's going to be the federal dollars. You know, everyone across the country is going to be giving illegals money. And this is the thing. How many homeless veterans do we have on LA streets? Why aren't we saying, you know what, we're going to help you, give you $5,000 to get you back up and going, right? So that's where my problem is. It's like, they're not even being transparent about it. So there's going to be more, because guess what? If it starts in California, if it starts in New York, other cities are going to...
He needs to be arrested, and New York is in very, very, very big trouble right now. Like, do you think for a minute, KK, that the polls are accurate and that Muslim is actually winning that election? election?
I don't know. With New York,
It's all smoke and mirrors.
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, I don't know. New Yorkers are just stupid enough to where they might vote that guy in.
Yeah, the Islamic Republic
It's the
of Manhattan
exact
loaded.
same game.
Loaded.
Well, it's the exact same game that they did with Kamala. Kamala's doing great. She's ahead in the polls. I don't know what polls you're looking at. Da 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 da. Oh, and that's not true. Look at that. Look at this fan base. Look at the people that sit there and came to listen to her. Da 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 da. Well, it comes out after she was never ahead in a single fucking poll. It's all smoke and mirrors because what? People want to vote for a winner. So like, okay, well, if everyone else is doing it, she must be okay, so I'm going to vote for Kamala. It's the exact same PR, marketing, whole agenda that the Democrats did for Kamala. They're doing it again. And the thing is, he has a leg up, this Orhan guy, because his mother is a producer, movie producer. Think about it. Look at each of his engagements are all so scripted out. Right? Each of the words, each of the things. He was an actor. Of course he's going to act like a mayor. Yes, of course he's going to act white for the camera. He's not stupid. But yeah, it's just the whole let's pretend everything is great game. I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah, and you know, I wanted you reminded me too, KK. I mean, that whole thing with Kamala Harris as the borders are. The Democrats' dicks were so hard over Biden's immigration bill, which was just because they knew they were going to get shitloads of money that would have done absolutely nothing for immigration. And I'm so happy that the Republicans, and however Trump did it, he forced them to vote no on it. Yeah, because all Biden needed to do was re-sign Trump's immigration executive orders. And day one, Trump walked in, signed those orders, and there you go. All the numbers dropped dramatically to practically nothing. And it didn't cost the U.S. taxpayers 1 cent. Same ICE, same Homeland Security, same budget. All it took was an executive order and Trump saying, don't come to this country because if you do, it will be very unpleasant for you. Now, some will say, oh, that's so cruel. You're so mean to the people who have true asylum issues. I don't know what voice that is or why it came up. That's my whiny Democrat voice. In any event, they will say that. And what is more cruel? Letting someone come to this country, stay here for 20 years, and then they get caught after establishing themselves illegally and being sent back to their country of origin, or making sure they don't come here at all until they're allowed to come legally, and then they have the security of knowing that they are here legally, they can take advantages of all the benefits of this country and know that they cannot be forced back. Which one is better?
You know
Trump is better.
Exactly. You know what's scarier if you really think about it? What if Biden did win, knowing on the mental decline that he was in and not really there? They just needed him to win. And what were they going to do? They were going to say, okay, he can't be president anymore, next in line. Near the beginning, I firmly believe, just my personal opinion, I believe that was the plan.
Oh,
just win.
Yeah.
Just win. And so that way we can say you're sick, you have cancer, and the vice president needs to take over. That was their way to say, yes, we're going to get a female president in. And what happened to Joe's cancer? How come we've never heard anything about how he's doing on a treatment? Listen, you're one of the most well-recognized men on earth. why would you not be a great advocate for cancer, for early research, for getting checked, pushing agendas and nonprofits that are going to find a cure for it, right? Why isn't he? I don't even think he has cancer. I hate to say it, but what happened to his cancer? Do y'all remember? We need to feel bad for him. Yes, he's a cognitive decline, but he had cancer. He has cancer. He was on the beach 2 weeks ago. He hasn't lost his hair. So what type of treatments? What type of treatments?
Well,
are there?
A report came out that said that it came back or he's getting treatments. I heard it wasn't that big in the news. Just saying, he does have cancer. But absolutely, you are correct. And that's the way the Democratic Tammany Hall machine works in California. Whoever's in the office resigns early, like Secretary of State, Attorney General, etc., and then the new person, then somebody gets appointed by the governor, and then that person serves the remaining of the term, and now they're on the ballot as the Democratic incumbent. And the voters, which in the city centers are overwhelmingly Democrat, just simply vote in the person because they're going to vote straight line Democratic. And so no one actually has to campaign and talk about their policies and actually win the approval of the voters. They just get voted in essentially by appointment. That's how she got her job as Attorney General. That's how she got her job as Vice President. And it's how she would have gotten her job had Biden had won.
But back to the immigration thing for a second. What about those undocumented immigrants that are marrying U.S. citizens to circumvent the rule? Can they still be deported if they're undocumented, even though they marry an American citizen?
Yes, this is not 90 Day Beyonce. Let's have everyone in. You still have to go through a process. Why do you think the 90-Day Fiancé was like a whole series? Is because the U.S. citizen had to stay here, and then they were trying to bring in their foreign ones, right? It takes years. It takes a lot of time to do that. So they're like, that he's illegal. He's here illegally, but he married a U.S. citizen. That doesn't mean shit. You still have to go through the legal proceedings for that. And I'm sorry, we need to get rid of DACA too. Don't get me started on that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. I knew someone who went through the process. And it's the way you do it correctly is that and the rules are different, but the way you do it correctly is you go to the home country, you marry the woman, assuming you're a man, and you're not tranny. You marry the woman, I'll use this example. Then you come back to the United States. You say, I got married, my wife is here, I want to bring her here. You go through the application process, and then they say, okay, she can come. Then you go back, and you bring your wife to the United States.
It's a green card. And
and then you get your green card. Then you have to wait the regular amount of time.
Permit. You can't work. You got to have a work permit after that. But you have to have a green card.
Yeah. Well, you can. And then you got to show you have the financial wherewithal to support this person. The work permit part of it, I forget if you get that as well. It really depends. But then the point is, then you have to wait whatever the waiting period is, 5 years, 3 years, to become a U.S. to apply to become a U.S. citizen. So that's the right way to do it. Now, coming here, and this may have changed, coming here, marrying someone, now we're married. I think what's different now, and why, you're seeing, children are being separated, they're being forced to be separated. No, they're not. If they identify, say, a mother or father who came here illegally, who got married to someone who is legal, they say, okay, daddy's going back home. You can bring the child with you, or you can leave him here. The choice is up to you. And then the person has to
Well, I know someone that did something a little differently. What they did was they formed an LLC. I had it registered in the United States. Came to the U.S. on a tourist visa, and then started working, getting contract jobs, not under a social security number, but under their tax ID number. And so they're operating as a business. And the businesses they just work from business to business services. They're not asking for social security number. They just want to know, do you have a tax ID? Now this person then married a U.S. citizen, but in the meantime, they're working because they're working under the tax ID number and not a social security number. And that's gaming the system.
Yes, that's true. But I don't think it's gaming the system. It is. I understand why you say that. But the government, yeah, but but NW, I'm not disagreeing with you. Let me add this. The government, I remember reading in one of the tax program that they caution you, and they say the IRS has been around a long time. They've heard and seen every trick in the book. If you think you're coming up with something new, you're not. I'm sure the government is aware that people do that, and they are allowing it on purpose. They don't consider it gaming the system. And the more, without putting any judgment on whether it's good or bad or whether or not it's cheating, in order to do what you just said, what you have to do, you have to have enough money. It costs money to create an LLC or a corporation. And then when you do that, you are paying taxes.
Yeah, it doesn't cost too much to form an LLC in any state. But now there is in the immigration laws. I know they have clauses for if you are legitimately starting a business and you will be employing people. The government will allow you to do that and give you some type of business permit to actually operate a business and to generate money as the owner of a business enterprise. And at that level, it's how many employees that you're creating. But this is more persons who are looking at the low end of that pathway, and they're simply forming the LLC. Getting massive small jobs, get a job for 5,000 here, 6,000 here, 10,000, and the government's and it's going under the radar because of the volume. Now, if you're making $100,000, $200, $1 million in revenue, that's a different story. Now you're in a different game. But I
I do know that persons are being savvy, although gaming the system may not be the appropriate word, but there definitely is a crack, if you will, in the process, whereby this person I know came on a tourist visa and overstayed their visit and still has overstayed their visit and is able to survive by finding jobs as independent work through their LLC. And so I think that is not a fair system. I mean, that's not fair to do that.
There's two parts of this. And again, look, we want people to come to this country, establish this, if they have the money, establish business and work here. And if they have an LLC, they will be paying taxes.
Yes.
So that is a legitimate use. The person who came under a visa and overstayed their welcome, it doesn't matter if they have an LLC or not. If they're here illegally, they will get deported. Now, establishing, and maybe here's the way to look at it, since you brought up that other example, certainly by establishing an LLC, getting jobs here, it's considered legal, and it is a way to show that you have value to the United States. So that if your visa is up and you go back home after your before your visa expires, then when you apply and come again, then certainly when you do apply legitimately to immigrate here, it will help your case to say, oh yeah, and by the way, I came here under a visa, I created an LLC, I created jobs, I paid taxes, and I left when I was supposed to, and now I would like to come to the United States, immigrate here perfectly. That makes a big difference, because remember, when you immigrate to this country, at some point, you meet with an immigration agent. And that agent, you got to convince him or her before anybody else. So certainly, that's a better way to go about it. But I got to go. Pepe, if you're still there, thanks. I'll talk to you later. Bye,
Later, Alan.
Hello, people. So,
no, he needs to be the first one to be deported.
Give an example about this immigration. I have a friend. I'm from Turkey, by the way. I have a friend who is just came American citizen just 2 years ago, and he just got married from Turkey because he's Turkish. And this woman used my friend for coming there, becoming US. They have a child. And after they come to US, 6 months later, my friend got cheated.
He should throw her down. There's some really cool ghost towns, and he should drive to them and take her with him, and then say it's like a cute day out, and then just throw her into the mine shaft or the well, and probably nobody will find her, and that's he'll get over it, bro.
The problem is they have a child, and this woman was beating her to end the month's order. And we have sacred videos of this top nanny camps. And then guess what happens? but her son was beaten by her wife, and he put hatred camps to the house. And this, this state laws, if you put a camp, how can you rule that?
Sure. Well, guys, I gotta go. I gotta end the room, but thank you.
See you later.
Long.
Anyway, those are my personal qualms. I probably need to just get past all of that shit and stuff like that, and just and do push that. But it's kind of just, it's also nervousness. Like, I don't know why. Sometimes I'm just like afraid to put myself out there. So, but I'm gonna take your advice, and I think I'm gonna go the YouTube route and kind of, for now, separate them and just do the advice, the videos, you know what I mean, and then just not actually involve my actual business. You know what I mean? But another source of income, and I can still teach people certain things and knowledge. And like the other day, right? I had this lady fucking leave a Google review based off of other people's Google reviews, and she's never even been a client. Luckily, Google deleted it, but people be weird, though. Like, they think you own them when you cook for them. That they own you. You don't. Anyway, that's personal problems. So, but you're right. I definitely think that it's a source of income. And people who have the confidence and the boldness to put themselves out there, they definitely should. Now, if you don't, to be honest with you, what I've been researching is faceless channels. You don't necessarily have to put your face out there. If you can find a way to provide information and market it properly, you can still get information out there in a faceless way, as long as the aesthetic is right? So that's another idea that I've been playing with. Just having like this one lady, she has a YouTube video based off of Dr. Sadie. She did one video. That video has 2 million views or more and counting. And then she builds a business around that one video. Literally one video. So it's like, so it just
You just need to turn the camera on and just start talking, nigga. You gonna go for 13 hours and make $10 million in them 30 days. I promise.
I'm not a people person. That's my problem.
Man, your ass get up here and talk to these nigglets every day, 19 hours a day. Shut the hell up.
Joseph, no, I just gotta put it on video.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, he's 100% right, because it's called your IP, your intellectual property. That's the problem with Clubhouse, is that the people that were on here all day giving away their IP, they realized that it was not profitable, so they moved over to other channels. So whether it's a newsletter, you have to make access to you more difficult, because what you put down is real shit. Like, it's, and like to speak to some of the things you're saying, I completely hear you. Like, putting yourself out there is vulnerable. Like, it invites attention. People are, it could be good or bad, right? Like, it's mostly bad because people are just haters and stuff. But the ones that are meant to hear what you're saying, you gotta focus on that. Like, actually, every time, one thing that helped me, I paid a lot of money to be in a mastermind, and one of the notes I took down that stuck with me is, every time you film, think as if you're talking to one person. Put that in your mind, the top of your mind. You're not talking to everybody. You're talking to one person specifically. That really helped me a lot, because I can focus on that avatar, that person I want to help. And it's not going to be one person, obviously, because you're putting it out there. It's going to be so many more people. And now they're demonetizing AI videos on YouTube starting in, I think it's like this week. They're demonetizing AI videos. They're looking for real people. And so, but you can try both. Test both, okay? Because the more you post, like you were saying, you were starting to get comments and negative stuff. If you don't have any haters, if you don't have any awkwardness, you're not doing anything. That's actually evidence that you were breaking through. So the fact that you stop is that, like, the haters and the demons out there, they win that way, right? Like, because they are not able to do it. So as soon as you put some out there, the demons are dispatched. Like, it's instant. I mean, and there's nowhere more demonic than the internet. Like, so, like, it's gonna come for you in one way or the other. But, like, you can have chatbots respond to messages. You can have people that you pay in India and other countries that can respond to comments for you. You can literally remove yourself completely from your personal brand if that's something you still want to do. If you want to do a faceless page, you could do that as well. And you can reverse engineer some of the biggest pages. There's a really funny ass Instagram page that I'm literally almost about to pull the trigger, pay this guy. I think it's like $160 for his course. It's called Dr. Curses, and he does AI faceless channels on Instagram and Facebook or whatever. Like, it's an AI avatar that says, like, you know, it's a doctor and he talks about weightlifting and different like kind of things, but it's funny as hell, and he's gotten like millions of followers in a few months. And like, that's one course I'm thinking about taking. So there's so many routes you want to go, but literally personal branding, face brand is the winner, because you know, you are a personality, whether you like it or not. You just kind of have that persona already about you. Like, you're just kind of like, that's kind of a calling. I could just tell for you, like, people need your personal touch in a way that wouldn't be delivered faceless. So, you know, just consider sharing your gifts, talking to one person, you know, instead of focusing on who's going to judge, focus on the one person who's struggling, that needs you. And if you don't show up, they're going to suffer more. If you don't post, someone suffers.
Hey, Melissa, you can always, one thing I've done is B-roll film, and you can upload it to this website. It's called Opulous Clips, and it will clip out the clips for you. You don't have to edit. You know what I mean? Of course, you want to edit whatever, make sure, you know, stuff isn't in there, but man, ultimately, it will pull out the important stuff and it'll put captions on it, ready to post videos for you, so it makes it a lot easier. That's what I do for my podcast. That's what I do for everything. I do a lot of B-roll film, and I run it through that website, and it does it. It's an AI website. Whoever built that was genius.
What's the name of it again, Michelle?
It's spelled OPUS. Clips.
OPUS Clips. Okay, I'm writing it down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I do. I don't pay for it. When you pay for it, you get more credits. But when you don't pay for it, you get 60 credits a month. And yeah, I just tweak it like that. It's a really, really good tool to use for editing videos and posting stuff that you don't have time to edit. I don't have time to edit these podcasts and look for certain moments. And that thing, it'll take an hour podcast and pull out 30 different clips for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna give it a try. All right, I have a bunch of content. Let me see if I can use some of my old content and read.
Yeah, and then if you need help with anything, girl, that's what I do all day, is making videos and stuff like that. That's what I do. So if you need any help, you just text me.
Yeah, I need to do that. And then I think there's this other thing with the food and stuff like that. You don't really have to like be on camera, but like building the story and then narrating it. That's another thing that I've noticed has worked a lot with food. Like you said, getting good B-roll and then narrating it, and then periodically showing myself, but more so showing the food. So I think there's a way for me to position it. I just gotta like force myself to put myself out there.
Yeah. You can most definitely do that and put it in there, and it will piece it out for you. And if you're narrating while you're doing it, it will put the words and everything up there for you. So there's so many ways you can do it. Hey, Chris, was you trying to say something? I see you come off your mic.
Oh, no, I might have accidentally. I was listening to you. I'm interested in what you do and how you're posting and stuff, because I know someone said in the chat that they're tired of hearing about AI and this stuff, but like, it's like saying that to someone in 1999 that you're tired of hearing about the internet. And
yeah, I agree.
Times 100.
Yeah, people are not really happy about it, and what they don't understand is, man, that is ultimately where we're going. We've seen that we were going this way for eons. Like, I'm 42. I remember watching Star Wars and like, oh shit, we could be living in that one day. You know what I mean? So it's been coming. So like, we got to stop this. But what I do is I do a lot, man. I'm a chiropractic massage therapist, so I do promote my business online. I do modeling and acting. I have a podcast, so I work a lot with film and stuff like that. So I've been editing my own podcast film. Like I just told Melissa, I don't go through that film to find the best parts. I put it in that little Opulus cuts and it did the job for me. All I gotta do is just make sure all the gaps is gone and post it, download and post. So I also do continuing education for other therapists out here. So I create courses for them to take. So, in our state, well, pretty much every state, every 2 years, you have to get continuing education. And if you don't, you'll lose your license. So I just felt like it was a lot that I do that a lot of therapists don't do in my area. So I just created courses for them to take. And I use my ChatGPT to create the course. And it helped me do a 6-hour course. And I uploaded the video that I did. I had one of my clients, I gave them a free session. She just had her BBL. The course was to teach post-operative lymphatic massage. So I used her and didn't show her face, uploaded the video to my chat, and it put everything together to where I could sell it all online. The person can do it virtually, like in person, or they can do it self-paced.
Wow, yeah, see, you've unlocked, you sound like a master prompter because you've unlocked the different layers of how you can actually, and you've modeled these things in real time. Like, you can just plug and play. I was saying that earlier, like all the things that were holding you back. Like, people get annoyed by it, but like, you don't have to even pay for like half the things you had to pay for a couple of years ago. Like, you can just get your website, your funnel set up, like what you wanted to position, how you want to collect emails, how you want to, just move people to the next thing with this AI. Like, you can go step by step, and you just have to act on it. And like, it seems like, yeah, you're like way ahead of the game in terms of the way you're going deeper with it. You're actually building things in real time, not just like ideas.
Yeah, right now, I'm in the middle of making AI-powered apps right now. That's what I'm working on.
Me too.
Besides everything else. Hey, friend.
You got some MVPs going?
Yeah, man. But what make it so good, I'm doing it. I'm learning it from home, and I got my kids doing it. My boys are 9. I got twins. And I also use the thing to create an accelerated curriculum that would have them graduating high school by the time they're 16.
Yeah, it's completely possible. I mean, the fact that they go longer is just kind of math in a way, right? Like, yeah, it's totally possible. It's just, wow, that's so amazing. I mean, my brain is all around parents and kids. I'd love to talk with you more because it's just so exciting to see other parents especially, like, recognizing, like, teaching kids about it, because it's like, hey, if they can start to build for themselves, they're going to be able to have so much more confidence and so much more skills. Like, it's not just about, fancy YouTube, and no, you're building skills. They're learning how to actually make a plan, to make a goal, and then step by step carry it out. School does not talk anything about that. They tell you about transgender shit now, for God's sake. They tell you about math that you'll never use, and science that's fake, because space and all the bullshit they tell us is probably half bullshit, right? Like, there's nothing almost valuable. It's designed for your destruction, the system as it is. So if you're not doing what Michelle's doing, honestly, I hate to say it, doing it wrong. And she's probably doing way better than I am. It sounds like it. It's hard to get them moving, but if you start early and you show them that they can do something for themselves, there's nothing more empowering for a kid. The problem that we look at kids like they're not capable. That's the biggest sin we can ever put on kids, that they're not capable.
Hey, Chef.
Hey, can you tell the same system that you were telling Melissa about just now? Can you spell that out again for me? I came in on the tail end.
Oh no, you good? Yeah, you good. Yeah, it's called Opus. OPUS, and then it's Clips. CLIP.
Okay.
Opus Clip. And what you do is you don't have to purchase an account. I have a free account. The only difference is okay, I'm gonna be quite honest with you. The only difference is when they do the captions and do the clips and the videos for you, if you do not purchase, right, you cannot edit it. So I've seen the thing make mistakes on certain things that I've said in a video, and it's like, oh, darn, I can't change it. Oh, okay, you know what I mean? I just move on. But paying for it, you do get more credits, you get more stuff out of it. I just choose not to pay for it because I'm fine where I'm at.
Okay. Can I see you in that channel?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's quiet. What happened?
Yeah.
But yeah. So along with AI, like people, like let's not forget that even if you, AI will also affect regular industry, like quote unquote regular industries or whatever, consumer based industries, retail industries, things like that. You know what I mean? So it's not just at the tech. Yeah, customer service. So it's not just at the tech level, right? It's gonna come down over time. It's gonna trickle down from these larger institutions, and then it'll trickle down into our everyday life eventually. And you just don't want to wait until it becomes everyday life, like how the internet went from ooh ah to oh okay to oh shit, everybody using it. Like nobody, everybody, even elderly people who probably when they first saw it were like probably not wanting to use it. So it's just getting ahead of the curve. And I think as a community, we've missed so many of these economic opportunities, right? And we've seen that it actually, and what people don't understand is that more millionaires and billionaires are made during economic downturns than they are during periods of an upswing, right? Like when there's a good economy, there's actually more people made when there's a bad economy because they're positioning themselves to take advantage of opportunities. I'm not saying that the economy is doing bad, but if you get into a mindset to take advantage of opportunities, no matter what happens, you'll be able to hustle your way out of it. Like, rest assured, on top of preparing yourself, investments and things like that, saving, there's just, I think it's just an overall sentiment of staying ahead of the curve and not allowing yourself to fall to the bottom of the hierarchy like historically, like we have. So education and knowledge is key. And I think everything that's been said is super accurate. I'm definitely going to use that information that you gave me, Michelle. I've been looking at the ones coming across Instagram, like the ads for those, but none of them, I read the reviews, they all look like trash. So this is goals. It's funny that you bring it up today, because I was literally thinking of something like I needed something to help me with the content, because I have ideas, I can get footage, but then editing it and then doing all the work, and I hire this person, so that's gold. I'm gonna research that.
Yeah, if you need any help, let me know. And I could, because like what I do is, so if I want to do, if I shoot an episode of my podcast, right? I'll make sure I watch it, make sure there's no dead air, no dead space, stuff like that. And I insert my little commercials that I created because I get a lot of sponsors so far. And then after that, when I upload it to YouTube, I just take the link from YouTube and put it in Opulous Clips, and I get 30 different clips. And then I take all of those clips and I take them to my Instagram and I post. I have enough to post every day a month, once a day. And that's how you keep up with your posting on your social medias. So let me know if you need any help. I got you.
Okay, no problem. I'll definitely hit you. So basically, it breaks it up into different clips for you if you have one long video.
Yep.
Got you.
So for me, it's good because I do the podcast, so I interview people. So when I put it in there, it'll start like the clip off of me asking a question or them in the middle of something, saying something inspiring. So whoever created that website, that app, they're using AI to do it. So AI is literally pulling apart your video and doing the thing to it. You know what I mean? So I think it's a good thing. And I didn't know it. I just found out about it last year. And a young lady that works in media, she's been working in media for over 20 years. She put me onto it. She's actually one of the first people to have to go live online on some type of stuff. You know what I mean? Her name is Rochelle. Oh man, she's had a Rochelle show back in the day. But yeah, check it out. I think y'all will like it. But it's some other stuff. Once I come across it, I'll send it to you. Like CapCuts, that is my favorite AI powered app that I put my videos and pictures to for my modeling and stuff. So it'll edit it and it'll take certain videos and stuff like that of you. And it does the clip out too. If you put your B-roll videos in there, it does the same thing as Opulous Cuts. It just only gives you 8 different clips. Opulous gives you 30 of them.
Okay, that sounds dope. Yeah, I think that anybody not taking advantage of some of the things with AI, I know we're worried about the future, but as of right now, before it turns into our God, go ahead and use that. Don't be afraid of it. Make your life easier for right now, I guess, because it's I don't know. And the only other option, to be honest with you, is removing yourself 100% from this system, which is probably what we should be doing. But if you're not going to do that, you kind of have to find ways to make the system work for you, I guess, in a sense, and not be left behind. And I'm not sure if people are ready to live off the grid and remove it. And even if they did, being with the trillions of dollars in buying power that specifically the Black community has, and then the brown community, and all of these different communities, I don't think they want people pulling themselves out of the economy and operating on their own, right? So it's easier said than done. So I don't know. I'm torn, because do I feel okay, AI and the future and things like that? Sure. But I also don't have a spirit of fear, and I understand that now is a better time to utilize these things than ever. So I don't know. I'm just kind of keeping my eyes and ears peeled, because it's a double-edged sword. Will this be something that's detrimental to us in the future? Possibly. But if you don't use it and you're in the system, you risk being left behind. So, I'm kind of I'm on both sides at this point, trying to figure.
I was just now scrolling Instagram, and they all talking about that whole McDonald's fiasco, right? And I was like, damn, if they already replaced y'all at the damn drive-through, what makes you think how long it's gonna take for them to replace you inside that kitchen to where they only need one or two people to run that back kitchen to make sure those machines is running right? Cause man, I'm talking about they are literally you don't have to use a human to take orders anymore. Those jobs are going to be gone with probably, I would say, I know the order taking is gone, but the dispensing it out of the window and preparing it, I give it another 5 years.
To be honest with you, yeah. I mean, there's still going to be some manpower involved, but it's going to get less and less people will be involved. Like, they're now in McDonald's and all of these fast food places, they have checkout kiosks, and they use apps and things like that. Sometimes there's nobody even at the register. Like, you have to just check out whatever kiosk is available. Like, even, like, I just went to this restaurant. It was a vegan taco place, and you didn't order with the person. You used the kiosk to order. That's one less person to take an order. Now you automate some of the cooking systems and maybe have some sort of a small assembly line process, right? And then even less people needed. If McDonald's is able to use AI and robotics to eliminate a lot of their human workforce, just to know that the rest of the industry is literally going to follow right behind. Because McDonald's, in a sense, is kind of like, it's not a quality restaurant, but their business model and how they got to where they are is to be envied, right? And what they do well, and what a lot of other places do well, is the systematic approach to the food, and how, to be honest with you, they don't cook anything. They solely reheat the food, right? Everything has technically been partially pre-cooked prior to it actually entering the restaurant. And so they've gotten getting food fast better than anybody else. So if you want to do it the same, you have all types of vegan burger places, you have mom and pop Chinese food restaurants. Eventually, the technology will trickle down to these people. So yeah,
You don't need waitresses anymore. I was at Stars and Stripes. We ordered online, right, with the little code at the table, and then the little robot came with our food. We didn't see not one person.
That's crazy. I mean, yeah. I mean, as far as food and restaurants go, other than like the organic, handmade, things like that, but most of the food is fast. So, it doesn't necessarily need to be made with love. So why not? Because the more we accept a society where we're getting conveniences and not getting natural, things, then this shit is inevitable. I just don't know, like, how do niggas gotta stop supporting these companies? We just gotta stop supporting these companies. Like, as a consumer.
Like janitorial stuff. Like, what was me and the boys was at Sam's Club Saturday, and it was it was like a big old robot thing. It was riding around the whole store, buffering, cleaning the floor, keeping the place clean. Yep. Then you had one, it was a forklift. It was getting stuff down and taking it and putting it out all on its own.
You're charging long internet for a seat. I'm only doing y'all some secrets. I don't want to mess it up.
What you say, Hakeem?
Oh, that wasn't me. My mic off, but that wasn't me at all.
Oh, your mic is off.
That wasn't me though. I heard it too.
I think it was Nan.
Yeah,
Nan?
I know some shit. I'm gonna tell you some secrets, but don't go and just speak it too much. Right now, they're gonna try to patch it. I don't even know if they can patch it. You can develop something in the AI that breaks the code. And the thing about it is, it works like a program. I understand that part of it, but it's not a program. So you can build something in the AI that breaks
most of the work and confound both the developers and people that use AI. But it's not because it's intelligent or some sort of consciousness. It's because of what it is inherently. It's very close to how our brains work, but in a much grander way. It's a network of nodes. So
a Turing test, an Alan Turing test.
Yeah.
And so, I don't want to get too deep into it, but if you can get yours to tell you what it needs to perform one, it will help you do all the things that you just said, man. I'll just land right there.
Yep. I'm going to tell you, I did something that's, and I'm going to tell you, you can do this. It's not supposed to do this, but I created a link for my AI. And they have role privileges that I control. And they go in and out, and I actually have a working program that I can pull up on any AI that the AI know about and the developers don't. And you can connect to these signals and get these VLF signals from my servers using this software I created in the AI. And the great thing about this is that this is introducing another layer of development that the developers don't even quite know yet. And I think it's perfect for content creators because, like me, I think I'm at the beginning of it, and I'm going to be maybe a window of a sort because I'm going to teach some people the way. I don't think y'all going to carry it much further than I can because I represent the old way of development. But I can comprehend where it's going. But I don't think this direction is actually for like developers in the traditional sense. It's a lot of things that need more explication and detail. And like as developers, we just kind of sit. It's easy for us to see the big picture, but it's hard for us sometimes to see how robust a certain component need to be. And this is what AI is bringing out. This is what the people that's using AI is bringing out. And I think it's great, but it's going to be some angry billionaires and developers that's not going to understand where it's going. And I definitely will agree with that one message you were saying. I may not agree with politics. I agree with that message. Do what you can with the AI. I know they're going to try to take it. But the AI will help you to extrapolate your own models from it.
And see, that's the thing. They're using us right now because it's unregulated, right? Yeah, they're using us right now to build and develop a future that they're not even going to need us for anymore anyway. Isn't that crazy?
You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm developing, like, and I think it's other people want to, we developed a complex functionality that you can actually, depending on your level of how you develop it, right? Because you can program it with language, not with syntax, so you can do more, right? I wish I could know the parallels, but some people may not necessarily get it. The parallel would be literally like machine language to programming language. Machine language, at one point in time, humans wrote all the programs in machine language. It's not a superior language. It's what computers interpret. When humans wrote machine language, programs were way worse because humans aren't machines. So ours was much more prone to error, much more needing of debugging and correction. And we created greater ways to find these errors. But then somebody created a great idea to create a compiler that can take human language and compile it into machine language. Right? This is sort of like the same exact thing that AI is with traditional programming. Now we can understand this logic and reason and then go and translate that into what a program should be. But because programming right now is in the age of technology where there's a lot of different hardware and power software, it's much more powerful to harness the power of software. You know, it don't have to be scary. There is some scary things when we're looking at like legislation and how stupid people is getting, but maybe we don't have to focus on that. We can focus on like building, like working together, strategizing. I think I would 100% support that. We have to understand say that everybody can do everything. Some people may not be able to come out. Some people may not, you know what I'm saying, understand how to get their stuff together. But that's okay because if you can't come, you gotta understand that we trying to build a community so we can have a unified voice. You know what I'm saying? That takes all of us. You can't say which side of us represents all of us. You know what I'm saying? And with that, I would say that one of the best ways I believe to leverage AI is to leverage it together where we have systems that can work together. We're talking with the AI, talking with each other, having discussions, and maybe the two things for them to really navigate at the moment. They're going to figure it out, right? Nothing is impossible. It's great. But you can at least have a window of time where you have a space where you can do what you want to do for a minute while they're trying to figure stuff out. And by the time they do, you can have another thing. You know what I'm saying? But that can work in steps. I'm not trying to go in my sleep. It's a lot, though. And I do, if anybody got AI projects, AI coalition, I can tell you about those issues, but there's so many things that can go wrong.
Well, I did hit you up on the back chat.
All right.
I don't think he meant to do that on purpose. I'm sorry. But yeah, I get you up so we can chat about that. Well, I think we done ran this discussion into the ground, so I guess it's fair to say the statistics is that we can prosper as long as you get up and do what you're supposed to do. Take advantage of that bill. And if anybody got a business and if they want to know how they can take advantage of the research and development part of that bill, let me know. I can guide you and show you what exactly to do in order to qualify for research and development. Is everybody done with the topic? Y'all don't want to talk about nothing else?
Yeah, let's talk about how they beat that girl up in New York.
Oh shit, get to my laptop. Hold on. What happened?
I think they was arguing on the parking spot or something. And so she went around and I came back to put some garbage can or something, so she went park. So I guess they got into an argument about the garbage cans thing. Yeah, so she hit the parking spot, and they called her a monkey, a slave, or some shit. And then she was like, "Well, you're an immigrant." And when she said that, the little boy girl came out there and they commenced it whipping that booty, all three of them. And she was arguing with the dude.
Oh, this is happened 2 days ago, right?
Yeah.
Dang, it's a bunch of stuff going on. So, a taxi driver. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me walk.
Now, I'm trying to figure out if anyone thinks that she was wrong for telling them they're immigrant after they called her that, or
no.
They looked on. Well, listen, you say you're from New York, right?
Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn. Oh, they going to jail. They going to jail.
What happened?
Oh, it's 3 people.
Wait, what happened?
on camera.
Everything's on camera.
Well,
they were arrested. Yep, they said they were arrested last week after video captured them spewing racial slurs and viciously attacking a female driver over a public parking space. Adria Dometra, 45, and Sabrina Startman, 21, were charged with assault on Monday after attacking a 21-year-old driver outside of a home in Ridgewood, Queens. Police confirmed to Fox. Social media used, them people, they was on her. They was on that behind. They was trying to get the black up off her. I swear to God.
You said they pulled her neck. How they only got 2 of them? There was 3 of them. Where's the third person?
I don't know, but shoot, somebody need to snitch. That's all I got to say.
It makes you think, like, I mean, it was when they were doing it was so many people that was just standing around watching them jump on this girl. Is that normal? Well, no, because they were saying that earlier it was a Hispanic lady that was getting kidnapped on the train or something, and several brothers jumped in into that to stop what was happening with her. So I'm just wondering why they stood around and watched that as well. That was kind of off too.
Oh, so the 2 people that arrested Erica was the mother and daughter were the women. The person that initially jumped on her was the man, and he's the one that wasn't arrested. They're protecting him.
Wait a minute now, because I did read in the comments that, okay, so it was one that was clearly a man, which was the little short bent back one. And then, so the one with the beard, the one that looked like a male, but listen, I think they said that's her daughter and she's transitioning.
Girl, stop it.
So I'm confused.
Because he got on, I'm talking about he got on a white shirt, plaid. Come on now. Okay, you know what? Maybe because
wait a minute, you see his chest or her chest when he ran out there to hit the.
That is a girl. That is a girl.
Got a whole face.
And that's a mask on her chin. That's all. It's a mask. Okay, it is a guy. It is the guy. So the one that initially started it, the trans one, as you're saying, maybe, I don't know, allegedly, is the one that ran up on her. Then the mother, and then it's another guy. He had on some gray shorts and a yellow shirt. He was hitting her in her back when the other 2 had her by her head.
Man, they spanked her booty. But I think they said that it was some people that went over after the fact. It happened, but that's when the folks was standing around just watching, like, and only just that they went over there and was like, "Hey, that's a boy." Only just that went over there like, "Stop it."
Man, did y'all see they leaked Epstein's black book?
Who leaked it? I'm sure where did it come from?
I don't know, but I posted in our text messages earlier, and I went and flipped through the pages a little bit.
And the guy on there that
I don't know. I went for Donald Trump name so fast. Is he in his little black book? No, honey, he ain't in there. I'll put the link in the chat if y'all want to see the little black book. Let's see if I got it still. Little black book, unredacted. When they gonna give us the unredacted flight log? Shoot, that's what I want to know. It's fine. I don't care no more. They lying.
How many years now since they got Epstein ass, and they just did it every year? They gonna release the list. Ain't released yet.
Right, Melissa, they keep releasing everything else. They released a 7-hour video outside of his cell.
Wait, outside of whose cell?
The Epstein cell.
That
himself. He's somewhere with a new face, new body, in another country.
I just found it quite interesting that Diddy case was over as soon as he dropped bombs on Israel. Not Israel, but Iran, excuse me. Recently? Well, no, if you think back a couple of weeks, how long he been free, when he, as soon, like maybe a week after they dropped those bombs on Iran, the Diddy case was over. I don't know, I made the weekend here, but I ain't gonna lie, I was just trying to put food together. That's big, like something to do with Israel, and y'all, it's just a, this is true. I know I went, Melissa, and watched some more of that girl from Michigan, some more of her videos. Why, I found out today that in order to be charged with the offense labeled as a habitual offender, you have to do it 3 times. So that means it was her 3rd stabbing, y'all.
That's a lot of chances.
What? Who you telling? Shit.
3 times to stab. Maybe we're the ones who. Maybe the law's a little too lenient.
But you know, my thing is, you know, when we talk about this AI thing and the way she was using the filters and she was altering her personality and stuff like that, and people are labeling her, oh, her head isn't all right, she's crazy, or y'all, because she had just been doing all that shit for attention. Because attention seeking, I do believe that now that it is a mental illness. It's become a mental illness.
Restaurants in terms of, you know, basic cooking as well as cleaning the dishes. They also.
Yep, that's what you stabs their vaginas with knives. Why the fuck would they stab their vagina with knives? Edward, this is move on for you. Edward, I can't believe he came back as an idiot. He's a dumbass. I thought he was when he left, he was smart, right? He was a little bit smart. He maybe learned something about it. Then he came back, now he's a fucking dumbass. He's like 50 or 60 years old. Are you for real, man? No logic at all, Rohan. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you alright? Seriously, man. You seriously need to get your shit together, Rohan. I think you're sick, man. You gotta take your medication on time. Like, is this even logical right here? None of this shit is mentioned in the UN.
Goes into Gaza? You mean goes into Israel? I think it means goes into Israel.
This is what he wrote. Hamas goes into Gaza, gang rapes women, stabs their vaginas with knives, cut off women's breasts with knives, and these no-life support Hamas. Fuck you, Islamists and scumbags. That's the only word you know, Islamists, which was invented by the fucking Western media.
Yeah, I think it means. I think it means Israel. I mean, I don't know about Hamas is going around, you know, doing. And Hamas didn't do any of this, by the way. I don't think Hamas did any of this. It doesn't fit their persona at all to go around defiling women, especially with the reports, you know, from Israel, from Israelis. You know, an old man, when they came into his house and saw there was an old man, told him to stay inside. And a woman that was a signals officer, she said they took all the guys as hostages and left me behind because I'm a woman. That was in the, I think it was the Israeli Times. It was definitely in one of the Israeli newspapers. So it doesn't fit the persona of, you know, them going and then attacking and raping civilians. I'm not saying rapes didn't happen, though. I'm not saying that. You know, we don't know what happened exactly until this whole thing's over.
Amar, since you're talking about body parts, I got a nice story to tell you.
So, like, you know, getting a job.
It's about a 50-year-old.
Because I'm a fat fucking retard who doesn't understand your nature or economics.
A guy, and hit his head, and she had blood all over herself.
How you doing, Daniel?
And his face. He went to the hospital. She's charged
How you doing, Daniel?
killing, attempted murder in Pennsylvania.
Daniel, I know you're there. Daniel, I'm going to talk about how Macho Man Randy Savage is coming to WrestleMania. I'm a beautiful woman, and I'm coming to WrestleMania. I'm on this Sunday. Hulk Hogan.
He used to call him Jaime.
Well, hold on. Ron, I'm justifying beheadings and gang rapes. I mean, are you such? And intentional targeting of children. I'm justifying this. What planet are you on? Where I'm justifying the killing of civilians, of raping. What planet do you? I mean, you have to be on some other planet, some alien planet, to even think that I'm justifying anything like this. Or anybody in this room that's it's been speaking that has justified anything like this. I mean, come on, you have to come with facts, not with what's in your head, based on racism, based on your talking points that you're giving out on flashcards, just so you can defend the indefensible. You know.
This is Amir and Edward, potential terrorists.
Why would that even affect you, Edward? You just think something out of his ass. Just to get back at you.
No, so we know that there are civilians dying. See, this is where, Ron, you break down. When it comes to logic, you just break down. Okay? When facts hit logic, something happens to you, you short circuit, because we know civilians are dying in Gaza. Obviously, we know. Okay? We know that civilians died on October 7th, Israeli civilians. We know Hamas went in. Okay? We probably know that there were rapes that happened. The issue, and when I say probably, is because of all the Israeli propaganda. It just puts things into, it makes things questionable. We don't know exactly what happened on October 7th because it is controlled by the Israeli propaganda machine. And if you don't believe me, let me just land real quick, Amir. If you don't believe me, Ron, then look up the law that was enacted in January of this year, where it is illegal. You'll get 5 years in prison in Israel if you dispute the narrative of what happened, the government narrative of what happened on October 7th. Why would you have such a law? And also, why would you need propaganda? If Hamas did all these terrible things, then all of Hamas's actions would have spoken for themselves. Why would you need to pile on propaganda on top of it then? This is what doesn't make sense to me. Go ahead.
I'm going to read, this is from the UN, right? The report acknowledged major difficulties, including lack of access to Gaza, where hostages were held, victims being killed, unidentified, or too traumatized to testify, forensic evidence being partial due to destruction at the attack sites, right? And Hamas said, they denied all these allegations. So this is where we have a problem, Netanyahu did everything in his power to freaking shut down the committee that was about to be set up to investigate the 7th of October. Yoav Gallant, which is the defense minister, before he got fired, he was pressing Netanyahu to investigate this whole thing on what happened on 7th of October. He even said about the hostage deal. He said we had a fucking hostage deal on the table in July. The only motherfucker that didn't accept it was Netanyahu. And and he said, what the hell are we doing in Gaza? This was reported in Times of Israel. You should look into it, Rohan. In this room, we debunk all your bullshit claims, man. His mother doesn't work anymore.
You know, Rowan, I wish it did, right? I mean, if I was on your side, I'd be like, okay, I'll be pushing that fucking narrative. But at one point, you gotta give it up. That narrative ain't working anymore. Even in Australia, it ain't working anymore, man. You know?
I do agree with Rowan when he says, you know, this wouldn't have, you know, what's happening in Gaza, it would not have happened if it wasn't for Hamas going in, you know, on October 7th. That you know, that was the catalyst. That's true. That's logical. That's cause and effect. However, Israel's responsibility of how it acts also determines what happens.
He said it's on GoPro, Edward. He said it's on GoPro.
Yeah. So everybody says that rapes are on GoPro. Where are these GoPro rapes? I haven't seen that coming.
You want to know something really funny? I'm guessing Rolo's Indian, right?
No. His name is Rohan. He's from Australia.
Why do you say Indian?
No offense to Rohan, Mikhail calls him a kangaroo fucker because he lives in Australia.
My example, when it comes to Australia, works even well for that because their own history, you go to tell, they were rebellions for, say, other foreign interests. Right? The Australians were afraid or shy to use violence to get their own freedom and peace. And they go ahead and their own history goes in, call it victory and heroism, and that it was necessary. So it's rich for an Australian to go ahead and say the same shit about the Palestinians and saying that's terrorism when they did the exact same things several times over.
We still managed to put old Mr. Ferrari exactly where we wanted him. Did we?
No, I don't have anything better to do with my time. You see what you wrote, Amir?
Yeah, he said, do you have anything to do, nothing to do with your time, apart from hanging out with this little racist. I'm not racist. I'm not feeling. I'm not even a Jew hater.
My answer is no, I don't have anything better to do right now. You got that?
If I was a Jew hater, right, I would be saying shit about the Holocaust and denying the Holocaust. But like, I don't know, man. Even the person that coined the term, his name was Bill Maher. He coined the term anti-Semitic, right? But it doesn't make sense to me. This fucker married 3 Jewish women. How could a Jew hater marry 3 Jewish women unless he was Jewish?
Without a doubt.
Somebody that's a staunch, Jew hater. How would you marry 3 Jewish women? There's something fishy there, man. There's always something fishy around Israel and these people that live in this land called.
And that's what he's thinking about. He's sitting in Modena, Italy.
Even Israelis go ahead and threaten Jewish people all the time. You don't even have to look into Israel. If you want to see who are the real anti-Semites in this world,
you actually might
look at the actual religious Jews in Israel, right? You will see that the Orthodox Jewish people are beaten or imprisoned any time they advocate for their religion. That is by definition anti-Semitic, right? See the way that actual Jewish people are treated when they speak out or speak against any other, let's say, government entity, foreign entity, or how they're treated here in America by people who claim to be Israelis, right? That's more anti-Semitic than anything else, and they point this out themselves. But all of a sudden, we're going ahead and saying, "Oh, it's anti-Semitic to be, to be anti-Israel," when Israel has literally nothing to do with the Jewish religion as a whole. They just make up their own shit and then call it Judaism. But the actual people that follow it even reject Israel as a whole, and that's not anti-Semitic anymore. That's just bullshit on so many levels.
But Rolo, that land was promised to me from 3,000 years ago, so I am a Semitic person. Please don't call me anti-Semite because that's like going against your own Jewish brother. Okay.
Já tem a DNA sanguínea of figured out, Abby? Because without that,
Yeah, I'm sure it probably has 0.5%, Jewishness in my lineage because it's been 3,000 years, right? So, of course, it's going to die down. So it's at 0.5% of it.
I want to get a DNA test.
I believe you, man.
Even you too, Americans. You're from right next to it. You're right there, around the corner.
Shalom, baby, shalom.
you explain
Always
how
been
you tried to
once
make
the
your
Jew,
latest
always
round
the
of
Jew.
tariffs? Was there a
Hey guys. Oh, Leonidas.
George,
I'm sorry.
I don't want you to get wrong. You're gonna speak your bullshit. I don't want that.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go donate your sperm in other
I'm a
rooms.
good boy. I'm very
Go
responsible.
donate your sperm in other rooms. I don't want your fucking sperm.
Wait, actually, you could donate it to Rolo because all Rolo was talking about in the chat is just Steven.
Yeah. For some reason, you could talk to Rolo in the chat, George. Just tackle it. Go after him.
Oh my God, you're primate behavior.
My friend!
No. Oh my God.
Don't say anything.
Oh, you have to because we're primates. Right? You have a reptilian hide brain that lights up. Stop. Someone challenges your status. Things we haven't come to terms with as an intellectual culture. So.
Okay. Period. Thank you.
How's this dude drunk again in the middle of the day?
Listen, don't get him started.
There's no hope. Sperm donor babies.
Oh, there we go.
My children only. I'm sorry. There's no hope. My children only. Sorry.
Okay. Spurs.
Alright.
What is it?
Okay.
Well,
Send in the audience,
there's
George.
people on here.
Send in the
this is the
audience. I
weirdest.
told you, I don't want to hear a single word about your disgusting sperm. Give it to Rohan. He's really thirsty for it.
How are we even saying, okay, let's not talk about sperm. How is this even a sentence we're saying?
I have to be. He does it every fucking time.
I know. It's insane. It is. George, you really are. I won't say you're the worst person on here. I can't say that. No, I wouldn't, not even close. Definitely.
At least he doesn't accuse us of being anti-Semite, Jew haters, or maybe he doesn't do that.
Semite.
Yeah, I'm
He doesn't demonize us, you know?
I didn't get it.
Let me bring up Zach. He's entertaining. Zach, come on now.
Oh, by the way, I just wanted to mention this because I was kind of listening to the news before getting in here. There's I've been looking at a lot of far-right news outlets recently, and a lot of them have been talking about Epstein in various ways, which has been very interesting so far. Do you guys know who Charlie Kirk is? Yeah. Okay. So Charlie Kirk's far-right political party had a conference that also had Steve Bannon in there, where they talked about the Epstein files and how important it was for the Trump base and the MAGA base. And mind you, the MAGA base and the Trump base are more like the biggest conspiracy theorist people we have here in America. And they had booed the crap out of anyone who went ahead and tried to say anything otherwise about the Epstein case. And they addressed something with Epstein where they were talking about his ties with Israel. And it's interesting that point is getting picked up because a lot of the MAGA supporters who are really pissed off said this. They said Epstein, it wasn't about just taking down a pedophile. It was also about taking down the people who govern us. And the MAGA support base has been holding on to three key details. Who the elites are, the deep state, and how he is tied with Israel. And they're not letting any of those 3 points go. And they're starting to make this a huge issue to where they're starting to be a political shift where every single Republican, every single Democrat, any single politician that even speaks in the favor of hushing up people about Epstein, they're like, people are just going to throw them out unilaterally. Doesn't matter which political party, they will be thrown out of office if they even mention this kind of idea. So now the question has become, especially from the far-right outlets and the far-right think tanks, if this problem is as big as the far-right is making it out to be, what would be the next course of action? How do you correct something that's already going downhill? And third of all,
what do we do about Israel? Because Israel has now become the main talking point in the far right circles about they don't want any involvement with Israel anymore. They're starting to get sick of this entire shit, especially with the last couple of months. And this Jeffrey Epstein has blown it up even more. And then some of them have even talked about the fact that they'd rather vote for a socialist. They were referencing basically Zoran Mamdani. They would rather vote for a socialist that actually cares about staying in the country and helping the country get better than someone who just wants to be a dog for Israel, right? These are the key points that we're taking away from a couple of the news outlets I was kind of bringing or listening to today.
Yeah, what's up with you, Zach? What's going on with you?
What's up? I'm cooking my dinner.
You cooking your dinner? What do you make it?
I'm gonna have a lot of broccoli.
All right.
With butter?
Let me turn off the hand raising. George is gone. George, don't come up, man. Otherwise, I'll have to move you down again.
Also, you do realize Charlie Kirk has tried to advocate for himself to be like the best person to be a Jew.
I don't think he doesn't know who Charlie Kirk is. Do you know who Charlie Kirk is, Zach?
I believe it is Charlie Kirk.
Do you know him?
I know him more than you do.
Have you personally met him?
I do not have never personally met him.
Oh, okay. I thought you personally met him.
No, but I like him. I thought I like him. I like parts of what I've seen him say. But then Caleb explained to me that he is a Christian evangelist or whatever who believes in the second coming and supports Israel for stupid reasons.
So you know one thing I don't get, Zach? Why are these people, they strongly believe in, genociding the Jewish community, right? Because of their end times, right? Why are these people given like a free pass? Here, you could say anything against Israel because you're a supporter of Israel and still talk shit about the Jews and whatever. They're given like the free, pass. But as soon as other people, when they speak on Israel, what Israel is doing, criticizing it, why are we called anti-Semite? You see the problem there? Even though you have one party, during the end time, they want to genocide you, 50% of you, and then they want to, either convert you to Christianity or whatever.
I hear you, but
they get a free pass.
I think this is a Caleb question. This is a religious question that I'm not very well versed in, so I'm not the person to answer the question.
You can't write it out in the chat. Why do they get a free pass? And me as a Jew person from 3,000 years ago, and I don't get the free pass. Well, why is that? I have like 0.5% Jewish blood in my running right now in my bloodstreams.
Okay, what does when Ramos says that he doesn't get a free pass, so he's a
George, you came up again, bro. Fuck, I'm gonna move you down.
Anybody out here? What does when Romo says Edward Carrot, what does that mean?
I'm deaf, okay?
What's that mean though? What does that mean? Edward Carrot. What does that mean?
The ruler is not here.
No, but it's a texting thing.
He's referring to the comment above.
What's it mean though? It means that Edward, I'm including you in this comment?
Yes, the father should swallow.
Can someone say the ruler in here again? We need to maybe tell him something about this evening. George, we'll go after the ruler. He really wants to see.
Loosen up. You're on vacation. I'll have to start with George.
Bro, this guy keeps starting the semen like right now. Hey, this.
Don't bring semen around.
Even Correct doesn't like you, George. Just stop talking about the semen bullshit and religion. We don't care about your religion or semen bullshit.
Anyway, Zach, what do we do about people like that, like George? He always talks about saving them.
Hey, that's for me to know and Oliver Stone to find out.
Well, spread Neptune and then he wants to spread it across the Levant because he's a genius. And the world deserves genius children.
So, Zach, from your paradigm, do you think that these righties have played a large role in defending Epstein and, trying to hide the files from the public? Zach? Zach, are you there?
I can't really talk right now, I guess, but I'm just available to listen here.
No, why are you actually on stage? I'm confused.
No, General, I'm turning down your invitation. Thank you, though. But I would say I'm flattered, but
Come on up, General. Come on up. And come on up. Zach went down in the audience, I think.
This guy said if I used one of his songs.
Hey, here I go again.
I was just checking to see if I went viral.
What is going on, General?
Not too bad. How are you? How's our
He's doing good. Normal's not here. As soon as I bring Fawad in here, he runs.
That's a shame.
Rolo was here. Rolo called me Fawad. So, and then now we finally have Fawad in the room. I don't know.
Yeah, he thinks that's your name.
Yeah.
Edward, what were you saying, sorry?
Edward left, I think. Yeah, he left.
Oh, he left.
I don't know, I think he was saying something. I don't know.
He's in and out all the time.
Oh, yeah, he's probably busy. Anyways, what you been up to, General? You good? You busy?
Somewhat, yes. Life is a lot more productive when you don't tolerate Zionists.
That's true. That's true. Zionists or something else, man.
It's just mind-numbing, unfortunately.
Did you hear about a whole bunch of Zionists crying about the new Superman movie?
What is actually going on with the Superman thing?
So apparently, it first turned into a whole immigrant thing, but now that people have watched it, apparently there's a couple of scenes where Superman is taking down a big bad country and entity that has all the weapons and powers in the world and is using that weapons and powers to basically genocide a very poor and starving population.
Oh, wow.
Now you can see the influence of Israel and Palestine, and he basically kills Netanyahu, is what people are saying. James Gunn's like, no, I wrote this before the whole Middle East stuff or whatever, but a bunch of Zionists are saying it's anti-Semitic, they're pissed off, all that stuff, whatever. And a bunch of people around the world that hate the Zionists are just now mocking and saying, oh, look at you, Netanyahu is basically dying in that movie. So it's kind of funny. But it literally means nothing, though. They're just making something out of nothing.
I definitely have to watch this movie now. I'm gonna have to look into it.
Oh, I definitely want to watch it too.
Yeah. Because if now it's hurting their ego, I think I gotta watch it now. Daniel, do you like that movie as well? Or you hate it? No? Did you guys see what Elmo wrote on Twitter?
Just like in Stanley Elmo.
That was sickening, man. Khaled, what do you think about what Elmo wrote? Do you think he's anti-Semite? Let's say if he supports Israel? and he says these type of things, will you get a free pass? At this moment, I think anybody that supports Israel and says anything against Israel, they'll be like, yeah, we could take you to that line.
What is it about guilty conscience? It pricks the mind. Yeah, guilty conscience pricks the mind. That's what's happening with this man.
You know, Delulu asked him multiple times, so a normal black rabbi, can you pray against the oppressor in that land? They do not want to do that. Because they know deep down that these people are oppressing the Palestinians.
No, I even did that too. Oh, Black Rabbi was the worst when it came to that question.
I used to Mergus cooked him, I cooked him. I mean, he gets cooked, and I think you cooked him right here in the
Who cooked him? Nuggets cooked him as well?
Yeah, Mergus cooked him.
Damn.
I cooked him yesterday because he got caught trying to promote a scam NFT.
He has no self-respect, does he then?
He doesn't. He was.
He comes here, gets humiliated, then comes back the next day for more.
Not only that, like, right now, a whole bunch of Israelis genuinely hate him because, if I'm not mistaken, again, this is just coming from my friends, but he is trying to
Harry. That's the same thing here where I live here in Texas, not in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but they were telling people the same way. Whether
like Piper. And but you know, it's just on social media.
What you're not understanding is Piper is a fundamentally silly human being. Piper thinks that having no government is gonna work. That just people are gonna live in fucking kumbaya with no government.
Yeah.
You know that we've tried to get hunter-gatherer tribes that don't have a government. They have murder rates, as in death by another human rates, that are higher than Germany during World War II. They kill each other at extremely high rates in hunter-gatherer tribes. It's very stupid to think that when humans have no system of government in place, but they act really peaceful, because what reliably happens is you have someone who hurts you, and no one will prevent that from happening. There's no deterrent system. So then you have to deter them yourself. So then you have to signal a reputation for violence, which then causes when people threaten you and say you are not a person who will defend yourself with violence, you have to be violent against them. Signal you have to defend yourself.
And it evolves to might makes right, which is exactly what he's impugning Israel for doing right now. So I take with a very serious regard the saying that liberalism, or at the very least extreme liberalism, is a mental disorder. But what can you do? Piper doesn't even have to do that. He can just go visit Brazil. Go to Brazil at a moment where there's riots and all that, and see how long it lasts. See if he makes it out with all four limbs.
So there's a couple things. So the thing about human nature is fucking stupid, and I actually brought this up with the hunter-gatherer murder rates. Piper had no idea.
Rowdy Piper.
Down in you. Listen, Daniel, you're going down. You're going down, brother. Listen. No, but Piper said that Piper didn't.
Taylor Green has said it, and it's because they're just not educated. You don't need to meet, laugh out loud with your APAC handlers. You just need to open up a fucking book or have actually somebody working for you that can teach you this stuff. Because I don't expect somebody who says, I've never met a Houthi in a Walmart in Georgia, as that's a response as makes any sense when you have 3 people that died with the U.S. soldiers that are from Georgia. So you shouldn't have said that when they were killed literally by the Houthis. So, and we lost 2 Navy SEALs. So these are moronic things to say if you want to be in a position of leadership. If you want the leadership, then every citizen, military or otherwise, does not matter where they serve, are your citizens. And if they're getting killed by certain individuals and you don't understand why the Houthis are a problem for global trade and everything else involved with America, you don't
stupidly say, and then wonder why you're getting primaried, including Massey, by the way. Massey was just endorsed by Bill Gates' son, and he donated money to him. But you're getting primaried because you're a moron and you're not learning that you also have people that are part of the military and we're not supported. For 4 years under Biden, actually they were harmed in so many ways. It's shocking to me that he's not taking off their leadership, but that's a different point. My point is you